20 years ago, demons shattered the divine barrier meant to protect humans and poured into their continent. And ever since, a brutal war has raged non-stop between the two races. The war, soaked in fear and chaos, dragged on for 10 brutal years. Then the mage, standing with the people, hurled his summoned flames and tore the battlefield open with a devastating blast. The battlefield roared with rage as humans and demons clashed, blasting each other with magic and raw strength. Everyone surged toward the demon lord, fighting tooth and nail to survive his onslaught while he bellowed, "Die!" And the rest charged straight into the chaos. Right when everything came down to it, the hero charged straight into the demon lord's domain, poured every ounce of strength into the fight, and crushed the enemy in a brutal showdown, ending the whole 10-year conflict for good. 10 long years have blown past since that day, and the world finally started healing, while life in the royal capital slowly slipped back into its old, normal rhythm. Above the central building, a guild sign swung with crossed swords, and right there, where the world's adventures get their start, someone scratched away in a book with a quill, jotting down important info. The thick-bearded bartender gripped the note in both hands and shot out, "Huh," because he couldn't believe what happened to his visitor this time. The young man answered in a slow, careful drawl, like there was nothing to see, while the whole room stayed cool and calm, all tavern noise hush and that warm, ale-soaked smell drifting through the air. He sat by himself, elbows on the counter, staring off like he'd lost his spark, then admitted flat out that he wanted to resign, totally swallowed up by his own thoughts. His name was Theodore, and he was a full-throttle adventurer on the hunt for danger. Theodore got 0 believers the moment he said he was retiring. His friend even stared in shock, reminding him he'd fought beside the hero's group against the demon lord. But Theo only chuckled and shrugged it off like, "I'm just a handyman." He admitted he'd only been doing the grime for other people. Now he was done with that, and he insisted he was finally just an adventurer. Victor, the guild master, kept his reaction tight when Theodore spoke. He admitted he couldn't measure exactly how much the guild would crumble from losing just one person, but he didn't shut down the idea either. Theo couldn't even predict what came next, and as his thoughts raced, he swore that if the task board was empty, he still wouldn't care. Victor told Theodore that peace had finally arrived, which meant the missions were fewer, and Theodore shot back that these days it's mostly young adventurers slipping underground to scout what's down there. Perched on the mug, Victor's mind snapped back to one thing. The hero crew got paid big, and they earned every last coin. Theo nodded hard, saying the money he got was so massive he might not even live long enough to spend it all. Even with everything going on, he couldn't deny it. He was keeping up with the young crew. Victor blinked in disbelief when Theodore, old enough to know better, chose to resign. And then the screen flashed the truth. Theo was only 35. With a grave face, Theo confessed he'd been craving a quiet life ever since childhood, then stared at the mug and snapped that he was just exhausted, only for Victor to shoot a baffled look at Theodore. The guild master blinked in shock, because Theo's face looked so deadly serious that it was impossible not to believe him. So he swallowed hard and pressed, "All right, what are you doing next?" Theo looked away in silence, and finally admitted to himself the real reason he became an adventurer. When he was just 10, his parents were ripped away by illness, and then a crew of adventurers swooped in, sheltered him, and raised him, while he fought right back by helping them with everything he had. The young man looked back and realized he'd hit the jackpot, ending up with the right crew, because these adventurers pulled him into the conversation and made him feel like he belonged the whole time. He bragged that he'd been born with 3 skills, and when he pulled them off the first time, the others stared in shock at how effortlessly they came to him. First up, he had the appraisal skill, so he could instantly judge the properties of things like herbs, which made every trip way easier. The second skill was crafting. Once he had it, he could forge and repair all kinds of items, turning him into the guy who saved the day in any situation. The third was the taming skill. This gift let him read monsters like they were open books, and if trouble came, He could subdue them on the spot instead of starting a fight. All three skills turned out to be insanely useful for his life as an adventurer, so much so that they even sparked fights, with everyone arguing over who recruited him into the team first. Then Theo suddenly remembered a girl coming straight toward him. She flashed him a grin. The hero got hemmed in by the whole crew, and in that exact heartbeat, right when he was asked to join the hero's squad, everything flipped forever. The man said that once the war finally ended, the heroes got scattered and the whole crew fell apart. And then he leaned in and asked what the main character was planning to do after he walked away. He caught himself daydreaming about buying a farm out in the wild, somewhere in a quiet village, and turning it into his life, because he grew up in a village and knows exactly how to wrestle the land into shape. The guild master stared at him in disbelief and asked if he'd really trade an adventurer's life for farming vegetables, and he just blinked, thinking how on earth he could be useful in peaceful times. Suddenly, Victor pitched the idea that Theo should dive into exploring the new world, and Theo nearly dropped his jaw from shock. He talked about a brand new continent that popped up only after the demons finally got crushed. No one had ever seen it before the war, and its origins still feel like a total mystery. Victor told them everyone thought the continent changed because the protective barrier against demons finally vanished. Then he promised the very first expedition to study it would be set up soon. Victor added that the main character's skills would be a gold mine on the new continent, then urged him to think it over and give a reply later. Victor told him this might be the main character's final adventure, then pointed out how much untouched land was waiting there, and hit him with, "So, what do you think about it?" The protagonist pictured a cozy hut tucked in a sunny forest, dreaming about a calm, rural life. He figured maybe a peaceful life in uncharted lands wasn't such a bad idea after all. The bearded old man leaned in and asked if the protagonist wanted to join him, offering to come along. And even though the protagonist felt a little flustered, he nodded and agreed. After hesitating for a beat, the protagonist finally signed the papers. Then the old man's face lit up, beaming that things had turned out so much better, and he even warned that seasoned adventurers would be needed on the new continent, because nobody knows what could be lurking there. The old man kicked off the conversation nervously, and the main character just grinned back, scratching the back of his head like it was no big deal. The protagonist said he was thrilled to team up with Victor, the old man, and even claimed this job should be the final one. Then Victor beamed, saying the guild would always remember Theodore's contribution. After he left the guild, he poured the rest of his time into getting ready for the journey ahead. Theo sprinted into the store, ready to grab everything he needed. After that, he finally hooked up with his current crew. After tearing himself away from his comrades, he exited the tavern, and once he was alone, let the words finally land in his own head. When Theodore finally reached the port where the ship sat poised to depart, he lit up and started hauling supplies aboard. He wound up in the port city of Khalil, called exactly that, Khalil. 1 whole month, every ounce of effort, until the protagonist finally finished his preparations and reached the port to set sail for the new world, grinning like he owned the journey, even though a quiet nerve still churned in his chest. As he strolled through the city, a little girl sprinted up and shouted at him with pure joy, then dashed along right after him, grinning the whole way. A little girl thrust a handful of candies into the hero's hands and beamed up at him, and her sweet kindness hit him right in the heart, warming his face with a real smile. The hero thanked the girl for the treat, softly patted her head, and told her with a serious look that a brutal road lay ahead, and he knew the trials would keep coming. Victor met him and said the world had flipped in the last 10 years. Then the hero froze, replaying how wildly life had changed. Victor insisted they'd been waiting on him forever, and the hero practically gasped. He never expected to see Victor again, so he demanded why Victor showed up, especially since they'd already said goodbye. Victor swatted away the idea that he'd come just to see her off, then stared with unshakable resolve, like he was seconds away from announcing the decision that would change everything. A sharp pause hit. Then birds streaked across the port skies, and the hero froze, mind racing as he tried to figure out where Victor was taking him. Right then, the young man snapped a reminder. He was jumping in too, and Victor would be the team leader. The young man pressed again, demanding to know if Victor was truly serious, and Victor shot back, confident as ever. The old man told everyone he'd finally seen his grandchildren, and now he was ready to ride out, no matter if it was his last journey, swearing that he'd dreamed of ending his life as a real adventurer, and the way he spoke was pure, steady resolve. The hero froze when he realized his talk partner was already 70, then blurted out what kind of adventures could possibly hit at that age, only for the old man to burst into laughter and say dwarves live longer than people, his bright grin and iron confidence making it crystal clear he wasn't here to talk, he was here to act. The young man brushed it off and figured there was no need to stress about that comrade, because when he looked at Victor, he could tell the guy had the strength and spirit to muscle through any trouble, and his calm, respectful expression said it all. This dwarf, Dragonslayer by name, Bloodwind by nickname, spent his whole life carving his way through battle, long before he ever led the guild. Sure, he was born into nobility, but he treated everyone like equals, and that's why people truly respected him. The hero looked at Victor with raw admiration, calling him an outstanding warrior and a true leader, so much so that he felt Victor was even more of a hero than a real one, and his eyes practically shouted respect. The allies came together as a weird but unbreakable crew, each one bringing their own vibe, tough fighters and sharp scientists side by side, all itching to dive into the unknown and turn pure anticipation into a full-blown, "We're about to start the greatest journey" kind of energy. The hero shot back with a small smile, and you could feel the tension drain away in real time, because looking around and seeing so many trustworthy faces nearby made everything feel like it was finally going to be okay. Victor rolled out the scientists, the geologist, the climatologist, and the monster researcher, then teamed up with 15 adventurers, each with their own deadly skill, until they had a full squad of 20, all primed and ready to get thrown into the toughest fight. The hero flashed a grin, telling everyone his name was Theodore, and then, right in his head, he clocked the fact that they all looked barely old enough to be out there. The moment the adventurers spotted Theodore, their faces lit up because it was the same jack-of-all-trades they knew, Theo, and they didn't bother hiding how thrilled they were, swearing it felt like a huge honor to sail with him, and that his presence genuinely made their day. Those wide-eyed young eyes couldn't believe their luck, and he practically burst with excitement to remind him Theo had backed the hero's group, and it all mattered. Then his friend chimed in, grinning, that he couldn't wait to see with his own eyes just how far Theo's capable of going. Theodore snapped his head toward Victor, baffled and rattled by what he just unleashed, turning Theodore into a walking object of everyone's praise, while Victor stayed cool as ice and admitted, plain and simple, that he'd only said what had to be said, basically telling Theodore he should have seen where it would end. The order to set sail hit the air and Victor clapped hard, urging the squad forward, because the sun wasn't going to wait and the journey had to begin right now. Theo let out a small sigh, then finally gave in. Touching down on the deck, the protagonist demands why the crew is gone. Victor sighs, admitting they can't spare a single extra hand, and every resource is locked down tight. Victor demands a bigger ship for the expedition, and once he gets the supply situation straight, Theodore realizes the second they land on that island, the first thing he has to do is hunt down food. He fires back, asking how they'll stretch the food supplies, and the other person shoots back with total confidence. Everything's already been taken care of, so he nods instantly and steps up, ready to make it work. Victor slams down the magical bag with a grin, insisting it came straight from the National Vault, and he's dead sure it'll become the key artifact they can't live without on their journey. Turns out that magic bag was way bigger than it looked, stuffed with food and water enough to last 2 whole weeks, and the moment you put things inside, time couldn't touch them, so nothing ever spoiled. The old man grins like he just won the world, bragging that it took sheer effort. but he still hauled in a priceless artifact for their team, and Theodore, expression stone cold, stares at Victor and demands, "So what's the real story?" The young man begged to peek inside the magic bag, convinced it must be packed to the brim, but his companion flipped into pure panic and screamed at him to stop. The young man cringed and apologized the moment he heard the guild had to rent a bag, because things were rough for them right now. And the bearded man snapped, annoyed, that this was exactly how it all ended up. The young man asked how his partner was feeling, and his reply came out weirdly calm, "I'm fine." Then the whole crew snapped into action and started getting ready to set sail. One of the crew shouted that the wind was finally on their side, and another rallied everyone, "We're good, we're moving right." Then the captain ripped the silence away with the order to sail. The old man told the young guy to hand the oar to someone else, but he snapped, "No way, I love working," and then joked that out here you could drown in boredom without lifting a finger. The young man loved rowing and couldn't stop grinning about the rush of true teamwork. Then he said, with that warm smile, that everyone was rowing for the same good cause. The moment the ship tore away from the port, the captain roared at the adventurers, yelling at them to charge forward. The ship ripped out to open sea, vanishing from shore as waves swallowed the wake and seagulls wheeled overhead like shadowy sentries above the deck. The young man stared down at the map and felt it. This wind was on their side. So when the bearded man nodded, he smiled and said, "If it keeps going like this, we'll be at the continent in no time." On the ship, two girls looked at the sea like it had been chosen just for them, and started praying, sure the gods had finally blessed their journey. The young man stared as the crew members prayed, convinced that those adventurers were seriously devout. And yeah, he figured faith might help them face death. But the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave him, so he decided it was way too soon to thank the gods. The ship started to slow down and Theo's gut instantly screamed, "This is bad news." The old man stared at the map and felt it. The wind was gone. The young man nodded hard, confirming it was really true. The book-holding climatologist swore his math proved the wind wouldn't show up anytime soon, then admitted he couldn't pin down the exact moment it would finally return. The hero leaned in with a worried face and asked if even scientists had no clue when the wind would finally kick up. And the climatologist admitted the open sea is a chaos machine. This kind of weather can linger anywhere from just a few days to 2 full weeks. One of the adventurers snapped with fear at what he heard, insisting this could drag on for weeks, maybe even more. As they piled up the sacks of provisions, one of the crew snapped with worry, reminding everyone that their food and water would run out fast. Then he pressed them. Was there any safe spot or a nearby town where they could finally hide and regroup? The crew huddled together, whispering that if the wind didn't show up fast, they'd be forced to improvise. Then one of them snapped, terrified, because it was already spiraling into a real problem. Another bearded man and his comrade exchanged worried looks, confirming that if this kept going like this, then their whole crew will get wiped out, straight up, no survivors. The protagonist blinked in pure confusion, demanded why everyone was suddenly freaking out, and then said, "I can turn seawater into fresh water." He demanded seawater on the spot, and the people around him instantly looked confused. One crew member started scooping up seawater and told them the real reason people don't drink it, because the salt messes it up. The hero yanked the salt out of the water with his power, turning it into something they could actually drink, and it blew the whole team away. One of the comrades snatched the water right away and gulped it down to test if it was safe. After taking one taste, the companions burst out, "It's drinkable." And the moment relief hit, they realized, no more dying of thirst. The whole team erupted in cheers, thanking him for saving them, and he brushed it off with a quiet, "I'm overrated." Some of the crew erupted into cheers and laughter, and one of the girls spun around to face the whole team. Suddenly, a deafening cry erupted from the ship, snapping everyone's attention to it, and leaving the bespectacled girl stunned. The crew huddled together, nerves on fire, and they noticed something twisted stirring in the water. This creature looked like a predator, and they swore it wasn't friendly. The captain snaps and calls Theo over, right as panic erupts on deck and the looming threat closes in. The protagonist stares ahead, eyes wide, and his mind blurts out in shock that he's just spotted something utterly incomprehensible. Up on the surface, they spot something closing in huge, over 10 meters long, and the fear hits hard. The captain whips his gaze to Theo and with a deadly serious look tells him, if this spirals, they'd better brace for the worst. One of the team members fires off the idea that this could be a deadly monster, and he pushes for an immediate strike, because waiting is how you end up getting everyone hurt. The moment he heard that scream, he whipped around toward his terrified comrades, totally stunned by what was unfolding. The monster is charging through the water fast, and the whole team snaps into action. Heroes slam into defensive stances, ready to fend off whatever hits them next. A weird sound snaps the air, and a heavy silence slams down as the dark background crawls in, filling your chest with the unknown and pure fear. The moment the creature pops up beside them, it's not a monster at all. It's cute, friendly, and unexpectedly harmless, leaving Thea and the captain stunned and completely confused. The creature keeps up its cheerful noises and splashes around the ship, and right there on deck the heroes stare in total confusion, completely lost on how to handle this surprise visitor. One guy on the team blurted out that he'd never seen an animal this adorable, and another couldn't stop wondering why it was so cute. Yet the bearded man snapped that they weren't allowed to let their guard down. The older man waved Kelly over, and the protagonist spun around to face the girl standing at the far end of the deck. The protagonist remembered that Kelly was a monster researcher, and once again, all those rumors about her came roaring back, plus the fact that she'd graduated from the Royal Academy young, because her intelligence was off the charts. Kelly stared at the creature and likened it to a hemipodmus, one that haunts rivers, then snapped that it can't live in salt water, and even admitted she had no clue why it's so gigantic. The researcher burst out, grinning, because this could be a brand new, totally unexplored species, and she couldn't stop marveling at how breathtaking it was. When they pressed her about what she knew of that creature in her notes, she admitted she couldn't give a definite answer, because this species wasn't described anywhere. She said that these kinds of creatures are usually harmless, but she wasn't convinced. She still couldn't shake the fear they might be aggressive. She told me these creatures hate trespassers. Once you step into their territory, they swarm to kick you out. On land, they can tear across at about 40 kilometers per hour, and in the water, they go even faster. The researcher lit up and declared, "Let's call it a sea hippopotamus," and it totally blindsided her companion. An old man watched everything unfold and instantly clocked the tension in everyone's faces, and the protagonist admitted the mess had to be settled, like, right now. Theodore leaned in and grilled Victor, asking if they could get close to the creature. This young man flashed a confident grin and declared he was ready to try and tame that creature. He strode up to the railing and fixed his eyes on the sea hippopotamus, gliding in calm waters right beside the ship. The old companion leaned in, panic in his eyes, and begged the hero to stay sharp and be careful. One of the companions snaps at the others to stay perfectly calm and frozen in place, while the protagonist unleashes his powers to subdue and tame the creature. The young man clocks that Victor's a killer leader, so his mind finally locks onto the job. No distractions, no noise, just focus. The protagonist readied himself for battle, relieved that there were no strangers around, because he had to lock in, and any extra faces would have only gotten in his way. The creature keeps its eyes on everything from the water, staying eerily peaceful as it calmly glides ahead of the ship. The protagonist shot a razor-thin beam of light from his hand, and it tore straight into the creature, locking on with instant magical contact. He calls the creature by the nickname he used earlier and demands to know what it wants from them, but all it does is stare back in silence. The companions stare, totally baffled, asking themselves if that creature really came on its own, or if something else yanked it closer than it ever should have been. He tells the creature, "I won't hurt you," and as he clocks every detail, he realizes it's not hostile, and it doesn't even look hungry. Then the creature answers, "I see." He blurts it out, trying to crack the creature's motives, and then demands an answer, Why did it come to them in the first place? The creature throws every emotion onto its whole body, letting out a long, wordless sound, like it's trapped, staring at the perfect words but never finding them. The sea beast grinned like a friend and confessed, "I didn't come near you just to hunt. I came because you caught my interest." The young man from the ship stared, wordless, at the creature, and when it answered him, it burst out with a joyful roar. The protagonist erupted in laughter and told them the beast was just curious about them, then bragged that if he wanted, he could even swim with them. So the creature burst out in happy agreement. The old man blurted in shock, asking why the hero looked so pleased with the creature, and the hero just stayed cool, saying everything was fine. Then calmly admitted he'd told the beast it could swim with them because they all liked it. The old warrior strode up to the hero with a wild plan. He asked, "Can I get the beast to shove the ship? Because, yeah, hippos are ridiculously strong." He stared at the proposal, nodded, and agreed to give it a shot. Then his mind raced, picturing that beast shoving the ship like it wanted it to break. Meanwhile, the beast cut through the water like it owned the sea, giving zero signs of attacking, and the hero couldn't shake the feeling that this choice still belonged to him. The protagonist stepped in and blurted, "I've got problems." The wind had gone quiet and the ship wouldn't budge at all, so he pointed at the beast and asked, "Can you push us?" Taming breaks down into 3 steps. First, you've got to strike up a conversation with the creature. Then you had to strike a fair deal with it, and only then issue the command. But if the monster won't agree on its own, the whole taming attempt is a bust. The kid said he was in the 2nd stage of taming, up above, watching the creature's every move, and if it didn't want this, he'd just tell it to get out. The creature promised it would help, and the young man shot back his gratitude before offering it something in return. The young man threw out every prize he had: food, a magic stone, anything. Yet the creature shut them down every single time. Even when the young man threw everything he had at it, the creature kept refusing, until confusion swallowed him whole. Frustration surged through the young man as he snapped that he wasn't getting anywhere, insisting he couldn't just ask for help without giving something back. And he couldn't shake the fear that something was seriously off with the creature. The creature finally spoke up, demanding the boy hand over his mana, like it was the exact trade it had been waiting for. The young man froze when he realized the creature didn't want to fight. It wanted to be his pet, and he blurted out, "So you really want that?" The creature nodded, confirming it. The young man frowned, realizing, somehow, his mana kept pulling monsters in, and yeah, this wasn't the first time it happened. He remembered this had happened before, back when the monsters begged to be his pets too. And now they're scattered across the world. The creature splashed through the water, squealing for mana, and the young man nodded, agreeing instantly and swearing he'd hand it over right then. The main character racked his brain over the perfect name for the sea hippopotamus, because even pets need a name. He kicked things off by firing up the magic circle right in front of the monster to start the taming ritual. Some of the team members stared in stunned silence, completely blown away by what was unfolding. The protagonist blared his name into the air and declared, loud and clear, "I'm Theodore Durkheim." He poured his mana into the creature, named it the Goliath, and boom, became its master. The creature sealed the deal by recognizing Theodore as its master, and declaring, loud and clear, that it was Begelius. The magical contract finally snapped shut, and a blinding burst of light from the circle swallowed the sea hippopotamus whole. An older friend marched up to Theodore and demanded to know what happened, and the hero grinned, telling him the taming finally worked. Then, right after it happened, sickness hit him hard. He staggered and grabbed his companion for support. The team captain blurted out, panicked, asking what happened to him. Yet Theodore just shook it off and said he didn't feel well. The protagonist had always felt rock solid about his own abilities, until something strange and unsettling crawled in and rattled that confidence to the core. Even after striking a deal with that terrifying dragon, he'd never felt anything this weird. Until now. He kept staring at the sea creature he'd just linked up with, trying to wrap his head around what it truly was. Seeing the creature grin like it meant business, the hero gritted his teeth, because it looked exactly like his own smile, and that mix-up threw him into a brief, uneasy confusion. The hero leaned in and demanded, "So, Bigaloth, did you really get the mana I transferred to you?" With a smug, satisfied grin, the creature declared that the mana tasted so good, and the hero couldn't help but blink in shock. Then a small, surprised smile slipped out. The young man stared at the scene and grinned, saying the creature finally liked what he'd shown it, and that his own words were getting clearer, steadier, and stronger by the second. Then he leaned toward Bigaloth and reminded him, "It's your turn to keep the promise you swore earlier. Now go, do it." Panic ripped through the crowd as chaos erupted. Someone screamed, "What?" while another lunged to stop them, but the creature was already in the water, ready to strike. Panic erupted on the ship. People shrieked, grabbed the railings, and skittered for balance as the vessel rocketed forward. Then everything went wild. A giant sea creature, Beigeleaf, hurled itself into the water and slammed the ship from beneath. Theodore, jolted by the sudden surge, yelled over the roaring chaos and urged the hippopotamus to ease up just a little. The young man couldn't believe it. This creature was both brutally powerful and shockingly fast. Its size looked like it should have moved slow, but it tore forward with pure energy and raw strength, and he realized it was way more fascinating and mysterious than he'd ever imagined. Victor, one of the comrades, burst out laughing that everything turned out perfectly and the job was flawless. Then Theodore, even with the raging water crashing around them and the vessel shaking on its feet, flashed a grin and echoed it back. And in that instant, both of them felt the rush of relief and pride. The men burst into laughter, thrilled that the journey was finally going right. Then Theo's whole body tensed as a bad feeling hit him hard. The ship suddenly dragged to a slower crawl, lurching with shaky, uncertain motion, and Theo instantly snapped that it had to be Goliath, shouting, "Are you worn out?" Turns out the hippo wasn't tired at all. Rage was just boiling in it. The creature fumed that Theo wasn't watching as it strained to shove the boat forward, craving praise like oxygen. When it finally got her attention, it treated it like a green light of approval. The young man sat there, completely baffled, like his brain couldn't make sense of what he'd just seen. He stared at the creature splashing in the water, and the moment he clocked how it moved, he blurted, "It's acting like a little kid." And the more he watched, the more he realized just how childish and, somehow on top of all that, ridiculously cute it was. Theo caught on and with a grin promised he'd keep an eye on him while he worked. Then Bigeliov's whole mood snapped back in an instant. The creature snorted like it was happy as can be and went right back to the job with even more fire. Sure, the young man did set a condition: swim more calmly. But that hippo's joy was so loud it basically swallowed the whole thing, and he didn't hear a word. Even with everything that caught them off guard, meeting Bigalev turned out to be way more than weird. It actually helped them, and every traveler agreed. This creature only brought good fortune, becoming a vital piece of their journey. Theo whipped up a windbreak, then basically basked in it like, "See, everything's fine." And with the wind finally tamed, their journey rolled on in way more comfortable conditions. Beigeleaf leaned in, eyes locked, totally hooked on every second. Humming a tune, he stared at the caught fish like he was piecing together a plan. The ship slipped across the water in eerie silence, and the main character and his brand new companion stared out together into the unknown horizon. A whole week blew by, and then one of the crew practically shouted that he'd spotted land. We were closing in fast. The boy blurted out that he'd spotted a brand new light, and everyone snapped their heads toward the view in pure amazement. Then Theodore hurried to thank the hippopotamus, grateful for getting them here safe and sound. Beigelev flashed a grin and let out a contented little hum, like he'd just nailed the perfect outcome. As the ship docked, people poured out and climbed into the boats, while the young man watched, amazed that after everything they'd been through and finally reaching land, everyone was grinning and in a great mood. Theodore shot out with confident pride that the time had finally come. Now they could kick off their adventure and start exploring. Their new companion clutched his courage and asked, quietly, if he could tag along. And Theo snapped that Bigelev was his pet now, so they'd all march together on this journey. The young man erupted into a cry of pure admiration. The second traveler spun around and gaped at the unfamiliar lands, and then he blurted out that he finally understood what this new continent truly felt like. Because out there ahead, so much still waited in the dark, unknown and waiting to be discovered. They huddled together, staring at the new continent like it was a miracle, and the more they talked, the more it blew their minds. Every animal and plant here looked totally unlike anything they'd ever seen, and by the next minute, the whole place felt even wilder. Victor, the expedition leader, barked strict orders: "Stay calm and don't touch a single thing for your own safety." The whole team went still, holding their breath, waiting for the next command. He barked out orders: "Decide the move right now. First make sure you're safe here, then grab the boats and haul the cargo from the ship over." The thick-bearded old man said he finally understood their panic, because they were the first ones to hit this shore. And when he saw how scared everyone was, he turned to the young man and waited for his answer. The young guy juggling those boxes was locked in his work when Bajelyov suddenly popped up right beside him. Someone barked, "Watch it," while another yelled for Theodore, and when Thea felt that sudden shift next to him, he snapped around in shock. Theo's older companion snapped with worry that Bajelyov might slip and topple by accident, shouting a warning straight at the sea beast, while Theo watched. Thanks to the hippopotamus, his faithful pet never left his side for even a second. The young man smirked and admitted, with zero hesitation, that it was damn near impossible to resist such a cute little creature. That hippo stared at Theodore with pure, cloying sweetness, and it left him to remember it crystal clear. Victor stared at the sea animal and realized he'd always craved one thing: protecting it, no matter what. He even believed it was stronger than all of them combined, yet the urge to shield it still clawed at him. And then Theo chimed in that its love was basically a miracle, while the old man guessed he might be feeling something too, maybe duckling syndrome. Though he admitted plain and simple, he liked it. The young man snapped that this situation wouldn't stop him. He clenched his fist so hard determination surged through him, and he swore that right now, his only mission had to get done. Theo suddenly locked in on one idea: build a camp here. One of the explorers said their mission was to study this land and then grow it, but they couldn't waste a second. Right now they needed a safe place to shelter. His partner warned that if they didn't raise a camp before nightfall, they'd be stuck sleeping out in the open, and Theo, staring back at old memories, let out a heavy sigh. Back then, he'd slept on the ground like it was normal, but now, he hated it. The hero flashed back to those campaign days, when everyone just sprawled out and fell asleep on the grass. Then he jolted like, "No, not today," sped everything up, and shouted it right out loud while his companion kept pushing him, telling him to get to work, now. From the ship, Theodore spotted the perfect spot on a hill, and he couldn't help but grin at their luck. Because from up there, part of the continent was crystal clear. Theodore decides it's time to scout the area from a different starting point. Then Behemoth calls out his name. Baghelia blurted out whether they were even planning to build houses here, then nervously asked if Theodore would get one of his own, and Theodore was instantly stunned. Theo nodded at the hippopotamus, admitting he'd agreed to the construction but had zero confidence in his own skills. He warned it would take a mountain of materials. Then, with pure excitement, declared that the house would be built for sure. Bajelyov beamed at Theodore with pure, warm affection. The old man smirked and admitted he'd just been pulling their strings. Then the creature, clearly thrilled, called out the young man's name. And now that it had joined their crew, he didn't care at all. The older man flashed a calm, gentle smile and urged the young one to stop fretting, then finally get to work. He told them everyone was counting on his power, while the rest of the squad was already out there chopping trees. The young man grinned, like he totally got what was going on. With sharp instincts as his guide, the young man put in the work, tested everything, and finally judged that the wood he picked was nearly perfect for just about any need. The old man clocked every single member of the group, each one dripping with experience and armed with their own crazy special skills. But what truly blew him away was how relentlessly they threw themselves into the work. Victor admitted that cramming a home for 20 people was brutally hard. Then the warrior snapped a warning, because a tree was already crashing down. The elder crunched the numbers and snapped. 4 people living there means 5 houses, plus 1 extra place for the creature. Then he just let out a heavy sigh because the grind was still far from over. The young man tipped his gaze downward and apologized, right on the spot, for his comrade's behavior. When he noticed the creature staring, he spun around, and the hippopotamus met his eyes with raw worry, asking him if anything was wrong. The young man flashed a gentle smile and told his buddy everything was okay, and deep down he even thought, "Yeah, I'm kinda a cutie." Then he sighed and admitted the truth. They'd have to tough it out in rough conditions until they finally snagged enough materials. The sea creature stared at him with trembling worry and asked if it could help, then quickly soothed the young man, telling him to stop stressing so much. Out of nowhere, the creature strode forward with total confidence, leaving everyone there stunned. Then one of the companions shot, "What's it about to do?" And the young man admitted, cheeks warm, "I don't even know." 2 warriors watched the chaos and burst into chuckles, and one of them leaned in, asked the creature what it wanted to help with, then joked that it didn't even have arms, and the whole thing ended in a friendly laugh. Bjeliev suddenly sprouted razor-sharp horns, and everyone nearby snapped into panic. The young man stared in stunned disbelief as the sea hippopotamus started messing with something by the tree. And he admitted this was the first time he'd ever seen it. The man clocked that the hippo's horns were dripping with mana, then, bam! The beast slammed into the tree and it came crashing down. The young man stared, jaw dropped, as that uprooted tree rocketed away, and he couldn't believe it. The hippo's mana-forged horns packed enough punch to make it fly. One of the team barked, "Back up," so the tree wouldn't come crashing down on anyone. And in no time a tidy pile of wood and stones sat right in front of them. The thick-bearded man stood there, stunned. Everything he needed was ready in under a day, and he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that a hippopotamus did it all just because it was desperate to help. Bjeliev has a tree clenched in his teeth and a grin on his face, but one of the group snaps, saying that even with all his charm, he could still be dangerous. Then she tells the protagonist, who listens like he's locked in. Kelly, a monster researcher, sounds 100% sure when she declares that this creature belongs to the dragon family. And she makes it clear this isn't some ordinary animal, but a sign of a terrifying, powerful species. The moment the protagonist and the old man hear there's a dragon right in front of them, their hearts slam, because everything about it looks harmless and cute on the outside, and they can't believe their ears. When Kelly confirms she's talking about the Goliath, the whole room freezes in shock. Then one of the men scrambles to calm things down, saying he gets why the researcher feels this way, because that single line completely flips how everyone sees the creature. The monster researcher told him that after poring over the creature's body during her journey, her observations had led her to a solid conclusion, and the protagonist leaned in, captivated. The protagonist admitted that once he tamed the creature, it acted completely out of the ordinary, and the researcher snapped to the only conclusion. This thing is almost certainly an earth dragon, with no other possibilities on the table. The girl's jaw dropped when she realized that the creature had swallowed more mana than even a high-ranking monster. So she snapped back to the protagonist, grabbed his words again, and demanded he repeat it because she still couldn't believe her ears. They started debating whether to tell the rest of the group the creature was a dragon. Panic could erupt. The protagonist feared, but the older man shut it down fast, saying it wasn't worth the trouble. The researcher, practically vibrating with excitement, begged for permission to dig deeper into the creature and admitted, face lit up, that it was way more fascinating than she'd ever imagined. The researcher swore this creature once roamed near the continent, then said she couldn't pin down its gender or diet just by looking, though it sure looked like an omnivore. And even then, it was still basically a child, barely grown and nowhere near fully developed. The young man shot her a doubtful look and asked if she'd lost her mind, and the old companion just smiled, saying scientists always have their quirks, and told her not to take it to heart. The girl stared at the creature, craving answers, where it came from, who it might have been before, and what secret past could be hiding behind that terrifying look. The kid creature stared at him with curious eyes and asked how you could tell if someone was an adult, and it just couldn't figure out what he meant at first. They leaned in and told him, age hides in the tail's shape. Then they showed him, an adult's tail stretches longer and stays straighter, while a kid's tail is shorter with rounded, softer curves. Theodore gently stroked the dragon's scales, then leaned in and said, "That's just how it is." The young man finally clocked it. This thing was acting like that because he was still just a kid. Theo couldn't stop imagining what would happen when the dragon got older. Then it crushed him out of nowhere. So he snapped back to reality and forced himself to quit thinking about it. The woman leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity, begged him to spill everything there was to know about the creature. And then she smirked and said, "You know what?" She burst up to him with a tense stare and snapped, "If you hear anything new, you tell me first." But the poor man just stood there, utterly confused, struggling to find the words. The protagonist told them he'd scouted the area and found the soil was rich and fertile, so the camp could finally be set up right here. And everyone nodded, fully backing his choice. The bearded man grinned and said they picked a spot far from the river, so no nasty weather could ever flood them. And he was thrilled that there was plenty of open space ready for them to build houses. Standing beside the creature, the hero realized everything was already gathered, because he'd pushed it all into place. Then another guy snapped that the creature had been working like it could do the jobs of 10 men, and the protagonist grinned, saying the land was already secured, so construction could finally start. The young man insisted everything was fine, even as people pressed him with worried questions about what could go wrong. Before he took the first step, he made himself pause and get a crystal-clear picture of everything he'd need. He clenched his thoughts tight and declared that imagination was the master key to everything, and when one observer still looked lost, he leaned in and broke it down. "So you've got to picture the final outcome in your head, step by step." He said the more complicated it gets, the more details you've got to nail down, or it all falls apart. And then he admitted he doesn't want to waste a ton of time. Sophio lunged forward, eyes locked in, and with fierce concentration he channeled magic energy to reshape the wood into solid bars, fast. The hero stared at the whole plan, rock and sand into glass, and already knew exactly how it would end, right in his own head. Then he said the next move was turning rock into metal, until his speech got yanked apart by a promising. Finally, Theodore raised a huge, stunning house that looked like it belonged to a king. He blew everyone away, watching him work. The crowd stared in disbelief at how fast and how flawless every step was, unable to hide their shock at what they just witnessed. The young man stared in shock. Everything was already set up in under 10 minutes, while the other one just nodded, still confused by how fast it all happened. Inside the house, one of the guys stared in disbelief. He never thought he'd land in a place like this, with private rooms to spare, and even the glass looked top tier, making the whole setup feel like an aristocrat's palace. The friends lit up with heartfelt gratitude, admitting they never could have pulled this off without the young man's help, and one of them even confessed he'd been dying to see how the new continent's exploration would turn out. While the young man threw his shoulders back and promised, with pure fire in his eyes, that he'd have the rest of the buildings finished by the end of the day. Everyone stared in awe at his skills, but the elder told him to take a breather. Yet the young man ignored that plea and kept working, shouting that only 3 houses remained. At last the whole camp was finished, fully built, fully ready. Neat rows of houses lined up, and they immediately declared the camp officially complete. The character snapped, asking why they never listened. He'd warned them about the danger. Then he pointed out that the door looked way different and turned to Theo for answers. But Theodore barely started to speak before the dragon's cry tore through the air. The dragon's roar ripped through the air, calling Theodore by name. And then it dropped off the fish he'd caught right in front of them. Everyone froze, stunned beyond words. Bajalev leaned in and demanded Theodore tell him straight. Did he like it or not? The kid blurted out in shock, asking if he really got it all by himself, his voice still crackling with pure amazement from that sudden "oh, I understand" moment. The dragon slammed it down and said he wouldn't stop. He'd keep helping with pure determination, throwing his heart behind the cause so hard his words basically nailed the point. Begaliaf stared with wide, sparkling eyes and blurted, "Wow," in pure awe. The young man swore the door was built for the creature to push it open by itself, and he insisted it blocked the cold tight, so the inside stayed warm all night long. Then the creature blasted into the building like a missile, slamming the young man so hard he flew off his feet. Seconds later, the boy hit the floor, stunned, dizzy, and barely able to breathe. The creature clung to the boy and blurted out a grateful confession, something it actually liked, and it even called him by name, thanking him for taking care of it. The young man flashed a kind smile and shot back that there was nothing to worry about, calling the creature by name as he said it. Evening rolled in, and the cheerful crowd packed around the fire, clinking their glasses in a big, loud toast to celebrate the brutal day finally behind them. The bearded man shot Theo a grateful nod for his hard work, and Theo shrugged it off, saying he'd always be glad to help. Plus, wow, that drink really hit the spot. Then he added that he was relieved it all wrapped up fast, with zero drama or fallout. One of the crew members called for a real rest today so they could hit tomorrow refreshed and ready to go, and the whole group instantly agreed. The young guy grinned as he devoured the boar, so tasty it blew his mind, and the girl beside him swore the meat practically melted right in his mouth. One of the comrades spotted that the tiny animal was craving a taste too, and the warrior leaned in with a curious look, sliding the meat closer for it. The scientists couldn't stop smiling that they finally had a camp, and a real chance to bond properly. One of them even pitched the idea of introducing themselves with stories, and the girl with glasses pointed out that volcanic rock was everywhere nearby. So the young scientist leaned in and said the closest mountain might be a volcano, then practically burst with excitement to explore it. The girl grinned and said she was heading straight into the forest to hunt for fresh birds and wild animals, explore the local ecosystem, and, if fate was on her side, maybe stumble on some truly strange monsters. The young man clocked it. Some of the campers carried their own vibe like a storm in a bottle, and when he did, he burst out laughing, then went right back to devouring the stick food. That young guy leaned in toward the girl, all curious, and asked what she was eating, then admitted he'd gotten so hooked on it was getting out of hand. With her mouth stuffed, the girl stayed cool and simply said she was eating the stomach, chewing the prepared piece on a stick. The boy blinked in shock and asked if she truly ate the stomach, then leaned in like, "Are you disgusted?" The girl grinned, shook her head, and said she wasn't, because the stomach was downright tasty. After that, she sat on a log by the fire, quietly smug, thinking the others just hadn't figured out how good food like that really was. The researcher basically said, "If you don't like it, don't watch, this is normal for me," then leaned in and added, "Besides, tasting is a must for monster research, and yeah, everyone gets checked for poison first." The girl fired a question at Theo. Was he really sure he didn't want to give it a try just because it was research? Before Theo could even answer, the creature beside him snapped, "I wanna try it." The sound tore across the rugged mountainside, and the area grew strangely silent near the little houses tucked between the peaks. The young man grinned at the little dragon, saying it was a blast, and the creature practically chimed in with joy. Then he promised he'd sleep in a different house tonight and made his apology, and with that, the girl waved Begaliv off and said good night. The young man told the creature, "I'll see you tomorrow," and Begaliv let out a confused little sound. Then, as they kept walking, it gently nudged him again, asking its name with curious, questioning energy. The creature named Bejeliev stepped in and dangled a shocking offer to share the night with Theodore, and Theodore stared back in stunned disbelief. Theodore still remembered the researcher warning him. Begaliv was just a child, and that fact couldn't be ignored. And then it hit him. Memories of childhood came crashing back, and that little boy in him sobbed and yelled for his mom and dad. Theodore pictured little Bigalev staring up at the night sky above the water, convinced the stars looked just like they were saying he had nobody either. The young man rubbed the dragon's scales, turned to Bigalev, and asked if he'd done a good job, then leaned in and promised, "I'm sleeping with you." Vigilia snapped the boy onto his back. Theodore erupted with joy, and the dragon answered with a gleeful cry. Theodore told Bajlioff to wait, insisting he needed to handle something first. But Bajlioff was already fast asleep, and it completely caught Theodore off guard. Bigalev was passed out cold, snoring in the cutest way, while Theodore just stared at him. Theodore gently stroked the sleeping Bajlioff, and you could see how worn out the poor guy was. Theodore shut his eyes, sighed, and told himself, "Yeah, I'll rest too," because even he couldn't deny how exhausted he was. Theodore and Bigalev sleep soundly, curled up after a brutal day, and the man can't stop thinking about tomorrow. Because when the sun rises, new things are coming, and that means more work is waiting for them. With towering mountains looming and pre-dawn fog clinging to the air, a grasshopper has frozen tight on a single blade of grass, its tiny chirp barely cutting through the silent morning. While far off, a few shadowy houses sit locked in peaceful sleep. A thunderous growl rips through the morning hush as a paw slams the ground with a brutal thud. Startled, the grasshopper panics and rockets away before danger can land. In the haunted forest, a girl with sharp ears and a flicking tail bursts into view, eyes blazing with caution. Right beside her looms a massive wolf, its glowing eyes locked on danger. She lets out a low, warning growl like a promise, ready to bite back at anything that comes too close, and against the dark, twisted trees they look like pure, primal force. Theodore jolts upright, eyes huge with shock, and then, right as the morning calm is ruined, he catches a growl far off but unmistakably real. Theodore, half asleep, slumps on the floor with Bigalev still sound asleep beside him, then stares toward the window like something in the morning sky just tugged at his mind, trying to figure out what mysterious noise ripped them awake so damn early. Between two village houses, two shadowy figures loom side by side, growling like they mean to hunt, and the dead quiet morning shatters the moment they show up. Danger is already on the way. The girl and her huge wolf stalked up to a pile of firewood tucked between the houses, both of them growling like storms, while the wolf greedily chewed on something, probably yesterday's leftovers, barely lifting its head to notice anything around it. Theodore tiptoed to the window and peered out, then muttered that the noise might be wild animals, but he couldn't believe they'd dare to creep this close to their temporary camp. Theodore snaps to attention at the terrifying thought that wild animals might have ripped into the folks still partying by the fire, and his mind instantly conjures up this vivid scene of carefree people laughing around the flames. With yesterday's laughter still buzzing in his head, Theodore watches the animals show up, and when one guy happily claims he's good too, Theodore pieces it together fast. It had to be drawn in by scraps of food left behind after the feast, untouched and begging to be cleaned up. Theodore wastes no time. He's determined to stop the camp from turning into a non-stop buffet for wild animals, even if it means abandoning the sleeping Bigalev for a bit. And before he goes, he vows to whip up at least an improvised blanket for his loyal companion. The young man tiptoes over to the sleeping Bigalev and drapes it with a light blanket, holding his breath so he won't make a single unnecessary sound. He slides across the room like a whisper, determined not to jolt his friend's delicate sleep. He let out a shaky breath, telling himself the only move that matters right now is to slip out without a sound, without waking his loyal companion. So he tiptoed from the room with insane care, fighting every little noise before it could escape. Theodore leans toward the corner, eyes sharp as needles, scanning what's out there inch by inch before he dares to make his move. A huge, dog-like creature tears into a heap of food scraps, claws and all, while Theodore squints, wondering if it's just some hungry stray drawn in by the stink. Yet the way it moves and looks makes him feel that something about it is off. Theodore suddenly spots the dog's fur faintly glowing, and right then it hits him. This isn't just any pet. It's a mana-churning beast way more dangerous than it looks. Stunned, Theodore freezes as a pack of wolves closes in. One huge beast towers ahead, its fur faintly glowing in the morning light. And he realizes with a jolt that these aren't ordinary wolves at all. They're magwolves, brutal magical monsters feared for raw power and terrifying ferocity. Magwolves are absolute nightmares, way stronger and smarter than regular wolves. And once they swarm in huge packs, they unleash perfectly coordinated attacks that feel impossible to survive. Theodore's mind raced as he pictured adult magwolves towering up to 3 meters, and even though he couldn't be sure, he swore he spotted another wolf lurking behind the girl. So why was she with him? Wolves usually cling to humans, and their prey is often children, which meant he had to figure it out right now. The young man swaggered up to them, offering to chat for a few minutes. The boy blurted out an apology for crashing their meal, swore he wasn't their enemy, and the wolf and the girl froze, shocked by how he actually looked. They bolted out of there with a ferocious growl. He could not believe they'd dump him that easily. The young man demanded they freeze on the spot, and regret punched through him. He never meant to tame them in the first place. One wolf snapped around in an instant while the other, looking like a wolf girl, backed off fast, then kept striding away. Theodore gasped as he watched the escape unfold in a blur. From her hiding spot, the wolf girl snarled. Then Theodore went wide-eyed, because his spell never failed on anyone ever. The rest of the pack stared, baffled as his companion bolted. Theodore finally muttered that maybe she wasn't normal at all, maybe she was a one-of-a-kind species. The young man shrugged, "All right, fine. Let it be like this," and the wolf let out a heartbreaking, pleading whine. The man slammed down on one knee and beckoned the wolf toward him. The young man soothed the wolf and swore he wasn't there to harm it. Then the wolf tilted its head and demanded to know why they'd shown up. Theodore burst out, "Now I get it." And the wolf snapped back, "We tracked that scent because we're starving." When he stared closer, the wolf's bones jumped out at him, and panic hit hard. He couldn't even bear to picture what that girl was going through, and he felt real, gut-wrenching sorrow for both of them. Theodore sighed in heartbreak, calling it all terrible, and couldn't stop wondering what happened to them. The wolf murmured back, sealing his fears without even saying them out loud. Then Theodore demanded to know where the rest of the pack was, or if they were the only ones left. The wolf choked out in sorrow, "I'm a bear," and then grimly confessed that the bear had slaughtered everyone. The kid practically froze when he heard the news. The wolf kept talking, saying they'd sprinted as far as their legs would carry them, until the bear crashed in and crushed everyone without mercy. Then the wolf growled, bitter as poison, that it had slaughtered every one of his relatives, leaving him as the only survivor. Theodore shot the question again, horror and disbelief crashing over him as he demanded, "Tell me, was it really a bear?" Theodore figured a regular bear could never survive a whole pack of magwolves. So this wasn't just any beast. It was a demonic bear, towering and ferocious, with glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. The demon bear is painted as a ruthless, blood-hungry monster, an insanely strong nightmare for the magwolves, and it tears through them without breaking a sweat, effortlessly wiping out one of the pack. The wolf growled that there was one left, and Theodore snapped back, asking if he meant the girl who just bolted. The wolf stared right at him and confirmed, yes, that's exactly who he meant. The wolf finally admitted she was his kind too, but snapped that she was still way too young, and no hunter at all. Then his voice cracked with real worry for what would happen to her, which is exactly why he was fighting to protect her with everything he had. The wolf threw an apology her way, said they had to go, thanked her for the treat, then swore straight up that he'd protect her. Theodore listened with full focus, weighing every detail because that wolf's determination practically roared off him. Theodore said, "That's just how it was," and his eyes burned with thought. The young man beamed and waved the wolf over to join them, and the wolf stared back in stunned disbelief, because that invitation came out of nowhere. The wolf gaped in shock, asking if they were truly inviting him to join, because the moment he heard it, disbelief hit him so hard it was practically written all over his face, and the thought of teaming up with humans felt downright impossible. Fyodor said his conscience wouldn't let him just walk away. He had to save the little child and her companions from what was coming, no matter what. He stared down the wolf, and every word rang with iron determination. This choice wasn't luck or chance. It was pure compassion and full responsibility. He couldn't forget his comrades, the ones who looked warm, kind, and ready to help. And there they stood side by side, proving they had his back. Theodore beamed at the wolf, swore he was ready to bring food, and promised they wouldn't have to worry about shelter anymore. Then he pointed out that the wolf was watching over her, and that deserved real respect. His offer was pure, heartfelt, and generous. The young man leaned in and offered a deal, shelter and food for a little help, and he just waited, hanging on the wolf's answer. Theodore leaned in and asked the wolf if he'd go along with his proposal. Then the wolf just stared back in silence, weighing every word, and the tension in the air grew so thick it almost snapped. Theodore cheered, thrilled when the wolf gave his nod, and there the wolf sat facing him, his choice already made. Because this wasn't just any moment, it mattered for both of them. Theodore clocked the wolf's snowy white fur and said they should christen him Shiro because of it. And even though the name felt weird to the wolf, doubts and all, he still nodded, ready to accept it. After a beat of deep thought, the wolf nodded and said the name was perfect, then curled up right at Theodore's feet, and the young man's eyes lit up, because that was the clear start of their cooperation. The wolf lay still, eyes calm as still water, and when he said, "If that's true, then I'm on board," the world felt like it just nodded back. Theodore snapped into introductions. "Theo Durkheim, that's me," and said he was ready to move on, then thrust his hand toward the wolf as the magical symbol lit up and started to glow. The young man shot back that by pouring his mana into the wolf, he'd christen it Shiro. And before he could even finish, the wolf girl erupted with a deafening roar, instantly smashing the ritual to pieces. The girl burst forward and slammed her strike into the armored man, right as he started casting his spell. Gasping for air, the man shot a shocked question, "What's happening?" He crumpled to his knees, staring at the ground, trying to crack the mystery of why she hid him, and what she was really trying to pull off. He couldn't stop wondering what she was really up to. The wolf and the girl backed away from the man, and when danger closed in, she threw herself over the wolf and started growling like she'd fight to the end. The girl yanked one of the wolves off with a ferocious roar, and the way she stared made her look downright deadly. The man shouted for her to stop, demanded what was wrong, and his mind kept flashing back to her pale ears and wolf tail. He figured he'd never seen a beast like this before, and the girl kept snarling like she couldn't stop. He tried to tame the situation with her, begged her to calm down, and promised, swear by swear, that he'd never hurt her. But she came crashing at him again, furious as ever, and it hit him. This taming didn't stick on her, which meant she wasn't just some mindless beast. The man guessed she was half human, or from some far-off land, and he demanded to know if she'd ever seen someone like herself before. Meanwhile, the half-human's rage just kept blazing on. The girl gasped in surprise, whipping her eyes from the white wolf to the man in one breath. The girl clung to the wolf, and the two talked in tense, worried whispers, while the man leaned toward the white wolf, called him Shiro, and demanded if he was trying to win her over. The girl stared at him with sharp doubt, then kept muttering under her breath as the low growl swelled. He figured she needed to cool off, promised her everything was okay, and that he'd never hurt her. But deep down, he admitted her raging anger was making all his words pointless. He leaned in and demanded Shiro confirm if that girl was truly one of their relatives. Shiro shot back that the girl had been adopted. A jolt of memory crashes through Shiro's mind, how they stumbled upon her as a baby, and from that moment on, she was woven into their pack. The man blinked in surprise and realized that if things were really like this, he'd struggle to find any way to truly connect with her. The man leaned in and spoke to the wary girl, kicking off his message with a teasing little hook, then flat out praising her natural caution like it was something truly rare. He snapped at her that if she even dared to show up in these parts again, she'd better not expect a clean, easy way out, because those words left zero room for doubt about what her next visit could cost. He leaned in and told her they'd lined up something special for her. Anything could be coming. And the second she heard it, her instincts screamed, "Don't trust what happens next." With a grin, the man dove into his magic bag and hauled out a sizzling steak, fresh from a local wild boar, then held it up like a trophy, bragging that it wasn't just mouth-watering, it was still warm, which made it nearly irresistible. She practically lit up at the treat, and the tiredness that weighed on her vanished for a moment. With a warm, good-natured grin, the man carefully slid the steak plate into the girl's hands, urging her to take it just by the way he smiled. Then he leaned in with total confidence, promising that one bite would taste so incredible she'd crave it again and again. With gentle care, he set a plate of mouth-watering steak right on the ground in front of the squatting wolf girl, then leaned in and coaxed her with a warm, soft voice. No shyness, just take a bite of what he cooked. His smile screamed hospitality, trying one last time to chase off every fear still clinging to her. The wolf girl hesitated at first, eyeing the surprise treat like it might bite back, weighing every detail in silence. Then her gaze snapped to the side like she expected danger to jump out, but the unmistakable growl from her stomach gave her away. She was starving. Suddenly, the wolf bolted straight at the plate and snatched a juicy piece of steak in his teeth. The man gawked in raw disbelief as the wolf tore past him at lightning speed. The white wolf dropped the piece and stared at the girl, and her eyes lit up with pure joy at finally getting such a meal. So she smiled, ready to decide. While the wolf girl gobbled her share with impatient blurts, the man stayed cool and told her there was still plenty of food left. Then he caught himself wondering if Shiro was trying to tease the girl's appetite even more on purpose. A desperate growl tore through the air, braided with the man's scream as he begged the girl, "Don't touch his hand," not while she was all fired up and ravenous. And when it was finally over, a towering stack of perfectly empty plates plus his relieved exhale said everything about how this wild feast ended. He grinned, sure of it. Everyone had stuffed themselves, and his treat had landed at the perfect time. Still baffled by how she could stuff away that much food, the man leaned in and politely asked if she wanted anything else, silently wondering just how far her stomach could stretch. While she was already clearly full and content, smiling gratefully and refusing a second helping, saying she had had enough. Then the man kept asking again, still stunned, and still wondering how much he could fit. When he heard her crisp answer, surprise hit him hard at first. Then he leaned in, voice full of raw amazement, and straight up asked if she'd truly caught every single word he'd said all this time. The girl stayed calm, gave him a quick yes, and that finally sent him into total, jaw-dropping disbelief. He blurts out that he can't believe it. She can understand both wolf talk and human speech, and that's so rare it almost feels weird. Then he stares hard at the girl across from him, who sits with her head slightly bowed, eyes full of doubt, like she still doesn't get why he snapped so violently. He unveiled a goddess statue clutching a book, a bold sign that language is a holy gift dropped from the heavens, woven into every heartbeat of human life, shaping culture and self-awareness, and proving that for humans, speaking through words isn't learned or optional. It's built in from birth. The man, stunned by this revelation and her crazy talents, couldn't stop wondering what other jaw-dropping wonders this continent had waiting for them. And then, honestly, with a hint of irony, he thanked the goddess as if it was the very first time he'd ever meant it. The girl snapped the truth to the man. She'd started out wanting to hurt him, and when she saw how he was treating her wolf, she decided it was wrong, so her defenses exploded. A sudden shock lit up the man's face when it finally clicked what drove her attack. He blurted it out in disbelief, and his memory snapped back to the instant he tried to cast a spell on the white wolf, realizing that was exactly what had set the girl off. The man spun toward the girl and tried to cool her panic, swearing he meant no harm to her companion. Then he made it clear his only goal was to strike some kind of agreement or treaty with the wolf, not to do anything bad. Squatting right in front of her, the man revealed his wild power, taming, and told her he could talk to animals, then insisted her wolf companion come with him, After that grin lit up his face, he swiveled back to the girl and asked what she'd choose, even inviting her to join their crew too. When the man made his proposal, the wolf girl's eyes snapped bright with joy, and she blurted out that she wanted it. No doubt, no hesitation. Watching her light up, he figured this meant she'd get to enjoy great meals every single day. And honestly, that was a heavy, convincing argument. The girl admitted she was sick of roaming endlessly, and she begged for a warm, safe bed to finally sleep. Then she added, breathless with hunger, that her stomach was screaming so hard her imagination instantly conjured up a feast, while the white wolf barked like it totally agreed. The man, catching that reaction, leaned in and asked what the wolf meant, like he was dying to hear her point. That white wolf barked again, snapping the man's attention back into place, so he demanded, "What's wrong?" And the girl stared at him with wide, waiting eyes like hope was finally within reach. That white wolf barked once, sharp, clear, and confident. Then the girl glanced at the man and quietly said she was in. The moment he realized his offer was accepted, he started to talk with a small hitch in his voice, while the girl and her two loyal wolves were already following him. The wolf girl laughed as she hugged her white companion, declaring the deal was sealed. Then the wolf nodded, confirming they were both in, and the man smiled at them like he'd just won, welcoming them warmly to his expedition. With a bright grin, the main character welcomed the girl and her trusty dog, calling them his new friends. With a serious face, the girl asked if she could keep the taming going, and the hero blinked in shock, because he'd completely forgotten all about it. The girl leaned in, all curious, and asked what a name even was, since it was part of that contract ritual. So the hero explained it plain. You name the creature, set the rules and the conditions, and then seal it with a spell. When the hero suggested calling her companion Shiro, the girl lit up with pure joy. She blurted the name out again and again, then spun to the dog and declared, "You're Shiro now." The girl wrapped her arms around the dog and poured her whole heart into that sacred connection. Then, right in that instant, a blinding flash of light erupted from her. The hero stared at the chaos unfolding in surprise, and when the girl spun toward him, she couldn't figure out what, or who, was shocking him so badly. The hero frowned, stunned, like his magical power vanished from his body for a split second, and he couldn't stop asking, what the heck was that? He gritted his teeth, focused hard, and chose to trigger his assessment skill so he could finally read the situation clearly. Using the skill, he suddenly felt it. Some kind of magical bond had snapped into place between the girl and her pet, and it blew his mind. The girl asked, eyes full of worry, if he was okay. Then noticed his reaction, and the hero quickly blurted out that everything was fine. With a bright grin, the main character insisted that everything was totally fine. He saw it with his own eyes. This girl could tame Shiro. The young man just shrugged and said he couldn't really explain it, then gave the quick version during taming. You share mana with the animal, and boom, a real bond snaps into place between you two. He said that because of it, the girl felt even closer to Shiro, and then she leaned in and asked, "Is it clearer now?" As he watched the girl light up with joy beside Shiro, dread hit him, like he'd just made a grave mistake. He stared in shock as she unleashed the taming skill with zero spell, and he had to admit, there's no way he would have believed it until his own eyes proved it. The young man leaned in and asked the girl her name, then offered, right there, to give it to her if she was okay with it, and she couldn't help but gasp, wondering if she really had one at all. With a shaky voice, she admitted that her name could be something like Fio. With a warm, kind smile, the young man said the name fit her perfectly, and then leaned in to tell her it actually came from a tamer out of fairy tales. The girl lit up with pure happiness and shouted, "I'm Fio." He told himself this continent never stopped blowing his mind, and he couldn't look away. Day after day, the world kept surprising him with wild, unexpected encounters and events, proving just how rare and diverse everything really was. He never thought anything like this could exist. So many different creatures, all bound together by power they can't break. And when he looked at the girl and the beast, he felt the connection click into place like destiny. the kind of miracle you only hear about in fairy tales. As the day finally faded, the protagonist stepped in and told everyone it was time to rest, then offered to drive them straight to their overnight stop so they could recharge. His calm, confident voice settling everyone's nerves and earning instant trust. She eyed him with shaky uncertainty, unsure if she should follow, and right when he sensed her doubt, he reached out, flashed a gentle smile, told her everything was okay and urged her, just trust him. Even so, a dull tension still clung to him from everything that just happened, and he couldn't stop worrying over one crucial detail. No matter how confident he acted on the outside, he remembered that bear ripping into the girl earlier, and his instincts screamed to stay on guard. Because if that monster showed up near their camp, this whole situation would turn deadly, and he'd have to step in, fight back, and protect everyone. He gathered his focus, clenched his fist, and nodded like he meant it. Nothing was going to shake the peace he craved, no matter what trouble came roaring in. Half asleep, Theo hears someone calling his name over and over, his mind swimming with confusion. Then he finally snaps his eyes open and blurts out, completely lost, "What happened?" Lying on the floor, the boy stared at Bjelliaf in pure shock, eyes wide, thoughts racing, while Bjelliaf shouted for his master and stuck out his tongue like it was nothing. Bjelliaf's eyes sparkle with excitement and a little fear, as he blurts out that there's someone else in the room, and he has no idea who they are. Theo jolts up, disoriented, fighting for his balance while he grips his head, then blurts out again, "So who's there exactly?" Suddenly the boy snapped back to his senses, spotted the girl, and blurted out to Spagalia, asking if he meant the kid, and that wolf that showed up in their lives so strangely. The dragon stared at the girl and his master with real, wide-eyed shock. Theo shoots them a confident grin, saying they're all comrades now, while the boy pats the wolf on the back and yells that it's already morning and time to get up, and Begalius immediately panics, urging him to be extra careful. Theo forces confidence into his voice, swears everything is exactly right, and reminds them that he personally invited them yesterday. Then his friend, the girl, snaps awake mid-conversation and pops open those bright eyes. Begaliv studies the girl for a beat, and the moment their eyes lock, everything freezes between them. Right then, the wolf and Theo clock the danger and start snapping at Begaliv. But he just turns his head away and clutches his forehead, realizing the girls still need a little more time to adjust to what's coming. Theo finally found the answer, sat everyone in a tight circle, and declared that they were all comrades now. Then Begaliv lit up with joy and demanded, once again, what he'd heard. He flashed a grin and swore right there that they'd officially become comrades. He introduced the girl and the wolf. "This is Fian and this is Shiro." And the boys lit up, staring at their new companions with pure excitement and non-stop curiosity. Theo leans in with pure sincerity and introduces the girl and the wolf to Begoliafa, telling him, "Sure, I know he looks huge, but he's kind, dependable, and solid," hoping they'll click, find common ground, and get along. Theo clocked it. Begaliv had snapped his gaze sideways, and when the man finally admitted he'd summoned them at night, he couldn't help sounding shocked as he asked if Theo was truly offended that he'd left him. Theo clocked what was going on, smiled at her new friends, then snapped her big eyes wide with surprise and cautiously asked Begaliv's name again. She creeps up on him inch by inch, sniffing like a wild wolf, then closes her eyes and brushes Begaliath's snout with her nose, soft as a whisper. Theo says the wolf even greets Begaliov, and the guy lights up, saying he's thrilled to meet them, while the girl keeps staring, studying that huge creature like it's beyond her imagination. The man strides up to the window, peering out with sharp curiosity, and the guy can't help thinking they're still terrified of him. But he's betting they'll finally learn to get along soon. Suddenly, the boy hears eerie sounds blasting out of Begaliath, and Theo whips around and demands to know what's going on, only to see Shiro circling it, sniffing every side with total, focused curiosity. Remembering something crucial, the guy blurts it out, how the wolf always acts like this with new people. Then Begaliath shuts his eyes and lets out a calm, patient moan, like he already understands exactly what's coming. The guys stepped outside, and Victor barreled up, saying the breakfast feast from this continent was ready, then practically shoved them to their seats so they'd eat fast. With grin after grin, the guys plopped down at the tables with the rest of the expedition crew, and one of them just beams, saying everything looks amazing. Then everyone digs in, thanks the cook, and calls out bon appetit to each other. Theo points out that every scrap of food on this table has been checked for poison, and the girl laughs that the dishes on this continent are crazy good. Then the guy grumbles that it'd be even better if they weren't stuck using kitchen utensils that look like they came from another world. During breakfast, Victor blurts out, "Theo, who's the girl sitting beside you?" With a kind smile, he tells her that tonight she just became their new partner in their wild expedition. Because right now, the girl and the wolf are happily chowing down straight from his lab. Victor leans in, curious, and asks what the man thinks he already knows about this. Then Theo shakes his head, denies it flat, and bursts into laughter like he's got proof he must have been up to something wild the whole night. Victor, locked in curiosity, blurts out, asking for permission to dig into a few details, and then he leans in, wondering if Theo's human. The guy answers without hesitation, firmly shutting the question down. He grins, looking slightly stunned, and goes, "So you've got ears and a tail, but you're still human, because the goddess of language gave you her blessing." Then he laughs, almost giddy, at the fact she can actually speak. Theo can't stop talking. He insists she's a tamer, and that detail makes her feel even more real. Meanwhile, the guy brags about her pet, a wolf named Shiro, and you can tell he's more than just an animal. He's her true friend. With a clever glint in his eyes, the man tells her she can tame without casting a single spell. And honestly, it blows him away, because he values her skill more than his own. After a long pause, the guy admits that even though he brought them here, he can't shake the feeling that things might go sideways, and his voice turns suddenly serious. Victor, though, shoots back with total confidence, and every member of the expedition backs him up, assuring them it'll be fine. The man adds that he fought right beside the heroes, and that alone means everything. Plus, he's got instincts sharper than theirs, so they actually trust him, and Theo, blushing a little, rubs the back of his head and thanks them for backing him up. The guy says he wants to introduce them the right way, then whips around to Theo and Shiro like he's determined everyone's gonna finally learn who they really are. But right then, his eyes lock onto Kelly, pen in hand, brow tense, scribbling in her notebook like she's on high alert, watching both the guys and the girl with careful focus. While the girl glances at her nervously, clearly feeling more than a little uneasy, the girl finally blurts out her name, Kelly, and tells them straight up to call her anytime they need help. Right after that, Fayu and Shiro start trembling under her terrifying stare like they can't stand it. The girl's friend, suddenly hit by how serious it is, bursts into tears and says she's scaring her. Then the wolf snaps into protection mode, proving just how devoted he is, and Kelly just stands there, completely baffled at what she's witnessing. Theo clocks the chaos, strides up to the girl and steadies his voice, telling her to calm down. Then Kelly shoots back with a cold, annoyed edge that she's only trying to make friends, and the girl fires off the truth that she's the one scaring them. Suddenly, Kelly snaps around like she just hit a light bulb moment and tells Theo to face it. Shiro needs checking, even if he keeps telling her to calm down. And she leans in, all fired up, because she swears she's never seen wolves like that in her life. He shoots a look of shock at what he just heard, then, half baffled, half stunned, turns to the girl and asks if this magwolf is totally out of the ordinary. Kelly sounds certain for a second, then drops the truth fast. This isn't fully the whole story. She steps up to the wolf, gently scritches behind his ears, and studies his fur like an explorer on the hunt. The girl gasps when she sees Shiro's fur is pure white, and she immediately figures he must be a white magwolf. Kelly whispers that he's bigger than the rest, then shoots back with confidence. Shiro is just a magwolf from this very continent, and honestly, that alone makes everything feel wildly intriguing. The guy is stunned and blurts out, "Wait, did a demonic bear really wipe out your whole pack?" Then the other guy shrugs. "Yeah, they told me," and the shock hits them like a punch. Kelly snaps again, asking if their whole pack got wiped out by the demonic bear, and the guy just shrugs like, "Yeah, I told you already." The girl frowns and thinks, if one bear can wipe out the whole pack, then his power is terrifyingly huge. And the realization hits her hard. These aren't just worries anymore, they're questions about whether they'll even be safe. Suddenly, Victor pops up and blurts that they told him about it right on time. Then the girl panics, asks how long he's been standing there, and realizes she's suddenly way too uncomfortable. The man smirks and says they'll talk later. Right now the big job is building the camp, and honestly, that makes total sense. Victor watches Theo and the other workers fall into their daily rhythm, then tells them plainly, "Bad weather doesn't scare us. If the skies turn ugly, we get to sleep too." And that promise sparks real confidence in everything they do. He says they can't just scrape by anymore. They need more food and water, but most of all, they need protection. And that's why they've pinned down these 3 key priorities and demand they take them dead seriously. They huddled up, firing ideas fast. Start with the fields first, then build a well as their smartest move. Victor snaps his eyes shut, wears a serious face, and declares they need the third point more than the rest: protection, smart and steady, but with a sharp little edge of alarm in it. The man's mind races. Asterisk, if a bear comes for us, we're toast, asterisk. When suddenly Theo, looking tense and quiet, lifts his hand like he's about to speak. He cuts Victor off, awkwardly apologizes, then blurts out that there's one last point, more important than the other 3, and the whole crowd instantly locks onto him. Stunned by what the guy just said, the man bristled and snapped that nothing matters more than guarding the camp, then demanded, again and again, that the guy explain exactly what he means. The guy yells, dead sure it's a bath. Then every single person listening freezes in pure shock. Kelly and Victor stare at the guy in shock, confused like they can't believe what they're hearing. Until the man, still baffled, asks again if it's really a bathtub, and Theo just smiles and confirms it, while Theo and Shiro stand there totally unsure what to do. He loudly declares that both the boys are filthy, and that Shiro definitely isn't a white wolf mage, but then swears the wolf's fur is gorgeous, so soft it sounds adorable. He reaches out, pets the thing, and the boys at the breakfast table can't help but get moved by how hilarious and sweet he is. Theo won't let it slide. She insists they have to wipe out every parasite on their bodies ASAP, before they start swelling up and getting pot-bellied themselves. And she slams the idea of swimming in the river right out the window since it's brutally cold, making the whole race against time even worse. With a tiny sigh, he says, "Short version, I'm not lifting a finger until these 2 are clean." Victor nods like he gets it because he's seen Theo. He's surprisingly caring. Theo blurts out, "So what now? I make the bath first, or just sit around and do nothing?" Then he admits he wants to explore the nearby area to gather materials, and Victor's eyes go wide as he asks, "All right, but how many people are you planning to take with you?" Theo shoots back that this little one is all he needs, because she knows the area better than any of them. And the moment she reveals what she knows, Theo's blown away. Theo whips around to Victor and tells him there's nothing to fear for his safety. Then he snaps his gaze toward the Galof. He declares that Galof is a dragon, and that he'll guard him so nothing demonic will ever get close. And Galof smiles at the owner's words. Theo tells Victor he and his sharp leadership can handle everything left, perfectly fine, without him, and Victor shoots him a disapproving look. Theo stands frozen in silence, worry clawing at her, and drops her gaze like she's bracing for bad news. Victor lets the boy head over there, dumping the whole bathroom mess on his shoulders. Only one rule: he has to come back alive, and Theo tells Victor, "If you need any materials, just say the word." A guy squats on the ground, stuffing his finds into a bag, and tells her he's got almost everything, only a magic bag left to seal it. When right then, a worried girl comes rushing up to him with a problem. Theo demands to know what happened, and she clamps her palms to herself, fear blazing in her eyes, whispering that it's super dangerous, because a bear is in the forest. She's terrified that Theo might die. Then the boy rushes to her with shaking hands, staring like he can't believe what just happened. Then it hit him. Theo's pack was wiped out by a magical bear. The Galef barrels toward Theo, and then, like it finally clicks, she remembers Theo's words. "We're comrades now." He slips around the guy and strides straight up to the girl. Bjeliov beams and swears everything will be okay, because he'll stand between them and danger, then grins wide and tells her to trust him. Theo stares at what's unfolding, stunned and buzzing with joy, then snaps her gaze back to him with a shy, trusting smile. She throws her arms around Bjeliov, trusting him with her whole heart, and he grins back at her with warm, reassuring kindness. Theo snaps the bag shut and tells everyone, "That's it for now," then urges the boys to head out right as the girl cuts in, demanding Theo stop. Cheryl blurts out, "What's a bath?" And the girl jumps in, asking too, until the boy suddenly snaps to it. They never learned because they were raised deep in the forest. He fumbles through some clumsy explanation about how it's a body-washing container, but the other guy just won't get it. Theo leans in and goes, "Man, this container's warm and comfy. You can finally relax and catch your breath." And Theo and Shiro just lock eyes with the guy, hanging on every word. They pictured the perfect spot to finally unwind, and their faces lit up like fireworks. Then they couldn't help asking, "Wait, is it really that kind of place where we can relax, rest, and even sleep?" Eager as a spark, the girl begs to start right now. Then the wolf yanks Theo along by his belt, and Theo snaps, "Wait." He says they first have to build it, and they'll help him with that. Then the man snaps that they'll need a mountain of big stone, and the guys stare at him, stunned. Theo says it's time to move, but they can't leave yet. They've got to hunt down the materials they need, and right when things start getting tense, Kelly jumps in and insists she's going too. Goliath pauses, then remembers this. When the crew hit the New World, they racked up some seriously nasty enemies in just one day, and they're still missing a ton of essentials, so now the next move is clear. Build a bath, and that dream finally feels real. He admits a bath gulps up tons of water, so they dive into the hard work, digging a well, burning through effort and resources to make it happen. Bjeliov wrestles with the question of what the well will truly need, then realizes it's going to demand a massive mountain of stone. He tells his friends that's why they hunted those stones. No matter what, they can't live without them. Then he dives straight into the water, all fired up, and Theo snaps him back with pure annoyance while Kelly, quick and focused, scribbles with her pen in her notebook and keeps her eyes on her own thoughts. He stares at Bjeliov and snaps that they didn't come here just to mess around. Yet Bjeliov clearly has no limits, and with a grin he plunges into the water like he owns the place, totally ignoring everyone. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro freeze in terror, staring forward with shaking worry, while Theo blinks in confusion, because he has no idea what just happened or what could have scared them that bad. The girl snaps her gaze to the boy, worry in her eyes, and she jabs her finger toward Bjeliov as she blurts out, "Will you be okay?" Theo's reaction instantly has Theo asking if they're scared of water, and the girl clamps the wolf to her chest and answers, "We're only a little afraid, and it feels completely normal." Theo starts spilling the truth. When the rain hit, they got drenched to the bone, freezing, miserable, and starving, and right then they were terrified too. Shiro chimes in, admitting that it was during the attack, and you can hear regret burning in his voice. Theo locks eyes with them, gentle but determined, and tries to soothe the boys, telling them Bjeliov originally lived in water, so everything will be okay. The girl can't help it and blurts out again, begging, "Are you sure that's true?" With a gentle smile, Theo beckons her closer. Then he swings his arms and drapes a huge towel over her, like a comforting friend making sure she feels safe. He looks at her and says, "I made you a towel, so if you ever need it, you'll stay drier and won't have to struggle drying off." He says that because of this, they'll never have to fear the water again, and it actually sounds hopeful. So Theo, trusting him, nods along and cheerfully says she gets it all, feeling her confidence surge. Theo stared at the girl on the shore, and wondered if there was a way to wipe away the fears that kept clawing at him, so he could finally soak in the moment. Suddenly, Kelly rings him and he answers with a grin. "If you're happy, you must have already found something, and that hooks my curiosity." Kelly shoots back. "I'm not chasing anything else. I just can't stop watching how Bigalef swims, and you can hear the admiration in my voice." Kelly scans the area real close and blurts out that there aren't any good stones here, and the guy nods along like, "Yeah, I'm just as confused as you are." Theo guessed the river bottom would hide huge rocks, but all he hauled up was one tiny bit of rubble, and that letdown hit him harder than he expected. Theo leans in and wonders, if we just keep following the river, we might stumble onto something huge, something that finally gives us the resources we need. Then Theo yells, "Big Goliath, it's time to go." But Big Goliath digs in his heels, refusing to leave the fun behind, insisting they can stay here longer. The boys blast down the forest path, buzzing with energy, while Theo squeals with joy as Bajliath, proud as ever, trots along with her riding on his back. Watching this happy scene, Theo can't help but smile because everyone's mood is straight up amazing. Kelly clocked it too, grinned, and watched the kids vibe together. Then she leaned in and asked if it's all because of the wolf's nature. The guy's face turned serious as he explained that wolves are pack animals with a leader, and inside that pack, they naturally fall into step with each other. Kelly's eyes light up and she fires off the question, "Is that why you give orders, and do you even want to be the leader?" And the guy, clinging to what she just said, freezes in shock before he asks slowly, "So what are you hinting at?" A shock slices through him. Theo's pack got wiped out by a bear half a month ago, and ever since, they've been forced to cling together just to survive, weighing on his soul like a brick. Realizing that, he can't help it. He wants to sweep her into happiness and hand her the confidence she's been dreaming of. Even so, he knows the truth. He can't rise to leadership because he's just a laborer. His job is to back people up and look after them. 3 heroic names hit his mind, and the moment he remembers them, he realizes he doesn't even come close to matching them. Theo clenched his fist, squared his shoulders, and declared with iron confidence, "I've got this." Because he'd do everything in his power to never let his friends down. Right then, a voice ripped through the air, calling his name from behind him, snapping him out of his head and back into the real world. With a look that screams a little guilty, "But I'm sure of myself," Jilif tells the guy he can take care of his bodily business right here, leaving Theo completely stunned, because he never saw that kind of revelation coming. With that gentle smile, Theo tells everyone, "Since nobody else here do it now, then you'll watch close, all of you." The guy fired back, asking Wilderment why he wanted him to do it. Then a quick, nervous panic slipped into his voice. Kelly scribbles in her notebook, snaps her head up, and asks if he's still clueless. Then she tells him, "We all love you, we see you as a leader, and we're brand new here, so we made our own special little group." The second she says it, he explodes into curses and grins, swearing he won't mark his territory, like that's the whole plan. Suddenly, Theo erupts in a loud scream, drops to the ground, and grumbles that he's exhausted, saying the walk has dragged on so long it's become brutal for everyone. Kelly shoots him a look, annoyed that he had to yell like that, and the guy snaps back, insisting it's her fault. At least, that's what she believes. Theo tilts his head toward the waterfall, and with a wave of relief, he blurts that, "Yeah, they finally found the exact rocks they were searching for." Theo beams and asks the boy if he needs big rocks, and he snaps his head to her, grinning, telling her he'd be thrilled if she could help. She jabs her finger at a stone as tall as she is, asks if it'll fit, and the guy nods, then grimly admits they won't be able to haul it to the spot. He then brags that they've got a magical bag for all their stuff, but, surprise, they can't squeeze a big object inside. So he insists they can only fit things into it that will fit in their mouths, and the whole thing is hilariously ridiculous. The boys stare at each other in disbelief, then at him. He holds up his palm and gestures the exact size, making it crystal clear. These are the stones they need. The girl says, "I get it," but the guy snaps back, "It's not that simple." Then Kelly, shaking off her exhaustion like it's nothing, races in with a stone and dares him to test it. Maybe this one will finally fit. Theo gives a little laugh and says he can't make the kids work, so they think it's all just playtime. Then Kelly fires back that he's way too caring and considerate. The guy, cheeks burning, blurts that he can't even explain it. Then wham, something snaps behind them and everyone whips around toward the sound. They hear Bigaliv cracking a joke, asking if that kind of stone would be their style, and the guy, completely lost, stares back in bewilderment, asking what it even is. The Jilif orders him to beam. Then, right on cue, the boy spots a massive boulder looming in front of him. He blurts out an apology to Bigaliath, convinced they can't possibly take him because he's just too massive. But before he can even finish, something up ahead yanks his focus instantly. He spots Bigaliv balancing a massive boulder on his horns, and Theo's jaw drops, stunned by the sheer madness of it. Meanwhile, the guys camped up are trading tense thoughts, and Victor's face goes grim. He's worried about the area around them, baffled that nobody's been sent to scout it, and he insists they've got to handle this problem right now. But before anyone could even finish their sentence, every single person spun around and stared at something weird up ahead. They realize something's coming for them. Then a massive shadow crashes over their sight as they stare ahead, frozen between curiosity and fear. Suddenly, a massive rock bursts out from behind the trees and barrels straight toward them. The boys stare in terror at what they've found, panicking and asking if those stones really exist on this continent. While Theo peeks out from behind the rock, swearing he didn't mean to scare anyone, only for his appearance to shock the whole crowd into silence, leaving the men stunned to see him. Victor admits he's totally stunned and blurts out how they even managed to haul something this massive here, staring at the rock in pure bafflement. Theo jabs a finger at Bigaliv, bragging that he's the one who did it, and soaking up all those admiring looks, while Kelly stares and says Bigaliv is so strong he lifted him and carried him here, and she can't think of any other reason than that his horns must be packed with a ton of mana. Kelly finally admits that Bigaliv hauled him all the way here, then shoots back that his power crushes the strength of any ordinary earth dragon. She says she doesn't want him to be our enemy, and the guy nods fast, because having him on our side is the smarter move. Right then, the camp girls gush over Bigaliv, praising his strength and kindness, when suddenly Theo, bursting with joy and pure energy, comes sprinting up to Theo. With curiosity blazing in her eyes, the girl blurts out, "So what are we building now?" She just can't wait to find out, like right now. The guy grins, nods, and tells her, "It's all because of you and your effort, your hard work." Then Theo softly brushes his hand over her head. Victor whips around to the guy and snaps that he'll have to work his butt off now, because they need an enormous amount of water, and his words hit the guy like a sudden shock. Suddenly, when Theo heard Victor's words, a wave of fear crashed over him at the thought of all that water. Fear hit the girl hard, so she snapped into action, bolted, again and again, clinging tight to her loyal wolf, and the guy swooped in without a second to spare, grabbing them and quietly telling them, "Easy, calm down." The girl clings to the wolf and blurts that water feels terrifying, and that heartfelt confession hits hard. Theo steps in fast to calm everyone down, insists they've got it all wrong, and reveals he has a plan. The man swivels toward the girl, steps in closer, and tells her that little by little she'll pick up tons of things from them, like how she's already learned to use a fork and knife, and that makes her beam with delight. He tells her that the more she learns, the less the unknown will scare her, and the girl's eyes widen with real shock as she blurts out, "Is that actually true?" Theo flashes a warm smile, turns away and strides off, telling her, "Just look at me and don't be scared." The boy believes the well starts with a giant hole, piles of stones, and a brutal dig session, until they finally hit water, the one thing their whole life depends on. Theo slams his palm into the dirt, unleashes magic, and the ground instantly crumbles and caves in, sending everyone around him into stunned shock. The boy flashes a confident grin and swears he'll use magic to crush the earth, then slice the stones into tiny pieces, and the girl can't hide her real shock as she watches the man go, her eyes shining with awe and unshakable faith. Theo snaps out of his thoughts, realizing he's about to lay stones while the land vanishes, and he might be forced to burn through the very last metal from their parts. The girl is still stunned and totally awestruck as she watches her friend's moves like she can't look away. Right now, Victor, Theo, and Theo stare down into the well, and the girl beams, asking if this is really a well. She's brimming with excitement, sprints to the well with a laugh, then nearly topples right in, staring down like she expects something magical. But Theo snaps into action, catches her at the last second and stops her from falling. He snaps at her and orders her never to pull that again. And yeah, it comes out a little harsh. Then the guy whips around toward Victor, sizing everything up, and tells him it's probably best they keep the well hatch shut from now on, and Victor nods along, because you never know what she might try next. Kelly, glued to the chaos, blurts out, "Is there anything I can do?" And the guy shoots back, "I look like this, but I work the same way as everyone else, and it doesn't bother me one bit." The man orders the girl to hit the lever. He wants her to test it first, and Theo, blazing with determination, slams her hand into the well screen with all her might. Victor shoots back, sounding stunned. "Wait, really that easy?" The guy grins and says he built it just for the child to use so it would open the way for her to jump in. Then he adds, "The well is almost running," and the whole group erupts with excitement. Suddenly the tap blasts cool water everywhere and Theo, still grinning like crazy, stares at it, no longer scared. She stares at the water in awe, and Shiro steps in beside her, like he'd been pulled there too. The girl flashes a confident grin and says the water doesn't scare her one bit. Then the guy lets out a small laugh and tells her she's got nothing to fear from water like that. Inspired by her fearless confidence, the man grins and promises to run her a bath so she can scrub up and feel spotless. Then the girl's tale goes wild as she joyfully blurts that she's dying to try it. Seeing how happy she is, he gently strokes her head with a warm smile, and it somehow boosts her confidence even more. Then boom, he suddenly drops to the ground, forcing a weak smile as he blurts that he wants a snack first, because he hasn't eaten since morning. The girl and Bigaliv clock his condition and panic hits instantly, with everyone's eyes going wide in alarm. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro's world flips. What they see hits them with a wave of pure terror. A terrifying Kelly looms in front of them, shoots her hand toward them and promises, "Don't be scared, this won't hurt." A little earlier, the boys dig in again. Theo chews his food, then drops the truth. Every ingredient on this continent hits hard with bold flavor and crazy aroma. He nods along, and the man blurts out that he's pleasantly shocked too, then explains that after using the skills for a full hour and collapsing in exhaustion, he finally wakes up and spots Bigaliath. He stared at Theo, worry flooding his face, tears shimmering in his eyes, and he demanded, "Are you okay?" And right then, an insane swarm of fish surged all around the guy. The guy admits he still feels sick, and while Kelly reads her book, she snaps, "Stop pretending." The girl admits she was worried about him too, but she insists he's strong enough that he can't dodge the job, only for the guy to laugh and say, "You know what? I'm already exposed." The man asks if they should stop so the boys can eat, since she hasn't had a bite yet either, but she glares at poor Phil, who's practically starving, and says it's way too early. Kelly insists feeding is the key to understanding other species, and she won't let them eat until every proper marking is done. But Theo snaps at her to stop and let them eat, and she's already freaking them out. He tells them go ahead and eat, but warns, take it slow, there's plenty of food to last. Then out of nowhere he suddenly spots something. He demands to know why Theo eats with her hands, and the girl gapes at him in shock. She admits it still feels brutally hard to use those devices, but she refuses to quit and gives it everything she's got. He's totally moved, thinking, "Man, what a wonderful kid, she studies her heart out every single day." The man promised her, "Work hard and I'll make sure you're rewarded," then swore that today he'd finally build exactly what he'd promised. So the girl burst into pure joy. He daydreams about a luxurious bathroom, then slams his fist and swears he's building that masterpiece today. Then he snaps his gaze downward and lets out a sigh. Kelly blurts, What happened? Wondering if the constructions got any trouble, and the guy shakes his head, admitting she actually guessed right after all. Theo thinks it over and tells himself, sure, the baths are just another building. But then he snaps. Yeah, but the real nightmare is getting the water in there. He stops, stares off, and says, I want hot water the moment I turn the tap. But then he worries. If he installs a water tank and a heater system, it's going to swallow a ton of space. Kelly asks, what if you swap it all out with a magical device? And the guy goes wide-eyed, stunned, then she pushes again. So what am I talking about? Theo clocks that Victor's hoarding all these devices, so he braces to ask. Then Victor completely misses him right before he can even get the words out. The guy says Victor already bolted to hunt for a farm spot, and Theo, looking mildly stunned, rubs his head and snaps that he's got a mountain of work still waiting. Suddenly, the guy bursts in with a daring, jaw-dropping idea and pushes them to go, or at least hunt it down together. He blurts that he's already in the hero's party, so they'll find him fast, and Theo just smiles through his nerves, thanking him for the praise while his stomach flips. With a shaky kind of caution, the man insists he has no clue where he is, until, right after he settles his thoughts, he suddenly spots a joyful Theo. They roll in with Shiro, her loyal wolf at her side, and they stare at Theo with bright, hopeful eyes, like they've already got their plan in motion. The girl perches on her wolf, and with a little snort he tells them they've got to find Victor, leaving the guy totally stunned. Then he blurts that they're so cute together, like a real team. The man smirks and points out that Theo riding Shiro is basically him parodying Begaloth. The girl's face turns dead serious as she asks if she can borrow a rope, and he blurts out sure before he even thinks. Then his brain stumbles because why would they need a rope in the first place? But before he could even finish his sentence, the girl and the wolf bolted after the same direction, and the guy surged right with them. Theo jolts in surprise and thinks, so I'll have to tell Theo that not everyone's as strong as her. I just hope I can get through this and everything turns out okay. The man slaps the last piece into place, exhales in relief, and finally announces everything's done. He knows the hardest part is still waiting, and he's convinced your bathhouse feels just like a well. He only has to picture how it looks in his mind. Theo tried to quiz every resident about what they wanted, but all he got were wild, conflicting demands. So many different requests that no single plan could ever be pieced together or brought to life. He suddenly clocks the truth. Space is tight, materials are limited, and their rules slam the door on what they can and can't do, so he can't help wondering what on earth they all share. Eventually, it hit him. This wasn't just any bath. It was a giant, open soak meant for everyone. He pictures the guys who once praised him losing their minds over his idea, and Theo confidently declares that he's already imagined the bath. Now all that's left is to imagine everything else. He hustles to set up everything he needs, washing space and a proper drainage system. Then after a while he wipes the sweat off his face and grins, saying, "Yes, I'm almost done at last." The man spun around, clocked that Theo and the others should have been back any second. Then he suddenly spotted the girl's hand beckoning him. The guy with severe tachycardia swears he tracked Victor down, and the girl beams, like it's totally true, and confirms they really found him, while the man quietly points out just how huge the strength gap is between them. The guy blurts that Victor had a magical device, and Theo straightens up, grinning, yelling, "Tell me, did he really?" The disheveled guy snaps that Victor was stunned he never told him, and Theo just cuts in. Enough talking, time to finish the bath. Then he blurts that they found the device, but he's got no clue how it even works. He says it looks ridiculously expensive, but he just can't see what's so special about it. Until Theo breaks it down and tells him this thing can transform into an entire mansion, and the guy's eyes light up like crazy. He says that, in their case, they need heat, so it heats from the inside already, like it's been made to glow. And then he adds that a device like this can always blow you away with something that feels like a real magical artifact. Theo grins and says, Just hook a cold water pipe to it. Then boom, boiling water comes blasting out the other end. The guy's jaw drops and he blurts, "You mean you had a whole mansion in your hands?" Theo chuckles, "Honestly, it'd be way better if you handed it over to me." With the magic mechanism clenched in his hands, he grins wide and declares, "All right, time to get to work." He slams the magical mechanism on whoosh, and it soars above his hand, springs to life, and glows with a warm light like it's being awakened right in his grip. The guy swears the pipe got split clean in half in each end, was hooked up to a logic device. He tells them it's all set up so the outlet delivers both hot and cold water. And now all that's left is to slap building materials over the structure, so it looks clean, neat, and ready for anyone to see. After a while, Theo strides in with full confidence, tells everyone it's ready, and declares the bathhouse is finally good to go. He praises the guy as a true jack-of-all-trades, and the moment he hears it, the guy just smiles modestly. Then Theo jumps in, rushing out an apology and saying he'd be useless without the materials. The guy grins back, saying that's exactly why he can do everything once he has them, maybe even more than they'd ever dare to imagine. Suddenly, Phil bursts in out of nowhere and sprints right up to the guy, shocking him out of sheer surprise. She can't sit still, insisting they hit the new bathhouse ASAP. Then he grins and reassures her, telling her not to sweat it because he'll have her there in no time. Suddenly, the guy up ahead spots Kelly, yells her name, and snaps her attention right to him. The girl whirls around and asks, all curious, "What happened?" Then the guy grins and says Fu needs to take a bath, and the second she hears it, her face lights up with pure joy. The girl smiles, says she understands everything, and adds that he's counting on her. Then the moment she hears it, fear hits her like a gut punch, like she just got a premonition that something unexpected is coming. He snaps out a goodbye and strides off, insisting he'll wait for them to come out, and Kelly nods like it makes perfect sense. But Theo, totally lost, blurts out where he's headed, then spins back and shoots the girl a worried, pleading look. Kelly twists her face into a scary, terrifying grimace and tells them, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." But the girl and the wolf flinch harder, shooting each other terrified, worried looks. Theo frets for them, but she knows Theo's got a little backbone. And since Kelly's stepping in for the entertainment too, she decides Theo's best left with her, because Kelly's going to help her choose the perfect outfit. At that moment, Bijeliev presses the boy, "Are you done?" And the boy nods fast, then throws in an apology for making him wait. Theo tells them that while they're stuck waiting for Theo and Kelly, he wants them to go all in, because they're finally back together, and this is their chance to crush it as a real team. Kelly slips a towel onto the girl before the bath, and Theo can't help but blurt out why they need it. So the girl flashes that mysteriously upbeat voice and tells him he'll know soon. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro burst into the bathhouse, laughing with pure joy, while Kelly's face tightened with worry. She hurriedly warned the girl that the water was scorching hot and to watch every step so she wouldn't slip. The girl swings the door open, blinks hard, and spins her gaze around like she can't believe what she's seeing. She steps into a wide, airy room, and when she spots that huge hot bath, pure delight lights up her face. Kelly can't believe it. She admits the guy crushed it, and now they've got a truly magical place, while the girl stares at the bathtub and beams like pure joy just lit up her whole face. Kelly scanned the room and clocked the floor's slight slope, built to shed water, and she swallowed hard, warning, "This place is slippery," then quickly added, "But the job is still absolutely excellent." Kelly spots that the bathtub is carved out of wood, and yet it somehow stays warm for ages, so her curiosity spikes, and she can't stop wondering what the secret behind that crazy design really is. She clocked how massive that bathtub was, and before she could even process it, the girl burst in, grinning, and sprinted into the bathroom like it was pure fun. The girl cannonballs into the bathtub, and the splashes rocket straight at Kelly. The poor girl is soaked to the bone, and she even figures out you can swim in this bathtub. So when he watches her paddle around like a stray dog, he realizes he's got to school her on some manners. Still shivering, Kelly wipes the water off and blurts, Why did I ever think I was scared of the water and refused to go in? The girl clocked how amazing Theo felt, and when she said that, the girl just shrugged and explained they love hot water because they've already washed exactly like that. Kelly blurts that she's not sure they've ever been to the baths before, and the girl shoots back that they've been to the place where hot water bubbles up from the ground. Then she whips toward the window and gapes at Kelly like, "What?" Kelly figured it out. There had to be a hot spring somewhere close by. Suddenly, the girl's face fell, and she blurted out that they can't go there anymore. Then she stared, shocked, as everyone else followed her words in disbelief. Theo says that the moment they all finally piled into that place, they swam, licked each other, and tore into the fun without holding back. The girl's tears spill as heartbreak crushes her voice. Now they can't go there, and Kelly stares at her with nothing but regret. Suddenly, Shiro bursts out of the water and lands right on Theo, then starts licking her face like crazy to snap her out of her mood. Kelly stared at them, then her eyes widened, because Shiro was right there. The girl watches as her mood flips back to bright, and then, boom, she bursts into laughter, clutching her loyal wolf right beside her. Kelly watched them and couldn't help laughing, so she decided right then to keep watching them, again and again. Theo clutches the bed linen and grins like he just got a miracle. After all this time, it's finally dry. He's stunned he can dry his clothes in just 10 minutes. Then he snaps back that he complained, because by evening the bed linen still wouldn't dry. He claims it's all in that deadly mix, fire plus wind, and then that fierce, scorching blast of air that dries out anything in its path. Theo lunges and snaps a bedsheet over Begalev, then immediately thanks the guy for helping him out. Suddenly, he catches snatches of conversation, and even feels people praising him nearby at the bathhouse. He leans in with the crowd, eyes searching hard as everyone asks the same wild question. Is it really Theo? Suddenly, he spots a girl dressed to steal the spotlight. She whips around and spots her friend staring back at her. Theo spins toward him, flashes the outfit and leans in asking, "So, what do you think?" He can't help but stare at her and blurts out, "Seriously, this outfit was made for you." Kelly grins and says her outfit is stitched from the monsters that live right here. Then she swears she told them she had her own clothes. The guy whips around, staring at her, and says he's shocked she's got clothes like that. Kelly, riding high on confidence, demands, "So who do you think I am, like? What are you even taking me for?" The boy gets it. Clean shoes and fresh clothes are exactly what the child needs right now. Then he stares at the girl with pure admiration and blurts out, "This is way better." He swivels toward Theo, leans in a bit, and tells her she's beautiful. And as soon as the words land, she wags her tail like crazy and barks back, delighted, thanking him right away. The boy whips around to Kelly and blurts out thanks for saving him. Then Kelly grins in her brand new clothes and thanks him right back. Suddenly, the guy slams on the brakes, locking eyes on something strange right in front of him. He spots Shiro, snow white, fluffy, and curled up on the floor like a tiny cloud. The wolf catches the guy staring at him, fixes him with an intense glare, and barks back like a warning. The man whips around stunned. His fur is silver, not white. Kelly pauses, then blurts out that she was shocked too when he jumped into the bath. She even thought he was some kind of local magical wolf subspecies. She locks eyes with Shiro and tells him, "No way, I'm convinced you're not just human, you're a higher species now." Thea watches everything unfold and, no matter what comes next, she's sure he'll always be thrilled for them. By nightfall, the camp's men were finally ready to hit the bath and wash off the day. Theo kicks back, takes a deep breath, and declares there's nothing on earth better than slipping into a relaxing bath after a brutal day at work. He finally gets it. Now everyone can breathe easy. And yeah, it was brutal to build, but the moment he hits that finish line, pure relief and pride crash in like, "I did it." Theo admits the only thing that's really worrying him is Begalev. Then he realizes he's way too big for them to ever share a bath together. The guy recalls what Kelly told him, that there's a hot spring up in the mountains, and decides he has to track it down himself if he wants to get the Galiaf there. He realizes how many people stepped in for him today, and an endless wave of gratitude crashes over him. Theo remembers those old days as a laborer, Any job that meant travel but never fighting. And then he nods, saying it's still great when people help each other, lifting his head as he looks ahead. Theo finally got it. This is what having friends actually feels like. And yeah, he straight up admits he's loving it. The man strolls down the path, smiling as he admits the bath was amazing. He can't even remember how long he stayed, when suddenly, Victor yells his name from out of nowhere. He froze when he saw Victor right in front of him. Then the guy shot him an apology on the spot. Victor fesses up that he totally forgot they even had that subject, and Theo's instantly tense. But he waves it off and says, "It's all good," because he's got his own mountain of work too. The man insists it's no excuse. Then Victor suddenly clamps his hands on his head, cutting him off, and a sharp, violent pain explodes across his skull. The guy panics and blurts out, "What happened?" And the man just shrugs, admitting it's nothing more than a nasty headache. Theo can't stop thinking, did Victor get slammed with work today? The boy leans in and fires off. "So what did you do today?" Victor, still deep in thought, explains that he hit the agriculture crew first, then tracked down the scientists, because they had to figure out exactly how much material they needed, and what else they could build with it, before handing out tomorrow's tasks. Theo hears him and can't believe it, blurting out that Victor is doing too much work already. Victor tries to brush it off, saying it's basically nothing. Then the guy cuts him off and warns him not to add a single thing more, because Victor already works way too much. He flat out admits the real problem. Once Victor's gone, they're completely stuck and can't do a thing without him. Theo tells Victor this is exactly why he keeps pushing him to cut his responsibilities and lighten his workload. And Victor, stunned by the guy's blunt words. He finally gets it. Everyone's split into different groups to upgrade the camp, and if even one of them gets sick, the whole group's productivity crashes hard. Theo clocks that, especially if this is Victor, and the guy just bursts out laughing, because to him it's downright hilarious. Victor laughs at the idea of Theo saying that, then shoots back a thank you, and promises that from this day on, he'll stay on his guard. Suddenly, Victor clutched his chest with both hands and squeezed harder, as sharp pain ripped through him. The next morning, the boy drags himself awake with a yawn, stretches like he's fighting sleep, and glances around the room. There are his friends, all sound asleep, peaceful as can be. He watches the boys sprawl in, packed together and sleeping under the gentle morning sun, and he can't help thinking, man, today feels calm, peaceful, and safe. He gently stroked Shiro, reliving how, right after dinner yesterday, they'd started playing, and then everyone crashed into sleep, exhausted but glowing with happiness. He realizes the guys are wiped out and still conked out asleep, but he just grins, because deep down, he knows they're still kids at heart, craving adventure and pure fun. He tells himself it's a relief they became real friends and now move as one true team. Then he suddenly spots the boys stirring, breaks into a warm smile, and urges them to wake up quick, wishing them a bright good morning. Theo and Bigalov, still half asleep, lock eyes and giggle like they've got a secret between them. Theo spots the sweet scene and just loses it. He claps a hand over his face, letting himself enjoy the moment, and suddenly he realizes they look absolutely adorable together. But once he snaps back into focus, he switches gears fast. These moments matter, so he tells them to jump up right now, because breakfast is already on the way, and he urges them to beat anyone else who might come knocking. The boy stares at the days piling up, 3 since they hit the shore, and realizes another day just broke. So they have to dig in and work non-stop if they want to keep rolling through their adventure. Right then, the room's door slams open with a thunder of stomps, and Kelly bursts in, out of breath, shouting Theo's name. The boys snap around, startled, and stare at the sudden visitor. He looks like he's carrying a worry he can't shake. The guy spots Kelly worn out from sprinting and immediately asks, with real concern, why she's in such a rush. Theo's still totally lost. He blurts out an apology, stares around like he's stunned, and admits they overslept breakfast. The girl fixes her hair and snaps back, "Not now." Kelly's voice trembles with worry as she admits they've got a sick person, and she has to pause, breathless, trying to steady herself. The girl blurts out that it could be poison, and the guy freezes, because what he just heard terrifies him, and he never saw that kind of news coming. Sick people are crammed into beds in the infirmary, and the doctors are throwing every trick they've got at the wall, fighting tooth and nail to get them cured. One of the doctors hurls magic into the poison and drives it out for good. The girl fires a warning at the doctors, saying she'll sprint to Theo in no time so he can come running to help. She drags the guy into the infirmary and fires off. "So how's the treatment going?" With tears in her eyes, the woman snaps back that everything is falling apart, because the magic meant to cure the poison, sadly, won't work at all. Hearing that, the man panics. Why on earth won't the cure magic work? He demands to know what condition they're in right now. The doctor leans in, studies every patient closely, and snaps that they've got a blazing high temperature and violent vomiting, then insists it's just the usual food poisoning, leaving the guys absolutely stunned. Kelly, now clued in, bursts out that 7 more people have fallen sick, and they all live under the same roof. She says they've tested the rest too, and they're convinced whatever they ate triggered the whole reaction. Watching Kelly, the guy realizes she's a killer researcher, top tier there, but she's not as valuable anywhere else, and now the moment comes where they need her badly. Theo leans in, grilling Kelly with real curiosity. "So you've got a healer?" And Kelly flashes a confident smile as she answers, "Yeah, I know one." She starts spreading the food across the tablecloth and insists they have to check it all, because this is exactly what those 7 people ate yesterday. Kelly leans in to ask the guy what could have poisoned them, even though he's clearly distracted, all caught up in taking care of his friends. The guy snaps his eye into analysis and then announces, "All right, I'm checking everything right now." He slowly presses his palm against the products, studying every detail like he's cracking a mystery. Doctors and Kelly lean in, eyes wide with curiosity and hope, holding their breath as they patiently wait for the verdict, whispering fast and nervous like something's about to change everything. Out of nowhere, Theo spots something weird in the middle of the products he's analyzing. Leaning in like he can't wait, the guy snatches a tiny berry and blurts, "What is this?" The girl looks totally confused and says, "It's just a normal strawberry," and Kelly jumps in like, "I've eaten tons of these, and when I was little, someone even fed me one," making it sound so safe and familiar. Kelly blurts out, shocked, "Wait, are you really saying this isn't the strawberry that grows back home? Because it looks exactly like it." Clutching the berries in his hands, the guy hesitates and snaps back at the girl, telling her that strawberries aren't harmless. The man swears this is the real cause of their illness, gripping everyone's attention as he insists those berries are loaded with poison. The boys heard that and snapped their heads around in shock, convinced they'd misheard. Kelly can't believe it. She says there's no way she'd ever guess they were poisoned just by looking, and that's exactly why adventurers have to stay alert and never, ever munch plants they don't know a thing about. He agrees with her and keeps going, saying that, yeah, this really does look like a legit strawberry. He says it could be water or soil, but he's sure of one thing. These things are old, and even if they're feeble, they're still poisonous. The girl pushes him again, and he won't drop it. He keeps badgering her about how many of those berries she ate, until Kelly finally snaps back that it was about 5. The man reassures her that this won't kill her, that she can just drink more water and she'll feel better. And the girl, finally relieved, nods along. The doctor and Kelly burst into joy, because they've finally tracked down the real cause of their illness. Suddenly, they lock eyes, faces falling as they brace themselves to tell that guy some ugly news. Kelly lets out a heavy sigh and admits the hard truth. Someone else is dealing with way more serious symptoms. She grabs the guy's hand and drags him into another room, where sick Victor lies in serious, frightening condition. Theo panics at seeing his friend sick and can't stop worrying about Victor, his anxiety tearing at him as the girl snaps that Victor has a high fever, has lost consciousness, and even though he ate as much as the others, he's still hit the hardest. The boy can't stop asking why this is happening to him, his voice trembling as panic claws at his chest. Kelly grabs his attention and tells him, Victor may be old, but he's tougher than all of us. He's not just going to drop dead from poison. The doctor scoffs at her, then twists the knife. You call that impossible? Don't you see how pale he's been for days? Theo stares at the man and admits it. Victor's been burning himself out lately, and that brutal grind is part of the reason the poisoning hits even harder. The guy remembers the instant Victor, worn out from all that brutal work, started clutching his chest in pain, and inside, Theo boils with rage at himself for not stepping in back then. Now he finally sees it all clearly. If he'd only noticed Victor's condition in time, everything could have turned out differently. Suddenly, Victor cracks his eyes open and jolts awake, and Theo, panicking, leans in and asks, How do you feel? The guy blurts out, worried, What happened to you? But Victor can barely even recognize him as he tries to rise again, only for every single attempt to fight for him to fail. Guilt crashes over him, and he blurts out an apology, swearing he's ashamed of himself and begging the guy not to see him like this. Theo shoots him a warm, reassuring smile and tells him, Everything's okay, now rest up and get your strength back. The boy slides next to the man and admits that this continent is way worse than he ever imagined. Now they've got to check every ingredient they're using and be extra careful. Victor hears it and just bursts out laughing, then nods and agrees. The man insists he has to grind because he's watching Theo grind too, so he won't let himself rest. Then boom, he goes dead silent, and that heavy tension slams back into the room. Kelly panics and blurts out that he must have passed out again. The girl warns that if this keeps going, the worst is coming, and the guy freaks out, twitching hard as the words hit him. Suddenly, he shoots up with determination burning in his chest, tells Kelly to handle everyone with the doctor, then walks out, leaving the doctor blinking in confusion, asking where he thinks he's going. Theo's heard the world calling him the best adventurer, and it hits him. He can't just sit there and let everything sort itself out. So he slams his fist down and shouts that he's going to track down the antidote. As soon as he steps inside, he spots his friends, and wow, they actually look like they care. He immediately asks, Were you all waiting for me this whole time? The girl's face tightens and she blurts out, Theo, are you okay? With nerves buzzing in his chest, the guy scrambles for the right words, stumbles through his thoughts, and finally blurts that he has to disappear somewhere for a bit. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him like lightning. Theo leans in and asks Theo and Shiro if they know the area, because he needs herbs right now. Then the man fires back, asking whether they know where those healing herbs actually grow. The girl's eyes flare with excitement, and Theo can't wait. He quickly checks that she really knows where the healing herbs grow. Then the wolf backs her up with a happy bark, like it's celebrating too. She grabs your attention and points out the window at that massive mountain, telling you the medicinal herbs are actually growing there for real. Fuel admits the herbs taste absolutely foul right now, but he insists the flavor gets way better as time passes. The guy who's thrilled she told him this beams, thanks her for the help, and then warns her he's coming for them next. That girl, a little pale, whispers with raw fear that a bear is nearby. Just hearing it sends the boy into full-blown panic too. The boy blurts out in horror, You mean the bear lives where the medicinal herbs grow? And the girl just nods, eyes dropping with a sad, heavier gloom. She claims the bear slaughtered everyone, and the mere thought of it makes her tremble with fear. While the guy's shocked so hard his shoulders slump from what he just heard, he starts piecing it together. Like the bear has claimed Theo and Shiro's turf, and that's exactly where those healing herbs grow. He starts to piece it together. Shiro's a magical wolf, and suddenly he remembers Kelly's warning that they might be something more than humans, because even Day couldn't touch him. He pictures himself on the next expedition, and right then it hits him hard. He'll probably never stand a chance against this creature, but knowing Begeliath is loyal by his side, he steels himself and pushes forward anyway. The man scoots closer to Begeliath, then blurts out a request with an apology on his tongue, knowing this could get dangerous. Yet he still begs Begeliath to come with him. Theo finally admits it. He truly wants to help Victor, and he needs Begeliath's help to do it. Begeliath just stares back, saying nothing, lost in his own head as their eyes lock. Bjeliev's face twists with displeasure. He drops his eyes, and to the boy's shock, he admits he doesn't want to go, and he can't even figure out why he should. Theo stares back, totally stunned. He can't figure out why the boy won't agree, so Bjeliv won't let it go, pushing his terms. If he comes, the kid gets to stay with him all day. The boy leans in and listens hard, desperate to figure out how he can make good on that promise. Bjeliv smirks and says he's on board. Whatever it takes, he'll do it, as long as they can finish this job and save Victor. Theo stares at his dragon, and pure joy swells in his chest because Bjeliv is his. He already knows he'll keep cherishing them and guarding their friendship for good. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro, eyes blazing with bright lights, speak up that they want to tag along too, and the guy freezes, eyebrows shooting up in shock as he stares at them. Theo stared at the girl clinging to the wolf and couldn't stop wondering, are they really going with them too? Suddenly, like Shiro was reading Theo's mind, he told the boy, "Don't worry about the bear," and said it with total confidence, way more than Theo ever expected. Theo stared back in shock, feeling utterly confused. Shiro, voice steady as steel, declares that even after they lost their family, he swears they trust him completely, and it totally throws the guy off all over again. With his eyes shut tight, the man can't stop wondering if dragging them into this deadly adventure is really worth it. But Theo gets it. If they're going to spot the herbs fast, they need to trust the plan too. Once he's decided, the boys nod along and Theo warns them. If they feel danger and he tells them to bolt, they run, no hesitation, right away. And the boys agree instantly, brimming with grit and courage. The guy strides out of the house, flashing confidence as he declares it's finally time for them to go. He admits they've got to rush to Victor in the infirmary first. Only then will they know exactly how he's doing. Kelly spots the guy and blurts out, "How's your antidote progress going?" The man shoots back that he's got a rough hunch what the poison is made from, but he still needs the right herbs to brew it. He leans in and asks, "Can you cover for the patients for one more night?" He tells them, "If it comes to it, have everyone bring them to me. If they're that sick, you've got to use the toilet in my house." Kelly's brows lift in surprise as she blurts out, "How did you pull all of that off so fast?" He drops to the moment and apologizes to her, saying he asked for too much when everything hit hardest. The man clenched his fist, eyes blazing, and swore he had to grab the exact herbs for Victor right now, before it was too late. Theo blurts out that they're pushing deep into the forest, and the girl's eyebrows shoot up in shock. Kelly snaps, "Have you gone crazy?" Because the place is crawling with dangerous animals. Then the man grits out that this is the only way to save Victor, so they'll all head there together. The man tells them, "This is the only way to save Victor, so we're all going together." And then he reassures Kelly, the moment they sense danger, they'll bolt and run. Kelly locks eyes with him, realizes what's going on, and the guy snaps that they've got no other option, then tells them to move now. The girl agrees to go and admits she can't really judge how deadly that bear is, but she insists they stay on guard, and the man just grins and tells her to relax. He swears they'll be incredibly careful. Fueled by pure determination, the boys huddle up, then burst out of camp and plunge straight into the heart of the forest for the adventure ahead. From the window, the doctor spots everything and snaps his head toward Kelly to ask a question, but she cuts him off, saying, "We've got no choice," and that they'll have to risk it and let him go on this dangerous journey. Kelly admits that even though they brag about being scientists, they've got zero clue about this continent, and that fact alone makes her stomach twist with unease. She stares at the mountain with hope burning in her chest, then begs them to be careful, because the truth is, she's terrified for them. Deep in the forest, the boy barks to the other boys. The moment he says it, or the moment they decide for themselves, they sprint away with everything they've got. Theo and Shiro nod along, trusting him with their lives, and he's set on taking every precaution, while the boy aches, wishing he were strong enough to protect them all. But even then, he swears on everything. He'll protect them with every last ounce of strength until the very end. He calls it time to move, and they charge deeper into the forest, straight for the mountain the girl named. pushing forward with burning hope and iron determination to rescue Victor and track down those healing herbs that could be the key to saving them. Kelly lets out a sharp, irritated scold at Theo, telling him to just try it. Then she keeps pressing him, demanding why he keeps hesitating and won't dare take that first step forward. Fear crashes over him as this strange offer unfolds, and he scrambles for the right words to say no, but his thoughts spin out of control. Kelly's friend tells Theo to toss his doubts aside and charge ahead, and Theo, shaking, drained, and turning his head away, knows this won't end well. Kelly fires off a regretful reminder like, "Remember that time Theo hunted stones for the well?" Then she recalls how Bigalef once begged to guard this territory, and now she can't help thinking, maybe we should try because that dragon listens to him. She talks him into the idea that maybe then other animals won't barge into their territory, and she even offers to test it on that tree. Theo covers his face, despair crushing him, and snaps that he'd never, ever agree to something like that. He scratches the back of his head and looks off to the side, like Kelly's always acted like this stuff just doesn't matter to her. Suddenly, he spots Vaya, Shiro, and Bigalef right in front of him, all staring with glittering, sparkling eyes. He's frozen in fear at what he's just seen, and he can't make heads or tails of what they want from him right now. Kelly leans in with a little insistence and tells him they're counting on him too. Then she shoots back. "Do you really want to crush our hope and hurt us?" He just freezes in total shock, staring around like, "Wait, what do I do now?" Feeling crushed by his own standards, he realizes that by human logic, this isn't some cultural thing at all. While the guys trek through the forest, Phil has clearly cooked up something genuinely interesting for herself. Even knowing it's just part of the animal's social life, the man still can't wrap his head around why it's necessary. Then, out of nowhere, Theo snatches Bigalef by the tail. The guy clutches his head and starts shaking it, totally baffled that he dragged Theo and the others into this. Then his mind races on what to do next, while the girl up in the sky already rides Bigalef's tail, grinning like she's won. As he glances back at his happy crew, doubt crashes in. Have they already brushed off this weird proposal? Even though things look bleak, he realizes they don't care anymore. Kelly clocks it too. Those kids get bored sometimes, and then it hits her. She's cooked up a fresh idea to flip their mood and get them smiling again. Then the girl suddenly screams at him, and Theo snaps around, staring her down. She shoves a huge worm right in front of his face and bats her eyes like it's totally harmless, asking what he'll say about it. Then the guy's fear detonates, and he shrieks through the whole forest as he backs away, panicking. Kelly beams and coos, "Isn't this the cutest little baby?" But the guy staring at the thing is so terrified he looks ready to keel over. He stares at her, stunned, and asks what it is, and Kelly shakes her head. She doesn't know either. She just stumbled on it by the road. Then she blurts that she even asked Theo, and the boy freezes in shock, convinced Theo knows everything. Kelly said Theo told her it had zero flavor, completely tasteless. He replayed her words in his head, like they were burning a hole straight through him. Kelly leans in and asks if he wants to try it, but Theo snaps his head no, then blurts out, wide-eyed with shock, that he's so sorry the girl had to eat it. Watching Theo toy with the wolf, he tells her this. Once her herd got wiped out, she'll have to grab at least something to eat, no matter what, or she won't survive. Kelly snaps back that real how to live isn't learned from outside, it's carved out by life itself. And if they've got a munch on every kind of worm around here, then yeah, they're convinced this is the real deal. She tells him straight up that she's saying this only so he'll finally grasp just how vital it all is for them. Then the moment he really thinks it over, he's blown away, the truth hits, and he starts trying to see everything from a whole new angle. He gets that Kelly is wildly eccentric, but he still trusts her with his life. He suddenly realizes she trusts her friends without a second thought, and the guy rushes in with an apology. He never knew just how much she cared about the girl and all the other kids. He clamps both hands on his head again, admits he really thought she was only interested in people as objects to study. Then the girl hears it and bursts into laughter, asking if that's genuinely what she's like when someone looks at her from that side. Kelly is still laughing as she asks if he doesn't wonder what they taste like. Then the guy panics and blurts that she's crazy, screaming for her to get that monster away from him. Theo snaps, finally losing it, and admits he did everything he could to make sure none of this ended up on the dinner table, only for the girl to grin, apologize, and admit it was just hilarious watching him freak out, leaving Theo thinking, why does he even need all this? The boys sprint through the thick forest, cool air and a gentle breeze whipping past them, and as Theo runs right beside her, he blurts out, "How much farther do we have to go?" The girl, all confidence while she rides that wolf, bursts out with a grin, "There's just a little left." She swears they're almost there and says that the medicinal herb is exactly where her finger is pointing. He zeroes in on the circle around him with sharp eyes and vows that he has to give Victor everything he's got. He clenched his thoughts tight, then sprinted through the forest, firing off his appraisal magic to spot anything that could help their search. Soon they slip into the tall grass, and when the wolf freezes, the girl snaps, "What happened?" He says there are herbs here, but Theo scowls and shoots back, "I don't know any." The girl snaps her head toward him and asks, "Is there anything worth saving in here?" He studies the place for a beat, looking mildly stunned, then blurts, "Wait, you're telling me we trekked all this way just for this?" He steadied his nerves, then chose to fire off his evaluation skill on everything around him, scanning for anything that could possibly come in handy. She beams at her friend, practically gushing. Can he really tell everything about an object just by looking at it? Theo smiles and admits, "You're incredible." The boy smiles modestly and nods, saying this is just his natural skill, and the girl's eyes light up as she wags her tail, admiring him like crazy. Theo finally admits he hasn't been praised for his judgment in ages, and then drops the bomb that it even lets him read people too, leaving everyone he'd been traveling with stunned. He slaps his skill appraisal into action, then drops into a total trance, scanning every single blade of grass in that clearing like it's all the clues in the world. He admits those herbs that can fight the poison are insanely hard to track down, and the girl, shining with hope, shoots back that even so, they've still got to find them. Suddenly it hits her. She remembers something huge. She jabs her finger sideways and confidently declares, "We're going there." And the man nods at once, then leans in and asks her to spill everything about what's going on. Theo snaps to it in an instant. When his foot slams down on something huge and round, he realizes this could get dangerous fast. With obvious worry, the girl begs him to be super careful and watch every step, and the guy just stares back, clueless. He didn't even realize mushrooms could explode. Suddenly, on his right, he spots a massive plant chewing down on a reptile like it's nothing. With their fear finally shattered, the boys stride along the landslides, pushing deeper and deeper into the forest's mysterious depths. As they move down the road, they spot a massive snake, and the boys instantly scramble behind a tree, clamping their hands over their mouths and holding their breath. The girl practically screams with joy that they've finally made it, and the guy, still rubbing his face with both hands from pure confusion and exhaustion, finally admits that this route is definitely not short. And yeah, it was packed with trouble. She snatched a couple of leaves, didn't waste a second, and held them up like a treasure, beaming as she swore, "This is exactly why we're here," cradling her precious finds like they could be Victor's real salvation. She flashes a small smile and says, "The moment I ate it, I felt way better." And after he listens closely, he nods and drags her along like this is the kind of wild, must-see thing you don't want to miss. With a sharp look that screams experience, he realizes it's nothing magical, just a forest-grown medicinal herb that kicks up digestion, boosts bowel function, and wipes out stomach pain. The girl snaps into rage the moment she hears it, refusing to buy such a simple answer. Like her dreams just got smashed against the hard truth. The boy stays stone calm and tells her this herb is meant to treat the stomach and the poison she's so scared of, but it won't be enough to fully get rid of it. With anxiety clawing at her chest, Fia starts to panic, thinking she dragged them here for nothing, forcing them down this massive path that might not even make sense. Theo suddenly grabs her by the head, strokes her gently, shoots down her worries with total confidence, and urges her to calm down, because together, they'll handle anything. He grins, gently strokes her hair, and tells her, "When we finally track down the antidote, this will matter." Then he praises Theo like crazy, saying she's such a good girl and that she did an amazing job. Theo lit up with joy, wagged her tail like crazy, and grinned at the guy as she happily agreed. They all yank the grass together, and the main character clings to hope. Maybe it isn't an antidote, but Victor will still feel better. Then the beast snaps his name out loud, and Theo whips around, demanding what happened to Bigelath. Bigelath tells everyone something interesting reeks in the air, but he can't pin down what it is. Then the beast finally shows up, and the guy demands it stand still. He sprints after him and yells for him to wait, and when he ducks through the trees, he spots a little pond ringed with stones. So he's left wondering if it's a hot spring. The main character stares in shock at its massive size and blurts that it looks more like a swimming pool, then squints into the distance and says the far shore is barely there. This thing is unbelievably huge. Bigelath licks the water and tells Theo it's scorching. Then the truth hits him. They're in a hot spring, not just some random pool. The guy stares at the results. Fatigue melts away, skin clears up, and still he says it's not safe. Then later the girl calls him over, notices something off, and tells Theo to look into the distance. She points out that there are herbs there too. Theo blinks and asks if they're on the other bank, and she nods, saying yes. Then she spots them, and the protagonist leans in, staring hard, thinking, "Even from here I can't see them. I can't even appreciate their beauty." The main character insists they've got to get closer, but since the source is so huge, they won't make it until evening. Then Bajalev stomps in, and the guy instantly clocks him. The beast slips into the water with a grin, lets out a slow sigh, and tells the surprised protagonist to trust him. Then they drift right along, until the protagonist tells him to slow down, and he immediately agrees. The girl insists it's fun, but Theo snaps that you can literally die and demands he go slower. The main character stares toward the shore, and the moment they see it, they realize it's already right there, like they're practically at the finish line. The Jellyaf surges through the water until it finally reaches the end. Then they slip off the beast, and when the main character shouts thanks, they're hit with a wild surprise. Flowers blooming everywhere. The main character steps right up to a meadow packed with gorgeous flowers, and pure awe hits them. Because yep, this is a full-on flower meadow. He snatches a flower in his hand, offers to show its secrets, and then locks in, eyes focused as he studies every effect it can unleash. The girl stares at the flower in shock, then blurts out to Theo, "Is this what we're searching for?" The guy stays stone quiet, and Bajalev presses him, asking what's going on. Then the main character shoots his arms forward and hugs all three partners at once, and they're left totally stunned. The guy beams and blurts out that they've finally tracked them down. Healing herbs that wipe out poisons for good. The main character grins as he lifts a flower in front of his face. Then the whole crowd locks eyes on him and erupts into happy screams. The girl keeps shouting that they finally found it over and over, and as everyone gathers flowers, the guy declares, "That's plenty." The guy beams as he thanks everyone, because they pushed themselves and now Victor's finally gonna be saved, and every single one of them stares at him, shocked. The beast believes all of this is for his brand new pack, and Bigelath beams because everyone praised him, while the girl bursts into laughter. The girl swivels toward Theo and declares it's time to head home, and Bajalev snaps back that everyone's been waiting on him. The main character grins and says, "We found the herbs, nothing happened to us, so it's time to head home." But the moment the words land, everyone drops into a stunned haze from some strange sound. The protagonist stood before his companions, and they all froze, because he looked like he just felt an evil aura snap into the air. He stares into the forest, and then it hits him. That wild aura is charging straight at him, right in front of his face, so he starts wondering who could possibly be out there. The hero yells at everyone to stay sharp and never, ever sprint ahead, because the beast snarls straight into the distance with rage boiling in its chest. And he's so on edge, he can't stop wondering who could be there. Theo looks back and realizes he's already stormed through countless battles and hunted every kind of monster imaginable. The main character lunges forward, ducks behind a tree, and peeks out, only to realize this creature is way worse than all the others combined. Then he spots a dark silhouette slipping through the bushes. He keeps staring in pure shock, mind racing with one question: who is this? Because right in the middle of the bushes a towering monster looms, an ominous aura blasting off him as he grips something in his hand. The main character stared at the creature in stunned silence, scrambling to figure out what it was, while his companions fumed at the monster, which was just standing there, unmoving. Then the creature slithers through the bushes, and the main character snaps to attention as it's creeping behind the tree. He throws his companions a sharp hand signal, hissing, "Stay here, don't peek your heads out," and they go dead silent, watching and listening as he speaks. Meanwhile, the main character grabs Bigaliv's attention and begs him not to come closer. He knows his hand signs aren't exactly genius, but he's praying Bigaliv got the message. Theo's stunned again by the aura blasting off that creature. This thing is nothing like any monster he's faced before. Is it a spirit or a demon? The girl snarls in rage and snaps at it. "A bear." She blurts out, "Wait, is this the same bear that attacked us?" Theo swears this creature looks nothing like a bear, no matter how you stare at it. Does it really look like a bear to him and Shiro? Either way, it's game over for questions, because now it's all about what Theo has to do next. The clawed creature squeezes the ropes in its grasp, and out of that knot come the scared little wolves it's tied down. They march ahead, growling low, breathing hard, and the guy's eyes go wide. He swears they're wolves just like Shiro. The main character clings to his companion's words. It was the bear that split us up. And when he finally looks at Theo and Shiro, shock hits hard as he realizes exactly where all this is headed. He jerks his head in shock at Theo and Shiro, both glaring like storms at their enemy, Baird Typh. Then they both start growling at him, and Theo's gut finally drops. There's no question now. It's him who attacked Theo and Shiro. The boy can't stop thinking about those tiny wolf cubs being herded by the creature. Then one cub lets out a cry, and the creature slams into him with full force, making him squeal. The creature snaps its mouth wide and erupts in a savage scream. Then it slams into another wolf, and everyone else starts trembling with pure terror. Theo stares, tears burning and fury flaring, and the second that monster starts shrieking again, she's ready to lunge at him. The main character fights to stay calm, because every adventurer has to, or one burst of danger could wipe the whole crew out, and he still remembers the time he stayed steady and followed the goblins. Theo vows that none of them will die, and the moment he says it, the guy shifts his focus to Bigalev. In his head, the main character challenges the beast, "Will you help me wipe out that thing?" And the beast answers with a solid yes. Theo scans his companions and orders Theo and Shiro to stay put, then meets their eyes and tells them to give him a moment. He needs to calm down, because this is the best way forward. The main character tells them to stay put and keep their heads down, while he and the Bajiliaf storm the trouble and buy time to save those wolf cubs. He starts plotting how to throw him off right now, then leans in and tells Bagaliaf to listen, explaining his plan word for word, while the beast stares back and demands, "Will everything be okay?" The main character plops down on the grass, grins at him, and tells him everything's going to be totally fine, so he can finally believe it. Theo flashes a grin and vows he'll protect every last one of them, and the beast actually listens. Bigaliv nods along, and the protagonist flashes a reassuring grin, "Everything's fine." Then he whirls around and faces Theo and Shiro. He grabs their attention, begs them to listen, and tells them not to torture themselves, because no matter how much they blame their own hearts, it won't change what already happened. He straight up admits they're not at fault for what happened, and while he's talking, Theo actually leans in to listen. Then the main character gently strokes her head. She gasps, stunned. This is the first time he's ever stroked her, and the thought keeps spinning in her head. She stares at the moment and realizes she's somehow ice calm. Then the guy finally steps up, flips the switch, and locks his eyes on the enemy's silhouette. The main character realizes he can't just jump in from where he stands. First, he has to close the distance. Lucky for him, he doesn't even glance back. So yeah, he's overflowing with confidence. Now he's got to prove fast that the other guy isn't as strong as he thinks. He pushes ahead and step by step taps into his creation skill. Then a club snaps into his hand out of thin air, and the moment he realizes he's holding a weapon, he grips it hard. But he can't afford to slip. There are only 15 meters to the target left, and that guy is closing in fast, step by step. The hero rockets out of the air, screaming at the top of his lungs, and charges straight at his enemy, yelling for him to finally get what he deserves. The monster whips around toward him, and he's almost thrilled, because now every last bit of its focus is locked on him. He tells himself Fio and Shiro are right where they belong, so there's no reason to wallow in self-pity right now. The main character flashes a smile at his enemy, silently marveling at how terrifyingly strong he is. Then the other guy explodes forward and charges right at him. He lashes out with a rage-fueled punch, yelling at his enemy, thanking him like, "You made me feel this. Now pay for it." A crack rips through the air. The monster snaps its weapon up to stop the strike, and the guy's weapon shatters into pieces. The protagonist gapes at the shattered weapon in pure shock, and then realizes his enemy hit that move like lightning, because whatever he used is stronger than his. After the monster smashes the main character, he clocks that this guy can fight like a beast, so he rockets to the side fast. The protagonist is convinced every move is going perfectly according to his plan. Then the monster spots something. Theo actually sabotaged his own weapon on purpose, so it would shatter in his hands, because deep down the fragments. Then he unleashes the creation again, and those same fragments. Yeah, they don't just exist, they become weapons. Those fragments slammed straight into the monster's face, and the monster didn't even start screaming, because the hit was dead on. Then the monster snaps the ropes loose, and the wolves break free. Theo cheers in his head, thinking he saved them and knows he has to move right now. When the monster snaps his eyes open, all he gets is a flicker from the forest ahead, and the sudden sight shocks him. The protagonist yells at Big Goliath, and right away the creature snaps to attention, opening its mouth and blasting the monster with a direct attack. Right before they started, the main character leaned in and told Bigalaft. The second that man gave the signal, he was to fire straight at him. Next, the main character yanks him down, ties him up, and keeps him there until the very end, using the very same rope they used to build the well. The protagonist snapped those shackles onto the monster, right as Bigaliv's deadly attack came crashing toward them. The guy tells the monster its time is up, and then, bam, a sudden flash of light erupts where the monster stood. The boy begged Fio and Shiro to listen, as he told them he and Bigalaf would draw his attention away, and then they'd have to sprint in and save the wolf cubs. The boy begged them to lay off the fighting, to save their brothers and sisters instead of getting carried away during Bajleaf's attack, and Fio actually managed to grab the wolf cubs and bolt out of there. She's over the moon that it all worked out, thrilled beyond words that they're finally safe, and the wolves burst into joyous cheers. So what about that monster? She stares at the guy standing right in front of it, and her mind just blows. She can't believe how incredible this is. The monster looms right in front of him, untouched, and the protagonist can't even believe it, staring in pure shock that he's still alive. Suddenly, the monster yanks open its jagged mouth, unleashes a blood-curdling scream, and charges straight at Theo. The main character can't stop replaying his wild adventures with the hero, and thank fate, his skills are still sharp, because he's already weaving and dodging the monsters crawling up below. He smirks and says he's done with this, time to end it. Then he shoots his hand forward and fires off his assessment skill at the monster. Phil stares it down, then yells at the beast Bigaliv, "This thing's scared of fire," and Bigaliv gets it instantly. The main character can't ignore it. This monster feels on a whole other level, and rage burns in him as he lashes out at everything living. You've got to settle this with him right now, because if he keeps leveling up, he'll come back stronger and smash the camp. At home, a girl clutching a tub and rag sits opposite a man. Then someone calls out Kelly, and she instantly knows they're back, snapping her gaze over her shoulder. The main character stumbles into the house clutching his head, and the girl lights up the moment he shows up. Theo leans in and asks how they're doing, and Kelly grins and says it's going great. Most folks are slowly but surely getting better. Victor's getting worse by the minute. If we don't start treating him right now, it's going to be too late, so I came here. He yanks a bunch of flowers from his bag and declares he's about to craft an antidote. Then the girl snaps, "Did you find the herbs?" And he nods, gritting, "Yeah, but it almost killed me." The main character tells her, "I'll explain it later." Then he slams the medicine onto the table, and the guy beside Kelly leans in, asking if he knows how to make it. Kelly just smiles and says yes. He's completely stunned. He's never heard of anyone using production skills to make medicines, because that kind of talent usually goes to simpler stuff like household chairs and everyday items. Now the girl finally gets it. Victor didn't want Theo there for nothing, and it all clicks. He finally blurts out that he's done, proudly flashes the bottle, and they gush that he's a good boy. Right when the girl steps in and insists they've got to hand it to Victor. He tells them, "Not yet," then hands over the assessment, explaining that even though he brewed an antidote, it might not work on the very first try. The protagonist says, "All right, now we're talking about the human body," then immediately worries. But what if Victor's too weak and the potion kills him? So they press him for a plan, and Theo slams the potion down on the table. The guy demands they hand over a poisonous red berry for him to eat, and everyone freezes in shock. Theo says the second he swallows it, he'll rip the antidote right away. No time to play around, because this is the only way he can be sure the medicine won't turn on him. The girl snaps at him not to be reckless, then hits him with the real question. If he dies, what happens to both of them? The awakened Victor's voice cuts in. He says he wants to be the first to test the medicine, so the guy just freezes in shock. They ask him if he's sleeping, and tell him to stay down. Then he says he trusts Theo and his skill, so he pops the medicine bottle open with a sharp little sound. The man swallows the potion. Then the boy screams his name at the top of his lungs, but it's already too late, and the man drops into stunned, deadly silence. Right after that, Victor's body convulses into sudden coughing, and the main character snaps, horrified, asking what's wrong and how he's feeling. Victor snaps that it's brutally bitter. Theo shoots back an apology, admitting he never had a second to work on the taste. Victor insists, "Good medicine always burns bitter." Then Victor coughs even harder, and Theo can't help wondering, is it really that bitter? Victor snaps to attention, startled by whatever just hit him, and blurts, "What is that?" Then, out of nowhere, bubbles start popping into the air. The guy is stunned when he hears the poison is finally draining out like that, and the girl grabs Victor's hand. Then feels it too. His pulse is back. The protagonist realizes that before Victor swallowed the medicine, he was seconds from dying. Then the man flashes a smile at Theo. He's already said he fully trusts him. So the main character grins and tells him to stop playing games with the old man. The protagonist spread the medicines on the cloth across the floor and told everyone he'd already finished their doses, made the girl stare at him in shock. Theo smirked and insisted she knew exactly how to use them, then turned to ask Kelly for something. Kelly blurts out, shocked, "What about the pseudo-bear?" And the guy snaps back that the feeling was talking about a real bear, then explains that for them, a bear isn't what they picture at all. He starts remembering that monster and scrambles for the right words. The protagonist insists it was a demon but lets it be a pseudo-bear. Kelly snaps, "Why do you need all these complications?" Then, if she's really got him, they pull off the win with Galio's magic, and in the end, he digs up a clue hiding in the ashes. Something sharp and prickly was stuck inside him. So the girl gasped, stared, and asked if it was a magic stone. She knows the truth. Every magical monster has a core, and once they die, it drops right out. She doesn't really know much beyond that, but this stone looks downright ominous. The main character snaps that it's not that at all. He already ran the assessment on him, and he's no monster, so the girl reels in shock. The guy admits it's way bigger than that. He's basically a creature that shouldn't even exist. And Kelly freezes, listening to Theo, completely shocked. Even his own assessment still couldn't tell the whole story. Because this is the first time he's ever run into someone just like him. The plants they thought they knew are deadly, and strange creatures lurk in the wilds that they've never seen. So tell me, how much more chaos will this new continent unleash on them? And how many more dangers will their guide have to face without any clue what's coming next? Kelly tells them, "I'll help you no matter what," and the guy just nods, then spins back to the girl. He blurts out he forgot to mention one tiny detail. Once everyone's better, he promises she'll tell them all, and she spins back in shock toward the wolf cubs staring right at her. The wolf cubs stare at the girl like she's everything sweet, and then the main character rushes to apologize to Kelly for not telling her sooner, while praying she won't keep glaring at him like he's about to get slaughtered. The weather's perfect outside, the streets are packed with foam, and someone blurts out, "This is actually wild." Kelly, Theo, and Shiro scrub the wolf cubs clean with thick foam, and the girl can't help but ask why Theo tucked the info about these adorable babies away in the background. Are they really Theo and Shiro's relatives? If they are, then later they'll get a chance to teach them the rules of life, side by side. She tells them they're freaking out right now, but there's no need to worry. Everything's going to be okay, and she won't let them anywhere dirty. Kelly blurts out that this has to do with them too, snapping her gaze to Theo and Shiro, both of them frozen in shock. Then one of the wolf cubs bursts out in a scream, and the girl whips her head toward them, stunned. Kelly rushed up and apologized to the wolf cub for poking his wound, then froze when she spotted bruises and contusions covering his whole body. Good news. No serious injuries or fractures. Still, her heart sank as she swore she'd be way more careful from now on. The wolf cub whimpers and shakes uncontrollably, and the girl blurts out that Theo told her everything. After all that brutal pain, she swears this time it'll all finally be okay for real. She pulls the wolf cub into a hug and whispers, "Don't be scared, you're safe now, and nobody will touch you here." And the cub starts wagging his tail right away. Phil rolls up on Kelly and tells her, "Yeah, you're a little weird, but honestly we like you for it." She can't stop wondering why she feels so weird, and Phil cuts right in asking what she means. Then the protagonist steps inside with Bigalef and rushes to apologize to Kelly for messing things up again. The girl grinned as she presented 3 wolf cubs, all clean, snug, and wrapped up in towels, while the guy's jaw dropped in pure shock. He blurts out why, and she fires back that it's a pain to dry them, but at least they won't freeze or catch sickness, so don't worry. They'll dry out and he'll take it off. Theo gets it right away. They've already made it work. The girl nodded along, and they both instantly clocked it. This place was no threat to them at all, especially after she scrubbed them down so thoroughly. By the way, they were freakishly calm, calmer than Theo and Shiro. And when the main character glanced over, the two of them immediately dropped their eyes with guilt like, "Yeah, we just hate the smell of soap." The girl whips around to Theo and tells him to wipe them clean, and the guy nods, saying they'll have to be fed later. Suddenly all 3 wolf cubs jerk into action, wriggling free and slipping out of the towels, while Kelly and Theo stare in total confusion, until Theo snaps to it. They haven't eaten in ages. He tells the cubs, "Hey, there's delicious food right here." They get this huge chunk of meat and can stuff themselves as much as they like. And those wolf cubs instantly start glowing with hungry thoughts of more. First, the girl yells at Theo to rush the food, and just as he's already pulling out a chunk of meat, she snaps at him to stop. Kelly finally speaks up. They've been stuck in awful conditions and haven't eaten in ages, and it's even worse than what Theo and Shiro went through. If they get fed big amounts right now, it'll wreck their health. The protagonist blurts, "Is this really true?" But that can't happen first. They're forced to feed in tiny bites, and the wolf cubs stare at the little portions like they can't even process it. Theo stared at how much food there was, snapped that Kelly was cruel, only to remember that just yesterday she'd sworn Kelly was sweet. A sudden flash rips through the scene. Then the main character stares, stunned, at the toppled bottles of medicine, trying to wrap his mind around what just happened. Yesterday, he brewed medicine for everyone and carried in those tiny wolf cubs. Then by nightfall, he was wrecked from exhaustion. The pups were going wild with Kelly and Theo, while Shiro just sat there watching it all like it was pure gold. The main character had a mountain of filthy bottles piled up, and that mess was still on him when he finally keeled over and fell asleep. So why is he suddenly staring at his own reflection in those bottles? He's thinking about the gay laugh, but it doesn't look like him at all. He starts to wonder if it was Kelly, but she looked wiped out yesterday too, so he can't be sure. Then he spots a creature hiding behind the basket, but when he asks who it is, the thing panics and bolts. Meanwhile, Beguilef and the rest are still dead asleep. The main character figures it's some tiny monster. Then a slime explodes out from behind the basket and starts squeaking like crazy. The main character stares in shock, then realizes it's a slime, and everyone laughs it off as a puny monster. But that couldn't be farther from the truth. Of course they can be poisonous. Slow minds, sharp teeth, and one goal: swarm together to dissolve, poison, or trample their enemy. And he still remembers how he bolted when a crowd of slugs came for him. He stares at the skinny slime, convinced it's nothing but pure hunger wearing a body, and when the guy tells it to stay still, the slime explodes forward anyway, leaping right at him. And Theo realizes it's already pounced. The protagonist freezes in shock as the slime springs onto his hands, squeaking like it's overjoyed. Then he blurts, "Wait, what happened to you?" Honestly, this main character has never met a slime this friendly. So what's the deal? Is the local kind different from theirs? And the second he tries to strike up a conversation, he goes straight for taming. The guy in his head tells the slime, "I'm Theodore, what's your name?" The slime answers, "Nice to meet you." But then a loud beeping cuts them off, and the guy realizes his thoughts are insanely hard to read. The slime chirps out the guy's name and claims it's delicious, and the protagonist freezes, because that sound hits him like a memory he can't ignore, so he forces himself to focus hard. Then the main character hears the slime snap his name again, and it gushes that he tastes delicious. Stunned, the main character blurts out, "Do you want to eat me?" But the slime only squeaks back, like it's got no clue what to say. Then the slime starts hopping sideways, snatching its food at the same time, leaving the main character staring in shock as it creeps right up to the jar of medicine. The main character jolts at the bottle, blurts out whether the slime cleaned it, and the slime squeaks back like it can't believe he asked. The guy suddenly hears the slime's thoughts. It loves the smell, it's so damn tasty. And that freaks the main character out because it hits him with full-on deja vu, like he remembers the exact moment with Beguilef. Fyodor presses the slime, "So you liked it because of the mana, right?" And the slime nods, thinking, "Yep, this guy's got food for us." He can't stop thinking, maybe he's marked for monsters because his mana is the perfect snack for them, right? And the slime just grins and goes, "Yeah, that's exactly it," then begs for even more. The protagonist pokes the soft slime with a finger, declares it'll be his familiar, and the slime instantly agrees, leaving him stunned at how ridiculously easy it all turns out. Every single one of them is an adventurer, and to them, slime isn't cute. It's a savage, hungry nightmare, pure evil. So will it end up blessing them or dragging them under? The main character nods and thinks, "Yeah, this is a no-brainer. There are definitely more wins coming." He tells the slime, "I cleaned the bottles and the floor too." So, was that really his job? The slime squeaks back, "The floor was dirty." Then he gets to work, scrubs it clean, and boom, the floor turns shiny. The guy grumbles as he introduces two cleaning duty officers, who are already worn out from cleaning every single day. Theo grabs the slime, hurls it up, and declares, "From today, your name is Pi, now you're cleaning," because he's tamed the little slime for good. Everyone turns to the slime like it's pure cuteness overload, and the main character can't believe it. Pi is already blowing up with fans. The sky brightens and the birds start screaming across it. Then two guys step outside and freeze, because Victor is standing there, perfectly calm, like he's been waiting. They ask if he's finally feeling better, because yesterday he couldn't even walk at all. The man credits it all to Theo's merit, and everyone's shocked, because Theo is basically a jack of all trades, and the moment he heard about the mass poisoning, he couldn't stand by, only to realize he picked the wrong team. The guys stare at Kelly in pure shock, slime splattered on her shoulders, and one of them blurts, "Wait, we want that too." So what the hell is going on here? With a grin, the main character declares, "Yep, this is Pi," and says he's finally with them. But no matter how you slice it, it's still slime. The whole company freezes when a slime shows up, but the main character quickly tells everyone, "Don't panic. When I was in the heroes group, the slime already put me through enough hell, so we're going to be fine." When the slime drinks his mana, it also melts the tension out of his body. So he ends up doing it better than the famous masseuse in the capital, while the only thing still tight is his head. It's not just the massage. He lifts a whole stack of fresh, clean clothes. Victor blinks in shock and Theo just goes. Looks like he actually likes getting dirt under his nails. Victor calls the slime useful and tells Pi it's great to finally meet him. Then the slime launches onto Victor, sinking in and draining him dry. The plates stay bare, and Victor tells everyone they've already eaten. So now it's time to talk business for today. And then the main character realizes that the massage did something to him too. Victor snaps that their work has totally ground to a halt since yesterday. Everyone freezes and listens as he speaks, and then one guy shoots up his hand and asks, "Can I say something about this?" He says that yeah, plenty of them have already fallen ill, but so far everything's running exactly on schedule and they've pushed forward farther than anyone expected. Even looking at this, you can tell. Theo is hit with the blunt truth right away. She's not going anywhere. She's staying put. And she's forced to sit with the wolves while the whole group pushes forward deeper into the forest. Theo beams about his land, buzzing with excitement for what's coming, and Bajaleev just stares. Because this moment has haunted him his whole life, the chance at freedom and independence. At first he figured it'd be brutal, but then he took a breath and steadied himself. This guy is desperate to see the lands right away. Then out of nowhere, everyone goes rigid with shock and blurts out, "What is that?" The main character whips around, heart pounding, trying to piece together how this could have happened. Everyone stares and demands, "What happened here?" Then boom, holes tear open in the ground, and the main character can't believe it. The fields are already wrecked beyond repair. Victor just grimly mutters that this is pure horror. They scan the place in shock. Yesterday people were working here, and today the ground is already blown into craters as someone sinks a hand straight into the earth. Kelly hits the ground and blurts that this can't be human work. It reeks of some monster, and the protagonist is stunned. She grips a tuft of wool and at a glance claims it's just a chimera. Nothing else to say, until the guy spots something and makes her pause. The girl says it was probably a chimera, an animal stitched together from parts of different creatures. The guy's jaw drops. He blurts out, "Are you serious?" And everyone is stunned that a chimera pulled this off. Then he turns to Kelly and demands, "Why is a chimera here?" Kelly stares at it, says it looks like her based on the hair, and admits she has no clue what it's doing in these parts. Chimeras are brutal powerhouses made by fusing countless beasts into one terrifying monster. And on top of that, they wield magic and hit just as hard as dragons. And here's the scary part. These monsters don't just attack, they charge like pure rage, and it never even crosses their minds that something stronger than that bear is still lurking here. They all feared she'd strike again, so the only answer was to hunt her down and end her. But there was one sick problem. She'd vanished without leaving a single trace. The protagonist leans in and asks Spagaliev if he can track her by scent. Spagaliev grins and says, "Yeah, I can." Bajaleev lunges at the chimera's trail, then jabs a finger to the side and demands they go, while the main character gets it fast. This won't be some quick fix. The slang seems to sense something tough ahead. Then it slips right off the guy's shoulder, and he snaps to attention, shocked. The slime starts hopping off like it's in panic, then bolts, so the main character charges after it, yelling for it to stop. And something wild suddenly takes over his mind. Pi leans in and tells the main character, "I feel the mana in you, there's a ton of it." And the guy freezes, shocked he can't believe it. Victor leans in and demands what's going on with Pi. And the guy snaps back that it looks like Pi just uncovered the one who wrecked the fields. The protagonist remembers the slime's words. He can feel its mana, and even his massage effect proves it. Turns out he can spot the tiniest sparkle of mana. Theo grins and promises, "I'll find the chimera." But the man snaps back, warning its death on 4 legs, and orders Theo to bring at least a couple more people. Theo counters, "It's a dangerous monster. The more bodies we bring, the more danger we invite." He's not out there to die. He just bolts the second he smells danger, and to top it off, Jellyaf is right there with him. Victor clasps his hands tight and warns everyone to stay sharp, while the protagonist with the Bejaliath steps forward like trouble is about to strike. They close in on the cave, and the moment the protagonist sees it, they realize this is miles from the fields, yet the mana is still the exact same, pouring straight out of that cave. He couldn't stand any of this. Charging into some unknown enemy's lair felt like a one-way ticket to death, and he knew it. Suddenly, the guy catches a strange feeling and whips his head around. Bijaleaf leans in and asks Theo what's wrong, and the man snaps back that someone else is here, lurking nearby. But who could it be? The figure looks just like the creature they already faced. He swears it's only his imagination, yet he knows he has to go back. Bijaleaf leans in and tells Theodore, "I smell blood, and someone nearby is begging for help." He strides into the cave clutching a lantern, tells Bijaleaf, "I'll light the way, stay close and watch your step," and then pushes forward, eyes locked ahead. He's freaking out with worry and someone else is yelling for help. So they rush into a room, stare forward and freeze in shock. They halt in front of the massive boar's body, sick and struggling, lungs heaving like it can't catch its breath. The main character realizes it looks like a demonic boar, but something about it still feels wildly off, no matter what. This boar's torn up bad, bleeding all over, and when it stares at its wounds, rage flares in its eyes and it growls like it's about to explode. The main character steps in and begs it to calm down. He blurts out an apology for crashing into his house, and if he doesn't feel hostile, he won't attack. Theo says, "If you don't mind, can I treat this wound?" And just as the words leave his mouth, something lurks behind them. Out of nowhere, a man lunges in and drives a sword into the scene, yelling that Theo must not touch the boar, while Bijaleaf scrambles to shove him out of the hit at the last second. He's absolutely blown away by that flawless swordsmanship. Like, if it wasn't for Bijaleaf, he'd swear this isn't just a fighter, but a real person with a pulse. Theo realizes they're not alone, and the girl suddenly feels sick out of nowhere. A guy darts forward, catches the falling girl and shouts, "Are you okay?" Then he clocks it. A fever is burning hot in her. The girl blurts out, "Are you Theo?" And the guy freezes, because the main character instantly spots Giselle, and her smile lights everything up. He remembers everything they went through together and blurts out, shocked, "Why are you here?" And she just beams at him with a warm smile. She pops to her feet, tells the guy he hasn't changed, and laughs. Then Theo snaps to it. It's Giselle Lulitz. The girl, the hero who saved humanity, finally meets him and drops the words, "We did it." But she's hit with nausea, and he instantly tells her to slow down and not push herself. Then he snaps, "Did you eat again and get poisoned?" Giselle just stares back and fires, "So who do you think I am?" Lately she's been living on nothing but red berries, and the guy catches on fast, so when the girl begs, he's told to at least crack a smile. He lets out a heavy sigh, tells her he's got a million questions for her. But first, he demands to know why she tried to kill him, and the girl freezes, then finally blurts out that she only believed Borber was under attack. Still, he presses her for her name one more time. The guy leans in and asks Giselle if she means that boar. Then Giselle snaps back that it isn't a boar at all. It's a chimera. The protagonist tells her she looks nothing like he pictured, and Giselle smirks. She's a chimera, just not the same kind they've seen before. Theo scoffs at the idea that there's any logic in it. Fine, whatever. If Giselle says so, then that's the truth, no questions. Because in the end, the gods pick the heroes. And once they step forward, their power and understanding blow past anything ordinary mortals could ever imagine. He thinks if Boar isn't dangerous to others, then it needs to be checked. And the girl fires back, asking if he's even listening to himself. The guy blurts out an apology, and the girl admits she'd seriously love him to help Boar first. Then the guy nods and tells her, "Your heart's in the right place." She's in rough shape, so she has to heal herself first. And the moment the girl snaps in anger, she demands help right away, not later. Not Boar, just now. If you don't, that baby's gonna worry like crazy. Right beside the big boar, a tiny one is whining and grunting pitifully. He locks eyes with the girl and goes, "So that's what our hero is like." She's painfully kind, always putting everyone else before herself. Then the main character declares that Boar will live. He's the one who helped Giselle, and even makes sure she gets a real, peaceful rest. The girl turns around and thanks him for it. She tells him he's amazing like always, and after that first sip she suddenly feels worlds better. Then he practically begs her to stop praising him, because she's the hero and she can cure herself. The girl points at the evil Goliath and demands who it is. Then the guy tells Theo she went after them. Rage boiled in his veins, could he strike her too? Confusion gnaws at him, so he demands he stand still because she isn't their enemy. She finally realizes his name is Goliath, and it hits her like a lightning strike, because she's seeing a living dragon for the very first time. She says he's cute, boom. Now that cute hippo is gone and in its place, a cute dragon. Goliath beams as she scrambles up to hug her, and the guy realizes in a blink he's completely changed his mind. So, is he really a dragon? He's got a couple questions lined up for Giselle. First, they have to haul themselves back to camp, because the others are panicking and worried sick. Every single person stares at the fair-haired guy who spoke to them earlier, completely thrown off, eyes wide, shocked and confused. Giselle struts in with a bright smile, waves a hand at everyone, and even greets the crowd. Meanwhile, Theo and Goliath trail behind her, and the second she shows up, everyone around them freezes in shock. Victor corners her and blurts out, surprised, "Wait, what did you forget here?" Giselle shoots back that it's been ages since they last saw each other. He greets her coolly at first, then snaps right back to the question. He whips around to Theo and demands an explanation. "Can you tell me?" Theo just shrugs like, "Honestly, I'd love to know too." Theo demands to know how Giselle ended up here, and she swears it's the same story as everyone else. She joined an expedition, then begged a friend for a ride here. When he presses whether they even know him, she finally gets it and admits they're the same ones who rolled in on a tiny boat. The main character finally realizes he wasn't in that cave at all, so where the heck is her friend now? Victor snaps loudly. This isn't funny anymore. They press her about what she's doing in the capital, because the hero doesn't just hand out rewards to brave warriors. He also steps in for the king's personal missions. The girl grins, asks about their job, drops the bomb that she got fired, and the shock hits Victor so hard that he collapses and loses consciousness. Theo shrieks that Victor has passed out again, and they force the panic to the side. "Wake up, you just recovered, we've got to treat you again." Meanwhile, the main character and Giselle are on the move, heading toward wherever this is going next. She says she can't just lay it all out and hope for the best. If she wants this nightmare to never hit again, she has to do more, and Victor lies down to recover. The girl darts around in shock and blurts, "Theo, did you do all this?" Then he tells her how the well works. He glares at the girl with heavy gloom and demands she explain herself first. Then he scares the life out of her. And honestly, what's the big deal whether she's here? He still hated working in the kingdom too, so Theo was genuinely thrown off. 10 years after she crushed the demon lord, Giselle was drowning in heroic duties. Yet she still stole the spotlight, because everyone loved her and cheered her on. She always grumbled about her new duties. So Theo leaned in and asked if she meant the speeches he'd been sent to give at ceremonies too. She nodded, because yeah, he'd landed that fun assignment, and she would always trade ideas with Lilia. And then she hit on a killer plan. Because the guy still remembers Lilia, the sorceress from the hero's group. The girl shoved a stack of papers into his hands and demanded he rush them straight to the royal castle. Giselle leaned in and asked Lilia if those were really her reports. Lilia nodded, and then Giselle pointed to the page and demanded why her name was on it, while Lilia stared back, blankly saying she didn't remember writing a single thing like that. Lilia lays it all on the table. She rips into the kingdom's dirty secrets, from sluggish sewage upkeep to a healthcare system that's rotting from the inside, and she's not leaving a single thing unchecked. She tells him, "When I march all this straight to the king, the whole castle is gonna erupt." The protagonist is completely stunned. Giselle never chased fame or glory, which is exactly why, after the war, she couldn't stand her job anymore, because all she truly wanted was adventure. Still, everyone treated her like a tool, yet she was the savior who could feel her own anger. So what happens if she finally fights back? If Giselle ever steps into politics, the king gulps down the reports in total shock, and she just grins, claiming everyone was terrified out of their minds, because she had the time of her life. The guy finally clocks it. Giselle is way more famous than the king, and once the higher-ups catch up, they panic and decide she can't stay in the kingdom. So they rip her out of the castle and fire her on the spot. So she swings back into being an adventurer, grinning wide as she says she felt it, right away, straight in her soul. The girl says that the second she thanked Lilia, it hit her. He'd vanished onto an unknown continent, and she just can't stop giggling. Honestly, Giselle figured he'd be blown away the moment he saw her, because he knew, deep down, this was exactly what she wanted. The girl insists this is exactly it. Then she begs Theo to show her the sights, but Theo cuts in first and demands, "So what are you planning to do here?" And then she fires another question. Who in the world wounded Boa Boa? The girl can't even tell if he's alone, because she's got no answers at all. Theo says there's nothing left to do, he's too huge to move and the wound is too deep. He refuses to disturb him. Then Theo promises, "I'll come back tomorrow," and points out, "This is where the kitchen is." The girl blurts out an apology to the main character for being selfish. But Balaboa really did take care of her, and the guy keeps pressing her about it again. She swears that the second she got here, she sprinted to find them. But all she got was silence, because she couldn't uncover a single thing. Giselle tore through the place looking for them, but hunger and exhaustion hit hard. Then, out of nowhere, she bumped into Boa Boa. The main character asks, "So, did you really step into battle with me?" And the girl shakes her head, "Nope. Turns out you weren't scary at all. You were genuinely nice and kind." He even slid her some food and stuck around to help her for a couple days, and now the main character wondering if she can click with him without any taming skills. Then he leans in and tells her, "Yeah, there are bads here." The girl bursts out that he got attacked last night, no warning at all. Yet somehow he still stumbled back to them, wrecked and badly wounded. Then he dropped into sleep, while she gobbled those red berries, because the guy still can't wrap his head around the fact that anyone could have hurt him. But did she actually spot who did it? She swears the person, whatever they were, doesn't look like a single monster or animal she's ever seen before. From far away, he looks like a bear. Then his body reeks with miasma, but step closer and you'll see the truth. He's way more human than animal, and the aura around him is downright terrifying. So when the protagonist spots the creature and realizes it matches the description of the monster he just fought, pure shock hits him like a punch. The protagonist leans in and asks the girl if the creature really looked like him, and when she sees his description, she snaps back that the creature was him. Exactly. He's exactly like the main character remembers. Same vibe, same everything. And he quizzed her on what happened right after he took off and ran. Giselle tells him she either killed him, or that she absolutely shouldn't have, and the guy just stares in shock, stunned it was that easy for her. He tells Theo that he only beat him thanks to Bajiliaf, and Theo realizes she's a true hero with real power. So the girl shoots him an apology, right there. Giselle tells Boa Boa she's still in her debt, and that she's taking revenge on that creature, no matter what. She snapped with pure rage and swung her sword straight through the creature. And yeah, she swore it had massive horns too, nothing like the one the main character took down. But because they're that kind of species, their mere existence turns into a massive threat. He realizes there are way too many of them, so how is he even supposed to fight back? The girl is stunned by something breathtaking. She stands on the cliff, stares down at the pond, and watches the sun sink across the horizon, completely blown away by how breathtaking it is. Giselle blurts that she hasn't seen scenery this gorgeous in 10 whole years, and the main character immediately thinks she's just being way too dramatic. But the girl snaps back, because they've all seen those views together before, and it slams her with memories like a wave. And the girl has no pricier memories than those, because that moment lit up her heart, and she still remembers every single one of her friends. 10 years slipped by since that day. Back then, she was only 14, and she didn't even know she stood out from everyone else until the truth hit, and everything changed. She can't shake the thought that this is downright disturbing, because once it happened, something in her knew it would never be the same again. One day she ran straight into an enemy even she couldn't take on. So tell me, what was she supposed to do next? The girl snapped into silence, and the guy swung his head toward her, like that jolted her back to her senses. He held up 2 mugs and asked what was wrong, if she'd gone quiet and pulled into herself again. Giselle tells him, "My turn to stand watch, go ahead and rest." But the guy snaps back, "I don't want to sleep at all." The girl sits there, calm as can be, sipping from her mug. Then the main character talks to her, and the guy suddenly uses his creation to bring a teddy bear to life, shocking her into silence. She snatches it into her hand, and the main character can't shake the feeling that something's been off with her lately. Giselle asks what's wrong, and then he decides to treat her like a kid. He snaps at her, saying she's just a kid, while he claims he's the oldest in their group, has 0 fighting talent, and she's only 14. And now she's already got the whole world on her shoulders, so she doesn't need to drag every single responsibility onto her back too. There are things she can't pull off, but they can, and asking for help isn't something to be ashamed of. After all, they're friends, comrades, even, while the main character and the girl clutching a teddy bear just stare into the fire, lost in thought. Giselle tells him that ever since, she's convinced nothing she does could ever measure up to him. And Theo can't help but wonder if he really said that. She says he always had her back in everything. He'd do anything for her, except throw down in a fight. But now she's grown up and finally became useful in her own way. She wished she'd said it sooner, because when she heard he was leaving on that trip, shame hit her hard and all she could think was, "I want to go with him." The girl insists she wants one more adventure with him, at least until he finally gets fed up with her. He tells her, "Don't worry, we're still friends." Then he blurts out a frantic thanks as he pats her head, basically strobing his gratitude. The hero steps into the protagonist's crew, and right away Giselle rises with a bright smile, flashing a warm hello. The main character snaps back to it, blurts the question to the girl about that sailor she can't recall, and the guy explains. She said her friend dropped her off. Theo leans in and asks Giselle if she sailed here to the new continent, because alone out there is pure danger and they've got to look. The girl shoots back, asking if he already told the sailor's story. She grills the guy about how she never said it was a human who helped her. Then a flying dragon swoops in right in front of them. Victor grins at the reception they've handed Giselle, mug clenched in his hand, while she stands there stunned. Because in these wild lands, she never in her wildest dreams thought she'd meet a hero. Everyone blurts, "So who's next, Ouroboros?" And the main character immediately lunges in to calm them down. The main character pleads, "Don't forget what matters most." And before anyone can answer, a dragon erupts into view. Both of them just stare, wordless, at the thing breathing fire in front of them. Victor demands answers. Can I explain what that giant dragon is doing here? The guy says he's just as shocked as everyone else, even if it looks like the dragon wants to come down again. The protagonist says it's a heavenly dragon, but won't name it because it's not one he's ever known. Turns out he's one of their old acquaintances, and they keep insisting they share something big, so who else could it be? Giselle grins and says, "Of course it's mine." They crossed paths with him about 10 years ago, during a mission where they were sent to wipe out the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's castle sat smack in the middle of a roaring poisonous swamp. Poison so lethal no one could last a second. So yeah, it wasn't just a castle, it was a full-on fortress. And the place was crawling with demons. And yeah, there was a whole tribe of dragons who didn't give a single damn about the lives of humans or demons. Their only shot at reaching the castle was to beg for help. And when they did, everyone froze in disbelief at the fact they were actually using dragons as transporters. The protagonist tries to explain it, only it doesn't come out easy, while the girl beams behind him, and everyone thinks the hero is just scared, but the truth is, their group is the kind that would have gotten anyone else killed. Theo says this is how they finally recognize the sky dragon, and he sure didn't see it soaring this far coming. The guy blurts out, asking the dragon if he's okay since he's so far from home, and the dragon answers with a savage growl. Everyone freezes in total confusion, except the guy who's still watching like it makes sense. He says that now that he's thinking back, he realizes he'd already felt that terrifying presence once before, and yeah, they really did act recklessly. Victor demands to know how Giselle managed to snag the dragon's help, and the guy blurts that he wants the answer too. She's got zero taming skills, so how in the world did a heavenly dragon drag her here? The girl can't help but stare, panicking over what she's even supposed to say. She says she was just kicking back in his nest, badgering him again and again until he finally caved. And she still remembers exactly what that felt like. Everyone knows one wrong move and that person would have been dead 10 times over. So if you ask politely, they'll listen, no question. The guy says Giselle's always been this bold, assertive type. And honestly, that's a damn strong trait. But she didn't have to force him, because the guy felt the same way she did. The guy thinks the dragon is itching to see her fight again. And the main character clocks exactly what's going on. He realizes the tension's ramping up fast. This place is way too cramped for him. Then a dragon erupts in a roar, and everyone assumes he's just carefree. Theo tells the dragon it doesn't have to stay, and just like that, a sudden gust rips through the air. Then the dragon rockets up into the sky. People can't stop talking about how Theo keeps shocking them more and more each day, while Theo and Shiro just watch him like it's getting more wild by the minute. They sit down and chow. While they chew, Shiro clocks how close Giselle and Theo are, and then Shiro blurts out, "Theo, is she sad?" The girl keeps chewing and swears she's not sad, her mind snapping back to how he stroked her head. Then she jabs her fork into the plate with pure rage and digs in. Theo is stunned, and she proudly points it out to the protagonist because she's finally learned how to use a fork. She clocks that he's calm and content with Giselle, yet strangely quiet, and then the guy finally turns to her and asks what's wrong. Theo refuses to say a word. She just shuts down completely, so they head back, and by morning everything is quiet again. The protagonist snaps awake, baffled by what's going on, and there, Shiro, Theo, multiple wolf cubs, and Bijaliath are all sprawled on top of him. Giselle beams and tells the guy good morning, then leans in asking how he slept. He shrugs and says it was just so-so, because he spent the night dreaming that a boulder crushed him. They all stare when Theo's covered in fur and he just nods, yeah, it's real. Bijaliath, though, totally smooth as ever. The girl snaps, "That's not fair." Theo grins like he owns it. So now the big question hits. What's a girl supposed to do if she wants to sleep like that? Giselle demanded to know why he wouldn't sleep with her, and he snapped back that things were different now, that they had to respect boundaries first, and that if she could just keep an eye on them, the wolf cubs pounce on the girl and won't let up, and she can't even get a breath. She grabs the guy and begs him to help. Here's the thing. Giselle can charm absolutely anyone in seconds, and that means you'll never have to stress about her not fitting in with the group. Suddenly, Theo strides up to him, hand out, eyes dropping in awkward silence. Then she blurts, "What happened?" She just says, "Nothing at all," and Theo immediately clocks it. When people claim nothing happened, it usually means they're panicking over something big. The main character leans in and asks Curry if she'll go with him. He's heading to check on Boa, and when the girl hears what he's after, her eyes widen. This is that chimera. She tells him he doesn't even need a brand new species. She just needs to properly examine this sample, and he blurts out that he's injured, so she better stay careful. So the main character pleads with Giselle to stay in the camp, and Giselle's jaw drops at the sudden request. She's furious because she wants to see Boa too, but the guy tells her to give him a moment. She insists she needs to rest, because the poison's still wrecking her. Giselle's still recovering at the hotel, but she can't navigate her way anywhere, begging her and her whole family to take her in and watch over her. Theo laid out exactly what he wanted from her, but he wasn't about to force it, not one bit, if she didn't want to. Theo suddenly snapped, shouting that she agreed. Theo, all fired up, told her she could care. Stalking through the forest, Kari pressed him, asking if he was truly sure about his choice. Then he shuddered and snapped the question back at her again. She clocked Theo's weird, suspicious reaction, and with that, he left Kari and Giselle alone together. She claimed Theo was so riddled with anxiety he looked like a living corpse. Theo tried to deny it, but she doubled down and swore he was literally a walking dead man. He leaned in and told her, "That idea wasn't mine, Shiro came up with it." Theo has to dig deep, figure out who she truly is, and hunt down the answer on her own. Theo stood there, confused and down in the dumps, back to Giselle, then slowly turned and stared at her with sharp, curious interest. She had zero clue what to do next. She'd promised she'd handle it, but now she had to figure out how. Theo strode up fast and promised she'd show her the village, but Giselle snapped, admitting Theo had already shown her the red yesterday. So she cut the conversation short right there. She spun in confusion, not knowing what to do, until her brother snapped out, calling her name, and telling her he finally knew what was really bothering her. She's terrified Theo might up and leave her. Fear grips her. She can't bear the thought of losing her family all over again. Giselle told Theo to sit down and talk it out. She leaned in and asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" With that sweet, fake smile in place, she swung the conversation toward Theo and offered to talk. Perched on a stump, Giselle started spilling the story of how she met Theo, and she hinted they might have crossed paths long before Theo was even born. She remembered just how brutal and risky those missions were, how the team would get slammed by surprise threats and crushing setbacks, time after time, and she swore that in those moments, Theo always charged in to save the day, staying calm, thinking fast and solving whatever blew up, while quietly keeping everyone else standing. Giselle jabbed a finger toward a far-off mountain where a glorious heavenly dragon blazed in the light, wings spread wide, perched on the peak, staring up at the sky like it owned the clouds. She leaned in and told me about the Dragon King, untouchable, unmatched, and definitely not inferior to any of his kind. If he had to, Theo might have already calmed the Dragon King. Only time would tell, but the question burned with excitement. Giselle grinned and told him she'd made friends with the dragon. Most of the dragons couldn't wait to test what Theo could do, because they were dying to watch him flex his skills. The entire team was already geared up, ready to kick those dragons' teeth in. But Theo just dropped into his seat and blared that he didn't want to fight them, and he wanted zero bad blood. He summoned the dragons to the table, begging them to bargain and stay calm. For 3 days and 3 nights, he begged the Dragon King to hear him, pouring out the horrors demons were unleashing on people, and pleading for a future where dragons could finally live like they meant something. After a long grind of hard persuading, the Dragon King finally caved in, agreed to step in himself, and thanked the adventurers with real warmth. Theo sat there, stunned and grinning like he just heard the best tale ever, until she turned to him and praised him to the skies. Then Giselle nodded along, agreeing every word. Theo sank into sadness, because she couldn't piece together those details about herself. With her legs tucked under her, She told him it would be better if he came back home. Giselle snapped her head toward Theo and grilled her. So, what do you really think of me? She lifted her chin and told him, straight to his face, that he was incredibly kind. Giselle flashed a big, happy grin and nodded, confirming every word she'd said about Theo. Giselle kept spinning the tale, and if they'd gone for it, maybe their road would have felt way less brutal. If Theo chose brute force to tame the dragon instead of negotiating, he'd still never tame it without permission. Giselle tells herself she's got it all being kind like Theo, because she fully believed he'd always hear her out and stand by her no matter what. She clocked it. Theo had the power to tame anything, and that realization made Theo shudder, and she just decided to make Shiro her familiar. Theo lifted his hands in praise and said he'd never seen a tamer this talented in his entire life. He didn't know everything about it, but he was all in on helping Phil learn how to tame them and how to use them the right way, so she wouldn't end up in some deadly situation. He treated her like his own daughter, and that's why Panic gnawed at him. Then Phil lit up with a huge grin at the words. Perched on Begaliv, they tore through the forest, trading excited words about how lucky they were that Balaboa had zero trouble, and Theo nodded right along. Curry clutched her notebook, scribbled down everything she'd seen, lit up at her findings, and couldn't wait to spill it all when she got back. She clocked how rough Theo looked, and he instantly played dumb like he didn't even get what she meant. She dashed in with hope, telling him that Theo and Giselle were going to be okay, and that they were smart enough to handle anything. Theo blinked in shock because she knew her, so she just admitted, "I know a little," and the very next second she gasped, whipped her arm forward and pointed straight ahead. Out on the horizon, wooden houses started to rise into view, sharp roofs, sturdy walls, like they were slicing straight through the distance, shouting that they were back in familiar territory. They were returning to the village. They pushed deeper into the area, then slammed the brakes, because right in front of them, a gorgeous picture lit up the scene. Giselle and Theo were squealing as they played with and petted the wolf cubs, smiling like their hearts were glowing, and Curry had to admit her worry was for nothing. He was relieved for them. Phil snapped his gaze upward, spotted Theo standing there, and shouted his name. As she sprinted toward him, he lit up with pure joy. Things were going great, and they were actually having fun. He was overflowing with joy that they'd finally become friends, and with big grins, they nodded and confirmed every word. Giselle tried to tell him what was on her mind, but Theo just didn't get it. So she bowed her head, heart heavy and thoughts spinning, trapped by one cruel question that wouldn't let her breathe. She couldn't stop wondering if he'd stay by her side forever, or vanish the moment everything changed. Still frozen with hesitation, she blurted out loud and clear that she ate with a fork. She snapped to attention at what she just said, then went stone quiet. Chin dropped, head bowed, and a sharp, annoyed sigh escaped her. In the very next heartbeat, Theo shot his hands out, scooped her up, and she was completely caught off guard. He hoisted her up higher, demanded the answer again, and then couldn't help bragging about her happiness, grinning like it was the greatest thing in the world. Still cradled in his arms, tears spilling down her face, she blurted that she couldn't bear for him to go. He flashed a broad, gentle smile and shot back, "I'd never do something like that," and the whole space around him felt warm with calm kindness, while his voice stayed soft, steady, and fearless. Phil stared at him through tears, and he swore, right then, that he'd never, ever put his own family through that again. Next thing she did was grab onto him and burst into loud tears, and he just pulled her tight in his arms. He clutched her to his chest, pressing comfort into her trembling body while the tears finally broke loose, and he murmured steady words that promised everything would be okay. She wasn't alone. His friends watched from the side with soft, satisfied smiles, clearly moved by how real and heartfelt that care was. Right there at the board, with his beast sketch in hand, Curry fired up the room and told everyone how they'd gone to find the chimera. The beast they spotted looked like a giant boar, but the truth hit hard. It wasn't a boar at all. Everyone leaned in as she spoke, hanging on every word, and when they fired off questions, she answered them without hesitation. She launched into it. A chimera is a stitched-together nightmare of multiple animals. Its body looks like a boar, but its skin is blanketed in someone else's fur. Theo stewed on it and realized they'd gone back to the Chimera's lair. Then he pushed to call everyone together so nobody would be left in the dark about what was going on. Victor, who'd been at the meeting, leaned in and fired an important question at Curry. Were the Bulaboas actually dangerous to them? She told them not to stress, and when she finally arrived, the Chimeras treated her with surprising kindness, like she belonged there, even though she'd never met them before. Even though Boa Boa is Theo's familiar, he still reads Theo like a book. Theo himself confirmed Curry's words to everyone standing there. The resident let out a shaky breath, smiled wide, and finally believed they were safe. Then he blurted that the Chimera was already here, and before it even sank in, Curry's eyes went wide, she shrieked, and the whole crowd burst into laughter. Boa Boa shoots Theo a sharp look and asks, "Do you need anything?" Theo breaks down what the Chimera is cooking, and Curry stares at him in shock, because the beast is actually taking things seriously. The man fires a question at him, asking what they're supposed to do with all of that, and Theo immediately decides to hunt down answers about the nearby caves. Boa Boa spun toward Theo and asked what was going on, and Theo just brushed it off. Everything was fine, nothing to worry about. The man grabs him and demands to know what just went down, while Theo, still in his lair, checks the evidence, and it hits him. Boa Boa left the craters and came onto the field himself. Turns out the creature couldn't resist the pull of that prime land, and it never wanted to ruin it. Boa Boa was so grateful for getting his life back that he couldn't just stand there. He wanted to repay the favor and lend a hand out on the field. Theo signed the beast's application for the field and went straight to the person running it to get his thoughts. Then the young guy in charge froze in surprise the moment Theo addressed him. Then he asked if the guy had anything to do with fixing up the field, and the boss paused for a second, said more backup could never hurt. But there was no way Boa Boa could grab the gear and actually use it. Thea stared at the Chimera, then snapped her gaze to its hooves, and she told the boy she was sure the beast couldn't touch the equipment. Giselle and Theo locked eyes, and the whole moment sparked like electricity. Then he tossed out, "Maybe I'll show up after all," and snapped that he had to hurry to the field. When he reached the field, the resident wiped the sweat from his face, stared at Theo, and demanded what he wanted, then warned them they were still stuck trying to restore it. Theo jumped in and promised to help Boa Boa rebuild the field. Then the guy spun on the beast, shocked beyond belief, like he couldn't even trust his own ears. The tamer knew he had to get answers on how they were restoring the field, so he went to find out, while the villager wrestled with what to say. The guy stared at Theo, then said how they softened the soil, first processing it, then making beds and planting seeds, while Theo gripped the hoe and whipped around to Giselle. He shoved a hoe into her hands and told her to help break up the soil. Just that, nothing more. She snatched the hoe from Theo's hands with a grin and promised she'd help. The girl ordered every worker to back away to a safe distance. No exceptions. On the far side of the field, she waved a young guy back too, and he snapped one step away. Giselle squared her stance, clenched the instrument in both hands, and stared forward with pure, unshakable resolve. She slammed down with all her might, swinging hard as she shouted, until she crashed to the ground. The second the hoe slammed into the ground, the swing detonated a brutal shockwave, blasting the dirt outward like the earth itself exploded. Most of them just froze, no words at all, because that surprise welcome and her crushing punch hit with terrifying force. A thunderous blast ripped through the forest, like something had detonated, and a massive surge from the impact shot up into the air. The boy stumbled, went crashing back in shock as he processed what Giselle had done. Those slash marks from her strike burned into the ground right in front of him, and he just couldn't wrap his head around it. She spun to Theo and asked what he thought of her work. Then he lit up, praised her in full, and thanked her for every last bit of effort. The villager dropped to his knees and pressed his hand to the earth, stunned by how soft it felt. Then, realizing his first step happened in the blink of an eye, and Theo grinned, thinking, yeah, it was a little rough, but it was fast enough. Theo spun around and flashed a grin at the crowd, while Bella Boa loomed behind him with a fierce stare, ready to take care of business. He marched up to Victor and asked about the field equipment, and Victor lit up, nodding right along. But when the resident heard it, they still didn't quite get what Victor actually needed those items for. The tamer stretched out his hands toward the gear and grinned like, "I need this as my material." The man stared back with wide eyes, completely lost, like he had no clue what that even meant. He mentally pictured the whole adaptation unfolding, and suddenly, light blazed around the objects. While he focused on building a device for the field, he promised he'd put everything back where it belonged. And the resident watched closely, curious but completely unconcerned about his tools. He kept hammering away at the device, snapping every piece into place and testing each part twice to be sure it actually worked, while the man beside him hovered on the edge of every move, eyes locked on his hands and never blinking. Still, something nagged at him. He couldn't shake the confusion, because he had no clue what Theo was really building in the end or what this thing was meant to do. A monstrous plow machine burst onto the field out of nowhere, big enough to swallow almost the whole area, and Boa strapped it onto himself like a horse harness, so huge and dominating it looked like it covered the entire battlefield. Startled villagers gawked at the cattle cart, stunned all over again, and only then did the man finally grasp what kind of machine Thea had been building. Theo snapped the truth into place. This contraption is built to handle any big cattle setup, plow up the land and level the soil, but there's one catch. It devours a ton of wood. He told me he grew up in a land where farming thrived, with rows of farmers toiling every day, usually with mules. They plowed and leveled the soil using straightforward tools that actually worked, and those sights and sounds were stamped into his childhood. He also learned one brutal truth early. If you want the work done right, you need equipment that's strong, reliable, and ready for action. So that's why he built this massive machine. He strode up to Bolus and started breaking down how this thing works. Strap it onto the animal, then just take a few steps to make it go. Then everyone around them stared at the work in pure awe, and Theo practically glowed with pride. Staring at the carefully farmed fields, the residents couldn't believe it. Those animals looked tougher than ever. Then they gasped at how cleanly the huge machine leveled the ground, slicing everything into flawless, even rows that looked straight-up professional. Everyone watched the finished work with stunned awe and real admiration. The resident marched up to the hero, laughing in disbelief at this wild scene. There, in his homeland, a chimera and the hero were teaming up in the field, and both of them were stunned by the sight. Giselle snapped at the man, but his words just didn't make sense to her. She flashed a sincere smile and swore there's a more heroic way to help than just feeding people. And the truth is, helping others like this is the greatest honor she can imagine. Curry stared at the whole process, stunned and confused, because all this work got done so fast that no ordinary person could have pulled it off. Out of nowhere, Theo popped up behind her dog with a grin, and she yelped and shuddered in shock, while the guy totally refused to back up her claim. While Giselle leaned in and studied the seeds in those bags, the guy told Curry, "This isn't finished yet." He said this was only the first stage. Giselle and Boa just plowed and leveled the land. Next comes the brutal part, clearing the ground and planting the seeds straight into the soil. As they argued about what rough handling of the soil could do, and what might mess up the seeds, boom, loud shouts erupted from behind. While Giselle was busy inspecting the seeds, she accidentally crushed a few she'd been told not to touch. Giselle laid out a crystal-clear example of what brute force would unleash, and the girl finally got Theo's point. Every single person was ready to step in and help. Curry cheered his smart decision and the work he pulled off, and honestly, rebuilding the field like that wasn't just efficient, it was lightning fast. The whole field reeked of chimera, which basically kept other monsters from crashing the party. She's stunned, betting Theo even planned for that, and he just gives her an awkward grin. Once the job was finished, Theo thanked Boable and the beast let out a relieved sigh, so proud of what they'd pulled off. Victor stepped up to Bolus Boa and poured out heartfelt thanks for the extra work, praising the beast for a job well done. Theo turned to Victor, baffled that he could stay so polite no matter what. And then Bolus Boa faced Theo too. Right as they launched into a full-on conversation Victor couldn't make heads or tails of. Theo repeated the beast's words, saying everyone was worn out. And then he pushed for a nearby hot spring to soak it all off. Boa Boa offered to lead them straight to that spring, so they could dive in, swim hard, and finally kick back and relax. When they finally hit the hot spring, everyone lit up with pure joy and excitement. Yet Kari's eyes widened because the place was way closer than she expected. Theo couldn't wrap his head around why Giselle and Curry were so eager to hit the springs. Then Victor shut it down too, saying he still had unfinished work. Curry hurried off to do research at the hot springs, since animals love turning that place into a hot spot, while Giselle shrugged and went straight for a soothing dip. Theodore plunged his hand into the scorching hot spring to test the water, then realized he had to rush back and report to the village first. Suddenly, Giselle burst in right in front of Theo while he was naked, practically daring the universe to look. And the second she appeared, he barked at her to get dressed. Curry burst into laughter at the mess, because they'd all swum together before, but Theo brushed it off and acted like it was just those were the times. He also figured this would set a nasty example for Theo, so when he said it, the girls just looked at him and called him Mommy. While Giselle was already stripped down to a towel, warming up and getting ready to bathe, Curry decided he had to grill out every detail about the hot spring, including the water's exact temperature. He cast a used spell to slam up a magical partition in the middle of spring, girls on one side, him on the other. He jabbed a finger at the tiny structure he'd built, his makeshift changing room. Curry snapped that there was no need to build. She was already there, towel on, ready to go. Then Theodore whipped around, burying his face in both hands, squirming at how the girls looked and what they were doing, as they argued about what was happening, claiming it wasn't the first time something like this had struck on the road. Giselle already sprang off and cannonballed into the water, blasting out a huge splash. Theodore flashed an awkward smile and told Curry she thought like a real adventurer. He lounged against the rocks, half submerged in the steamy hot water, smiling like he owned the place, towel shoved on his head. On the far side of the divide, Theo nodded along with the girls, agreeing that nothing beats a scorching hot outdoor bath, and the moment he said it, the girls practically lit up with joy. The girls kept splashing away, and Theo swore it was Theo swimming like that, until Curry snapped that it was Giselle having a blast. Then she tore through the crawl fast, wearing a smug, satisfied grin. And while the girl and Theo splashed around, chimeras burst through the water, swimming like they owned the place. So big the pool could have even swallowed a sky dragon, easy. Curry immediately started plotting. Next time they hit this hot spring, she wanted to invite a dragon to take a bath too. Theo fumed because the spring was so huge that even Begaloff could swim in it, and that dumb camp bath was way too small for him. With a huge, satisfied grin, the tamer set out to check on Begaliath. Then his calm, pleased tone confirmed everything was going great. Right after he finished bathing, the guy didn't even recognize Theo at first. She stood there with her hair down, looking impossibly different. He called out, and when she turned, she grinned at him, and it hit him that he still couldn't figure out why she struggled with her hair, so he snatched a lock in his hand. Smooth, silky, and perfectly groomed, like something straight out of an aristocrat's world. Because most of the time, her hair never looked this good. The girls beamed with proud smiles and lifted chins, thrilled by how he reacted, yet he still didn't recognize a single one of them. Their hair shone like fresh silk, neat, polished, and clearly top tier. Giselle took the slug's help to dry her hair, and Theo nearly choked when she understood him on the first try, even though she has zero taming skill. Since Pip can kickstart monocirculation, she can nurse damaged hair back to life, and Theo didn't want to buy it at first, until he saw it with his own eyes, which is why their hair turned out so gorgeous. Meanwhile, Slime strutted with pride in how he nailed the job. Pip's power hit him too, right on his own body. She thrust out a slug, but Theo jerked back and flat out refused, insisting he was totally fine just like that. She wouldn't let it go. She kept pushing him to try what his slug familiar could do, and the girls backed Curry up, cheering him on with unstoppable zeal. Theo didn't even get a full sentence out before someone launched a slug straight into his face. He scrambled to pull it off, but it clung to his head like a death grip, and the girls leaned in, desperate to see what happened next. And now the entire crew rocked magnificent curls. Look at them, and it's like they're glowing with pure radiance. When they came back, the residents didn't even recognize the boys, but they still lit up knowing the source was real. Suddenly, asterisk a chew, asterisk, a super cute sneeze echoed, and right away it became clear. It was Theo. Theo sprinted with plates to set up breakfast when a sudden sneeze cracked the room. Then panic hit him hard, wondering if she was really okay. The dog sprinted right up to her and piled in for cuddles, and when the cold finally hit, she started sneezing nonstop. Then Theo saw her surrounded by all that furry love and instantly relaxed, knowing she was warm, safe, and wrapped up by 6 tiny friends like a living soft blanket. As evening crept in, the chill started biting, so he turned to Theo and asked, "When does the cold hit hardest? What's the coldest time of the year?" She lifted her hands high over her head, pointing to just how tall the snow and drifts could get. And Theo couldn't believe how much white stuff was out there. He stood there, lost in thought, realizing they still had time before winter hit. But right now they were forced to slog outdoors, so they needed to get ready before the snow started falling, right now, before it was too late. Just as he was weighing it all, a bunch of people crowded behind him, grinning and chatting like they had no idea trouble was coming. In this company, the sharp-eared girl in a hood spun around and locked eyes with him, while her friends kept chatting away like nothing was about to happen. Theo burst into the wooden house where Victor was chopping up meat, spun to the newcomer, and demanded what the hell these covered passages were. Theo was about to ask, but then she caught herself. She decided to figure out what he was doing instead. Victor started cooking meat, and those little ones stared at him with pitiful eyes as they begged for a bite, while Theo scrambled and apologized for not watching the food. Victor didn't bat an eye. This was pure joy to him, because he knew they still had so much growing left to do. Then he slid over a plate piled with sliced meat. Theo's jaw dropped. Victor, Bloody Wind himself, was in the kitchen cooking for the wolf cubs, and Theo was sure every one of his old adventurer buddies would lose their minds seeing it. Theo even tried to push his point, but Victor only barked a laugh, claiming his name couldn't even stand against Theo and his crew, the ones who'd hauled in real results during their travels. Thanks to the hero's crew, the war against the demons finally came to an end, because those monsters were so terrifying that their courage made the whole team feel like saviors to everyone. Theo admitted it. Demons weren't just scary, they were downright terrifying, and even Giselle had been put in danger more than once. That's why, for most people, the fear of demons made perfect sense. They clung to the original question and started hammering it out together. Theo learned through Theo that when winter hits, snow piles up fast, so he pushed for simple covered walkways to keep everyone safe during the heavy dumps. He also pitched the idea of setting up a proper dining room so nobody would freeze their butts off in winter. Victor nodded along, fully on board. He urged them to bring in a climatologist and a geologist so they could forge a solid plan, and Theo lit up, thanking him right away. They studied the map like it was a treasure, grilled a climatologist and a geologist for answers, and then zeroed in on one burning question. Where would the best place to build their canteen be? When the job was finally done, everyone burst into cheers, smiling like the hard work had paid off. The dining room was huge, and every piece of furniture they needed was already there, so during the meal, they didn't have to stress about the rain or the fierce wind. Victor caught it instantly. Theo snapped into deep thought, staring off like he'd been pulled into another world. Victor closed the distance and leaned in, eager to know what just hit him. Right when the passage bends into a massive circle, rain pours in, and the water funnels straight into the center, into the Atha. To dodge that nightmare, he bolted in a drainage system so the water could drain out, and Victor nodded along, still completely baffled about what the real problem even was. Theo snapped his gaze upward, fear creeping in that the outside drainage system might fail. So he rushed to run a quick test and see exactly how it all worked. The sky stretched out perfectly clear, no clouds at all, so both of them figured the heroes' group had somehow dodged all bad weather since they'd arrived. Victor leaned in and said maybe it was just that, at this time of year, there wasn't enough rain to begin with. And then the ugly truth hit. Nobody could control the weather. Theo's mind snapped. What if they could cast magic and make it rain? Lily, one of the heroes, could pull this off, Theo thought. She could rip up brutal winds and unleash savage lightning to cut down massive waves of enemies. But he couldn't shake the doubt. Could she really twist the weather like that? Victor shut Theo down with a brutal no. Because in his eyes, Lilia is an exceptional sorcerer. Controlling the climate takes rare, wild magic. Lilia can do it. But it's only because she's got that unmatched, supernatural talent. No other mage could pull off moves like that. Theom's got to have been forged by an old team that set the bar so high it still haunts him as his yardstick. Victor remembered that some of the settlers could do things like that, maybe even command the weather. And Theo lit up with excitement, but Victor cut him off. That news hit like a lightning bolt. Because the mage in question flat out said he wanted zero to do with Theo, and Theo just stood there, stunned. He couldn't figure out what he was supposed to do with this magician, or why Victor refused to have anything to do with him. But Victor shut it down and told him not to jump to conclusions. Victor figured that if Giselle was here, time must have already slipped forward. Yet Theo couldn't wrap his head around why she had anything to do with it. Victor opened his mouth to explain, but a blur shot in their direction, missed them by inches, and the intruder sprang away, vanishing in different directions like it had split into pieces. Theo strained to figure out where the attack was coming from, then realized the enemy was nowhere in sight. Victor stood still, staring into the silence, thinking hard, because this wasn't a strike so much as a warning. Don't ask why that mage refused to help, or why he wouldn't hear from Victor at all. Theo couldn't shake the feeling he was being tailed, and Victor finally confirmed it with a straight yes. He'd been stalked from the shadows for a while, and Theo hated that Victor never warned him. He had no clue why someone kept tailing him. None. Back then, Lilia straight up asked Victor for a favor, split the work and hand out assignments so they'd never cross paths, and ever since that day, they'd both been on the same ship, dodging each other. In a town this small, keeping her secret from Leo would blow everything up. Victor wanted to meet her himself, but Leo started trailing him and swore, "I'll talk to her myself. It feels so awkward that she's been dodging him. If there's a real reason, Leo needs to talk to her and get the truth straight from her mouth." Leo spotted the girl hiding in the bushes, crept in to talk, and right when he reached for his words, she bolted the opposite way like her life depended on it. The girl's move left Theo frozen in shock. He genuinely thought she hated him. Right then Victor slipped in behind him, ready to comfort him. Theo shot up, sprinted while screaming, yelling that she'd never beat him and that he'd never been underestimated. Because he was only 35 years old, while Victor didn't even get a second to react, just blurting his name after him. After a while, he dropped to his knees, panted like his lungs were on fire, and fought to catch his breath. Yet he still couldn't stop missing her. Racing onto the field, Theo threw a big nod and grinned at the workers hard at work, then stopped for a quick, respectful hello, until his brow furrowed and he decided to ask if anyone had wandered through. People swarmed up to him with questions, desperate to pin down who he was hunting for. He looked thrilled and laser-focused, until someone demanded details and he suddenly went stone still. Panic surged as it hit him. He couldn't even remember her name. He realized he should have asked Victor earlier, at least her name, and then he rushed to apologize, admitting he was just trying to remember, but the crowd went utterly stunned. He scrambled to remember everyone, because his team had only male adventurers, and after counting them in his head, he had to track down the ones he still hadn't spotted yet. Theo started running through every crew and face he'd met lately in his head, his comrades, his acquaintances, anyone who might have known magic or the elements, until one name finally clicked into focus. Arya. Once they got her name, they shot back. She's out there in the field. Theo jerked his memory back. He'd seen her before, right before the voyage in Kalile's port city, and back then she'd felt like nothing, just someone who brushed past him. But now the picture snapped into focus, and her face, her vibe, and even the way she spoke all came flooding back. Adventurer Arya, surprisingly, hadn't run into them since that day in the port city of Kalil, and now he was so desperate he grilled the whole area for answers, even bothering the animals just to find out if anyone had seen her. Victor stumbled forward with logs stacked on his shoulders, spotted Theo, and demanded whether he'd finally caught up with her. He stared at Theo for a heartbeat and instantly clocked it. His friend looked drained, bone-tired. The rumpled hair, the tired eyes, and that leaf stuck in his hair screamed one thing loud and clear. He'd crashed and failed to finish the job. Victor figured the new buildings and all that work had finally crushed his spirit, so he urged Theo to take a breather, just for a little. He pushed to convince him, knowing Theo wasn't okay with being ignored and handled that way, but Theo shot down his words. Theo finally opened up to him. He didn't just speak, he poured out what was in his head, how it felt the moment he showed up, and how everything about his days suddenly turned interesting. It wasn't exactly smooth sailing, but they still pulled off something amazing. New friends, fresh lessons, and a spark of adventure he hadn't felt in ages. While Theo chatted with Victor, a girl perched in a tree, watching and listening like she couldn't miss a single word. But just standing there made her push herself to stay invisible, and it crushed him to know she had to dodge around him. He hated that thought. He just wanted every adventurer to show up here, kick back, and make every single day with their friends count. Theo stretched his shoulders and pushed on, tired or not, because traveling with Giselle and her crew was way more exhausting than this. Even with all those brutal struggles, he believes that if they push through right then, it'll come back later as a smile. Arya perched on the high branch, leaned in like her life depended on it, and watched Theo and Victor's talk like a hawk, every word locking her in place, wand clenched in her fist, all nerves and focus. Victor stared hard at Theo, but he couldn't figure out who this man was, or why he was even connected to the mystery unfolding here. Still, his questions hit a brick wall. Then Theo suddenly screamed, and Victor's eyes snapped to the sky as storm clouds raced in fast from the horizon. Victor clocked it, and yeah, their whole plan was to make it rain. Theo stared at the sky thinking, so we're doing it now. Because if not, they'd have to hit that goal later. The clouds looked weird too, like they were zeroing in from the very start. As if they were planted only above the base, Theo snapped his head around, and there on the building's roof, a shadow loomed. And he already knew exactly who it was. Arya balanced on the roof of that towering building, feet locked in place, and then she launched a spell in a calm, confident voice, those words slipping through the air like a whisper, cutting straight through space and time. The very next moment, the first drops of rain snapped out of the sky, small and icy. Then they swelled fast into a brutal downpour, soaking Victor and Theo as they stared, stunned and hooked. Water hammered their faces and clothes, and it felt like the whole sky was answering what they were seeing. Suddenly, screams tore through the rain-slick streets, and everyone in the puddles bolted in panic, scrambling for cover under awnings and into nearby houses. While Victor and Theo huddled in the storm, trading thoughts and watching rain smash the world, a shadow crept closer through the downpour. Then it snapped into focus. Arya. Against the gray sky and slick street, she stood tall with her magic wand gripped tight, eyes blazing with pure determination, and it was obvious what she'd done. She'd pulled it off, and she'd made it rain. Now Theo was so sure he'd finally cracked the truth. He was convinced he was staring at her again, the girl he'd met once before, Kaliale. She didn't have her hood up the last time they crossed paths, and Theo remembered her face perfectly, open, a little mysterious, with bright eyes that looked like they were holding back power. But now, staring at her again, he was certain she dodged him on purpose back then, like she was trying to stay invisible just to escape his gaze. He spun toward her, and she practically shuddered on the spot. He couldn't let it go, so he had to find out what he'd done that made her dodge him so carefully. What did he do to her? Theo tried to talk to her, apologizing for whatever he'd messed up. He just couldn't remember what he did wrong. Before he could even catch his breath, she snapped the real question on him. What could he do? But it didn't sound like curiosity, it sounded like a challenge. She stared at him from beneath her hood with sharp irritation, convinced the real issue was that he simply couldn't remember. Then her expression curdled into pure malice and hatred, like she was seconds away from lunging at him. Theo's whole body locked up with tension, every muscle humming under strain, and his heart started thundering as his eyes sharpened with wary caution. Victor felt the tension spike and knew this talk could explode into disaster, so he cut in fast. He had to bury the real reason for her actions, but still, he couldn't stop himself from telling her. Turns out Arya is just a nickname, because the truth is way darker. She's a demon, and her real name is Aristella. When Theo finally learned who she really was, his eyes shot wide with shock. A sudden memory slammed into Theo's head. One face he'd seen before, popping up again like a ghost, and he knew it. He remembered her. When it clicked for her, the girl yanked off her hood, introduced herself, and dropped her race and real name. Then Theodore just froze, mouth hanging open, stunned into silence by what he'd heard. The moment Aristella blurted her real name, Aristella, everything clicked. She wasn't just any girl, she was a demon, and the daughter of the demon lord. Rumors tore through the village in a heartbeat, and the demon king's daughter was right in the mix. Some folks still swore it was Arya. Then one adventurer finally let it slip. She was a demon, and everyone snapped, furious he hadn't told them sooner. He brushed it off as no big deal. But he knew Arya was locked in a dangerous fight with Theo. They figured this was a total nightmare. She had to be fuming at him, and if they collided, something irreversible could explode. So Theo's friends immediately swooped in to keep him out of trouble. When the friends sprinted up, they spotted an incredible scene: Theo, grinning ear to ear, patting Aristella on the shoulder like he couldn't believe she was right there, his eyes glowing with real happiness. It was all there in his stare. Time had flown, she'd grown, and it felt like he was seeing the girl he'd met all those years ago. When Theo's friends shouted his name, he snapped his head toward them, still gripping Aristotle's shoulders, and dread hit them instantly, their faces packed with worry, like something huge and dangerous just went down. Theo froze, tense in place, because he couldn't even figure out what had happened. His friends told him they were terrified. Arya was Aristella, and they feared they'd end up killing each other. Yet Theo honestly couldn't understand why it had to come to that. As soon as his friends turned and spotted Victor standing behind them, his face stayed calm, but his eyes burned with something sharper, like he already knew. He could see exactly why they were panicking so hard, because they didn't have a clue what really went down at that thank you party. The adventurers spun back, baffled, and demanded again what kind of thank you party this was. Theo rubbed the back of his head, groaned, and knew he was about to have to explain everything. He kicked off his explanation. Apparently this Thanksgiving party had a real name, the Demon Lord Killing Celebration, and it was held to celebrate humanity's win over the Demon Lord, with the Demon Lord himself throwing the whole thing. They were blown away by this story. How the heck did the Demon King himself plan the night when he was meant to be killed by the hero? They even wondered if Theodore had been sneaking off to drink, because the stuff he was saying sounded like pure nonsense. Theo tried to cut in, panicking, and explain the whole mess, why it happened and what it all meant. Theodore clocked their confusion, sensed they were sitting on something huge, and pressed them straight up. So tell me, why did the demons really attack the people's lands? What were they after? Those words froze the adventurers in place, faces twisting as they stared at each other, totally blindsided by the question. A few flailed for excuses, but most just went silent, clueless how to respond. And then he got it. Without a clear answer, they couldn't push forward, couldn't even see a way out of this mess. They swore they invaded to take over the territory. Same story the hero's party told themselves at first, but the truth hit hard. The demons didn't come for conquest at all. They stormed the human lands because they were battling in a deadly strength contest. They were shocked all over again, and Theo kept talking. Turns out, the demon lord swears the demons live and die by strength. And after the hero's party proved it, the demon king stared in disbelief at their insane power, then swore on his own name that he'd never invade human territory again. Hearing that from someone who'd nearly been ripped in half was seriously wild, until Giselle landed that hit, and he caved, swearing he'd never invade human land again. Their bid to wipe out the demon lord fizzled out, and somehow it ended on great terms, way too great. Almost nobody knows the real reason, or the terrifying truth that the demon king is still alive. After everything they heard, they just sat there, trying to swallow the whole story, confused why none of it ever made it into history, because to them, it felt incredibly important. He knew the moment he admitted the real reason demons struck the lands of men, and what was truly happening, people would barely believe him, because his tale sounded way too wild, too impossible for anyone used to simpler answers, and even Victor looked unconvinced. He bought a piece of it, but not all of it. It was at that wild party that Theodore first locked eyes with Arya, back when she was still just a kid, small as ever, with curious eyes and an innocent face. And yeah, Giselle was there too. He stared at her for a second and suddenly it hit him. Once he truly got to know her, the Demon King's likeness was crystal clear, and it even took him forever to clock that cold, intimidating look, just like her father's. Her friends finally clocked why she was so furious, but they didn't realize this wasn't the old Arya anymore. She'd grown up and changed so much it didn't even feel like the same person, and that's exactly why they kept clashing. Theo figured she wouldn't be too bothered that she didn't recognize him. He told himself she was all grown up now, and they'd only crossed paths once, a full decade ago. Theodore stared at Arya, swallowed by turmoil and aching to understand. He couldn't wrap his head around how he'd offended her or hurt her, because in his heart, he truly wanted to make it right, if only he could find the chance to figure out what he'd done to make her so upset. Theo slowly shifted his gaze to her, and there it was. She dropped her eyes, cheeks burning red. When he finally asked what was going on, he laid out the truth. She'd been dodging him for a reason, and it still hurt. As he stared at her, she blurted out an apology. She'd been immature, and he'd moved on so fast that it still stung. She promised she wouldn't dodge him anymore, then quickly added that she'd do it, just for now. She spun around hard and stomped away from him, and the adventurers burst into laughter. Because sure, the scene looked funny, but they could tell he was really in trouble, even if it all worked out in the end. Theo just stood there, watching her fade into the distance, feeling the unease crawl up his spine, like she was about to say one more thing. Victor snapped his hands to steal the spotlight, and Phil's plan was right on the money. He'd already built covered walkways to handle heavy snows later. The winters here hit way harder than they expected, so they scrambled to gather every last material they'd need to make proper winter clothes. Theodore finally made enough spinning wheels for their request, but he never expected them to roll it out festival style, complete with a food table, while he just sat there thinking, all right, what are we even turning all this into for winter clothes? Victor heard Theo ask, and he just knew it. Winter clothes from wild silk cocoons. Theo didn't get it, so Victor let him in. Wild silk is basically the ancestor of the silkworm, you know, because silkworms and their wild cousins both spin silk. And that stuff breathes, which is why it's perfect for staying warm in the cold season. During the migration, one settler stumbled onto wild silkworms by accident, grabbed the precious stuff on the spot, and knew he had to hold on to it, because it was too valuable to miss. That wild discovery ended up being a turning point for the whole journey, since every new resource pulled them closer to a brand new life and bigger chances ahead. Theo slowly lifted one of the cocoons, and his eyes shot wide open. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This thing was massive. Normal silkworm cocoons were about 100 times smaller, thin and light and easy to overlook, but these were enormous, way beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Victor can't shake the feeling these could be stuffed with truly deadly monsters. and Theo's fear screams that they're walking into a massive gamble by collecting them. Theo got the idea, but he still didn't know how the silk threads were made. Then Victor grabbed the cocoon, plunged it straight into hot water, and started tearing it open into thread right there, so the insect would die in the process. This is the usual method for wild silkworms. Victor says the top priority today is simple: have a good time. He wants to break the grind, bring the team closer, lift their spirits, and rebuild that mutual trust. Theo froze for a second and realized, since their last meeting, he hadn't said a single word to Arya. He couldn't shake the look on her face from his mind. Maybe the festival would finally give him a shot to talk to her. Then fate hit, and Arya stormed in, clutching that cocoon with laser focus, and didn't even clock him standing there. She swept up to the girls and found out what they were up to. Then Arya rushed in too, and she showed up just as it all happened. One of the girls snapped that, the moment she bent over the well to scoop water, her necklace cracked and plummeted straight in. Then she fumed as she held up Arya's lost pendant, the one her parents had given her, and Arya leaned in and really understood just how much that gift meant. The girls demanded, "Can you somehow pull the pendant out of that well?" She grinned and said, "I can try. This thing isn't even that deep, and if I put my mind to it, I'll get it out." Arya rushed to the well, focused her mind, and snapped off a spell. Water surged into place, and she ordered the girl to fire up the pump. After a short while, her pendant dropped into the bucket from the pipe. The girls burst forward, tackling her with happy hugs, and thanked her through the tears, because that hope of getting her precious pendant back wasn't gone anymore. Their faces lit up with pure relief, knowing they could finally fix what was lost, while Victor and Theo stood off to the side, watching it all unfold. Theo stared at the picture and couldn't believe how much people trusted her. Meanwhile, Victor was totally lost at first, not even sure who she was talking about. Of course they trust her. Arya works just like everyone else, and she's a first-class magician at such a young age. She weaves subtle, mind-bending spells that can do things manual labor never could, and that makes her one of a kind, impossible to replace. Theo flashed a forced grin, but his eyes screamed confusion as he listened to Victor. Arya tore herself away from the girls she'd just helped, and once again they thanked her like she was their hero. Then she spun around and saw Theo already closing in, greeting her with a warm smile that made everything feel a little less scary. He couldn't stop admiring the way she used magic, because no, he can't cast it at all. The precision she had, the perfect control of the water at the bottom of that well just to slide the necklace into place, took absolute expert-level skill. He was also overflowing with gratitude for the rain she had conjured. She knew they needed it, and she delivered it for them. And he was genuinely thankful she'd let him test the drainage system, even as it gnawed at him that he hadn't thanked her sooner. She let out a quiet chuckle, and Arya figured he was stressing over nothing, until it hit her. After all that time apart, he couldn't even recognize her, then showed up to apologize, like he owed her an explanation. But when she finally spoke, her words landed like a piercing arrow, and his embarrassment burned hot. She tried to hush his fears, telling him he didn't have to apologize for a thing, because Arya had dragged herself through this whole journey, all the way into this brand new world, just to find him again. And Theo couldn't shake how awkward that made things feel for her, and he honestly hadn't seen it coming. Back behind them, a company churned out silk, spin it harder and more clothes would form. Shiro was thrilled too, because he might finally get clothes like hers. But they had to slam on the brakes, keep her calmer, and stop her from getting so close to the cocoon, because that thing could turn unsafe fast. She hurled the wild silk into the water, and boom! The surface buckled like something huge and brutal had just been trapped beneath it, because the pot instantly tipped over and dumped everything straight onto the ground. Theo blurted out her name in pure panic, his voice shaking with fear, and Arya snapped into action without hesitating. She spun up her magic and slid Theo away from the danger, shielding her from whatever could have hit next. Theo clutched her in his arms, panic swallowing him whole. She was unconscious, and helplessness crushed his chest. Some folks realized the cocoon from the pot was off, and when they stared closer, the surface looked twisted and weirdly deformed. Suddenly, the cocoon exploded with a thunderous crack, and limbs started to shove out from within. The shell split wide, thin threads tore free, and the shape of something living finally formed, leaving the entire group utterly frozen, holding their breath as they stared. In the blink of an eye, tiny winged creatures burst from the cracked cocoon, streaking through the air like sparks, and the whole crowd just went silent, staring as they tore toward the forest. Turns out they were forest spirits, thin, glowing winged creatures that vanished the second they took off, diving straight into the forest's dark depths. Everyone watching their flight just stared in awe, completely shocked, because nobody ever thought they'd get to see something like that. No one saw it coming. No one even imagined it could happen. Most of the time, insects cling to cocoons, and when they hit hot water, they die. Maybe around here, that's just how things go. Then someone laughed and said they were basically boiling forest spirits right out of the woods. One of the adventurers shouted in shock, and the whole group snapped their heads toward him. Because right after the forest spirits vanished, that thread turned absurdly strong, stretched like nothing could break it, and somehow swelled bigger, thicker, and louder with every second. Theo, clutching Theo to his chest, sprinted straight to Arya, and his face lit up with pure relief and gratitude. He bowed hard and thanked her, swearing he owed her his dear person's life, because thanks to her, Theo not only dodged burns but escaped wounds entirely, and Arya just stood there, flustered, thinking it was no big deal at all. He flashed Arya a warm smile, like he already knew she'd grow up into the kind of adventurer who never backs down. She suddenly snapped back to their very first meeting at that party, back when everything was just starting, and a little girl walked up to him and greeted him with a sincere smile, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and trust as her voice came out soft and crystal clear. He leaned in until their eyes met on the same level, staring straight into her honest gaze, and a wild curiosity snapped to life in him. How could this little girl, the Demon King's daughter, know his name? She didn't guess it. She read it in a book. She froze for a heartbeat, like she was summoning courage, and then those quiet dreams flashed to life in her eyes. She vowed that one day she'd become the kind of adventurer he was, fearless, sharp-minded, and ready to face anything. Theo froze when she spoke. His face lit up with real shock, and then he let out a small smile like he never expected to hear those confessions. In that moment, he realized Giselle was far braver and stronger than he was, and she absolutely deserved that praise. Arya clutched the book open in front of him, grinning like a kid, jabbed at the words on the page, and showed him it claimed he'd made friends with dragons, and that he could mend anything that broke, then yank anyone out of trouble the moment it showed up. She stared at him, but doubt flickered in her chest, wondering if she truly had what it took, if she could summon the strength and courage to pull it off. Then he lowered himself to one knee, slow and deliberate, like he was making a promise. Respect, real support, and the kind of bond that says, "Let's walk this road together into the next adventure." So after he said that, she dove right into it. Study, train, then study and train again. And somehow she forged her skills so hard that she finally leveled up into a real, full-fledged adventurer. One day, the rumor mill lit up. Theo was about to set sail for the new world. One day, in a buzzing port city, they ran into each other again. But he stared like he didn't know her at all, because she'd changed so much, and time had blown past them since their last meeting. She couldn't even get her name out. Joy and anxiety warred in her chest, and she didn't know how to kick off the conversation. So she slipped away, hiding behind the chill of the port buildings and the crush of strangers. Deep down, though, she still clung to one desperate hope. That one day, they'd finally talk openly again. She finally understood her escape meant nothing. He'd already left a piece of her burned into his memory, and that haunting remembrance gave her the courage to stand tall. Of course, he remembered their old talk about her, and right then, a small pang of regret stabbed his chest for not spotting her immediately in Kali Ali. Shame swallowed her whole when she realized she hadn't instantly revealed who she was. Inside her chest, embarrassment and anxiety tangled together, because she was so terrified of messing up that even one wrong move felt like a disaster. Theo didn't even blink as she went for it and crushed the results, because he knew the truth. Every win is built on persistence, hard work, and self-belief, and he was proud of her for charging ahead through doubts and difficulty without flinching. So when she met the man she'd grown up admiring and chose him out of all the worthy choices, he thought, "This is way more than I ever deserved." Pride and joy hit him like a wave, but a little embarrassment burned too, because now he was the one she looked up to. Theo slid into his arms, and right then, his excitement hit like a wave, but his heart still sank with worry. He stared at her up close, brimming with care, trying to catch every sign of how she was really feeling after everything she'd been through. The moment she woke up, all she could think about were the threads. Theo pressed a finger to the delicate, woven fibers, proud of every stitch she'd made, feeling a bright, burning warmth in her chest because she knew her work wouldn't be for nothing. And then she couldn't help wondering if these threads would finally become clothes for everyone, Shiro, the little ones, and even the rest. He worried there wouldn't be enough silk threads for everyone, and that thought bothered him. But then Arya slid up to Theo and whispered in his ear. Right away, his whole expression snapped into place. A smile lit up his eyes, and he moved with pure approval and delight, like he'd just been handed exactly what he needed. Theo, Shiro, and the wolf cubs got matching scarves wrapped around their necks, spun from thin, gentle threads, and as they tugged them on, they burst into happy smiles, soaking up that cozy warmth. Everyone felt it too, because now they all wore the same look, and it instantly bound them together. Arya's scarves carried her name, and the same pattern that danced across Theo's clothes wrapped into a perfect match. Harmonious, gorgeous, the whole look glowing together. And yeah, Theo crafted every single scarf himself. Each stitch so precise and skilled it proved his talent the second you saw them. Theo soared into Arya's arms and blurted out how grateful she was for the idea, smiling so bright it showed how much the support meant to her. Arya blushed, confused, because in her mind Theo had made the scarves. Theo just laughed, nudged the truth gently, and kept holding her close like, "You're the amazing one." Theo kept rattling off her amazing traits, her jaw-dropping magic, and the stunning clothes she stitched herself, while her eyes shone with real admiration and a fierce hunger to become just as strong and skilled, so she could perform miracles like Arya too. She remembered telling Theo the very same promise when they were kids, and deep down she knew she would become exactly who she chose. Arya beamed at Theo with a bright, real smile, eyes shining like she'd finally chosen right through all that brutal struggle, confident, grateful, and already sure the next discoveries and wild adventures were waiting just ahead. Arya sauntered along, gripping a wicker basket packed with their latest finds and creations, her steps steady and sure as she breathed in that crisp, quiet air. Theo shot along behind her, grinning and begging her to slow down. She tried to catch up too, but all she wanted was to soak up this moment with Arya. Curry and Theo stared at Arya and Theo smiling deep inside, and their hearts swelled with pure joy. After every twist, every misunderstanding, their friends finally clicked and became true allies. Watching Arya and Theo walk side by side, taking those first steps toward mutual understanding, felt like real happiness for them, like a loud shout proving their hard work didn't waste a single moment. After that silk fiasco, her awe for Arya cracked something open. Magic suddenly felt real to her, and Theom knew that someday, maybe soon, he'd have to set up a chance for her to learn it. She shot back with a calm, thoughtful look, but her eyes flashed, pure grit, fueled by something fierce and hopeful, because in her heart she knew it was time to start training feel in magic, and she felt this step would shape her and lock their friendship even tighter. Arya stood before the crowd at the board, ready to teach magic to anyone who came to listen. She waved, said hello, and introduced herself. Then the moment she realized what was happening, they put her on the spot and handed her the role of a magic teacher. Everything felt brand new, so she begged them to remember that, because once she had to teach others, nerves crashed into her and made her feel uneasy. Theo blurted to Arya that she was totally on her side, then even called Arya her teacher, smiling as soon as the words left her mouth. But heat of embarrassment hit her right after, because that kind of role honestly never even crossed her mind. The others copied Theo's lead and cheered that Arya would be their teacher, grinning at her like it was the greatest honor ever. And Arya just froze, cheeks warming fast as a shy embarrassment hit, telling them to stop calling her that, even as her heart fluttered at their trust and the way they recognized her. Curry stared at the chaos with a confused frown, and Theo caught it instantly, then figured out what happened to her. Curry realized a huge crowd of adventurers had poured in just to listen and learn magic from Arya, and that thought hit her hard, because she never saw it coming. She figured it made perfect sense for mages to study magic. But the moment she saw all those warriors packed here, it threw her off, and she couldn't help wondering if they'd all come to use magic too. Theo caught her meaning, smirked a little, and thought, "So you believe mages are just folks who sling fireballs or conjure wind?" She pressed, asking if she judged wrong, and Theo answered, "You're partly right, but your view is skin deep. Magic stretches far beyond what you think you're seeing. But for adventurers, it's a whole different game. Most of their magic is all about boosting the body." Arya explained that in the middle of battle, they'll pour magic into their bodies to get stronger, because monsters aren't something an ordinary person can just brute force. So you use every advantage you've got. Most people throw this magic around on pure instinct, so it sputters and fails. But once you actually understand the theory, it clicks into place and becomes wildly effective. Suddenly, Arya shot up into the sky, graceful and loud with magic, proving, right then and there, that with the right theory and a real understanding of spells, they can push past their physical limits again and again. As Arya touched down on the ground without a sound, Fia couldn't wait to find out how she could soar like that. So she lunged forward, burning with curiosity. But Arya raised a hand and told her to slow down and take her time. Arya kept on lecturing, insisting that every body holds mana, so there was no reason to overcomplicate it. She told them to picture themselves stirring that energy inside like you gently shake water in a cup, then spreading it through their whole body, because that's the real foundation for handling magical power. And with practice, anyone could learn to feel their mana and control it. She broke it down like this. In a normal state, mana piles up most in the brain and internal organs, so if it gets all shoved into the hand, fatigue hits fast, and the only way to survive is to keep the balance steady. Everyone leaned in and listened, hooked from start to finish. Arya clocked the way Fia was struggling, like all that info hit at once and fried her brain, and Arya hurried to apologize, admitting she might have overcomplicated it and made everything too hard. Yet Fio dug in her heels, eyes blazing with resolve, and vowed she wouldn't quit. Theo stared at the lecture and his nerves started to spike, and Curry just couldn't figure it out, because to him, it was a totally normal lecture. He told her Fio had never seen anything like this. She'd grown up with a pack of wolves, and now she was being dropped into a whole new culture from a brand new continent. So of course it was terrifyingly hard, and then Fio said it best. Curry was worrying way too much for no reason. Curry grinned and started telling Fio that every kid's got that itch to jump into brand new worlds and soak up fresh secrets, and she still remembered how, as a child, she'd flipped through monster manuals for pure thrill, until she turned to Fio and said, You're built to adapt and you'll adjust to any new situation in no time." He broke it down. Theo was still just a kid, and she needed time to adjust to all these brutal new conditions, because it's on the adults to watch over her, protect her, and stand beside her when things get hard. And he refused to let her burn herself out or feel abandoned in this strange new world. He snapped his head toward Theo, and horror hit him when he saw her slumped and unconscious. Panic slammed into his chest and he bolted up, sprinting straight to her. His heartbeat went wild as he fought to reach her and help, right now. Curry screamed his name, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. Theo slumped there, frozen in place, while Arya leaned in and told her it was the magic of intoxication that had her trapped. "Kid, this happens all the time to children just learning to handle mana," she said, trying to soothe him, while Theo fretted and spun with worry. Would he be okay? Would this turn serious? She grabbed his fear and promised, "You'll recover. My body's still training to control the energy, and these terrifying moments are just part of the lessons." Theo finally stirred, cracked one eye open, and blinked like he was fighting sleep. Then he saw her doing the same and quietly slipped over, smiling softly. He decided today was a rest day, because training can wait. The real goal is that she feels great. Everything important is still coming. Theo slowly pushed herself upright, flashed him a reassuring smile, and told him she was okay, begging him to stay out of it and just watch in silence. Theo froze, utterly stunned by her words. His mouth went dry, and for a moment he couldn't even form a single sound, just staring at her in silence, shocked that she had the nerve to stand on her own like that. He lunged toward the words to comfort her, but Theo cut him off hard, declaring she wouldn't back down, not even an inch. It was a direct challenge and a loud declaration of independence, a way of proving she could take it all on her own and refuse to give in no matter what came next. Arya's calm, stern voice cut through the noise as she declared, "I'm right." Then she snapped that Theo was putting in everything she had and needed her support now. Her words sounded ironclad, like she fully believed this girl could do more, and that the real key was simple: give her the chance to prove her strength and stand on her own. She admitted her dad kept cutting into her study time, and she wished he'd just leave her be. Those words hit like a slap, and for Theo, what he heard felt like a dagger straight to the heart. Raw pain, but still one worry in his mind: Theo W. Cracking under the emotional weight, Theo crumpled to the ground, tears pouring from his eyes as shock hit him like a wave he couldn't swallow. Curry stood there, stunned, trying to steady him and telling him to breathe, stay calm, and stop getting pulled into it. Curry tossed gasoline on the flames, saying that it was just how it went. Surely once in a lifetime, a father ends up hated by his daughter, and he wasn't exempt. A nasty, bitter ache twisted in his soul, because he'd been desperate to back Theo and help her feel better, but all he got were words that shattered him even more. He threw his hands up in pure frustration, terrified he'd pushed things too far. Then his stomach dropped as he finally faced his mistake, admitting he had no clue what dark side had been lurking inside him. Saying it out loud hit like a turning point, pushing him to see himself clearer and fix what he'd messed up. Curry had always been sure Theo could handle anything. He looked strong. He carried himself like he owned the world. But now it hit her that even he couldn't keep his cool around the kids, and honestly, it was hilarious to watch. Gasping back to herself, Curry spun around, stunned. Where had Bigali vanished to just minutes ago? Theo went quiet, racking his brain, searching for every spot he could have slipped into, and his eyes sharpened as wild possibilities flickered. Maybe he'd been called away on something, or maybe he'd slipped off into some hidden corner. Dragons are born masters at bending mana, and Tamed couldn't stop thinking that this one wasn't just playing with mana. It must have been bored, so it slipped away to mess around with its cubs. Curry met Bigalia and felt this instant warmth. She was caring, kind, and trustworthy to the bone, while Theo couldn't stop smiling that he fit in so well with everyone, especially with creatures that mattered this much to them. Right in the middle of that eerie silence, a mournful wail sliced through the air, and Theo and Curry snapped their heads toward the noise, eyes wide with worry and curiosity, zeroing in on the exact spot where that sharp cry was coming from. The aching cries came from Bigalef himself. He crouched beneath that tall tree and coaxed the wolf cub to climb down, voice tight with real worry as he feared the little one might slip or panic. Everyone panicked, clueless about why Bigalef just stood there and did nothing, until Theo and Theo burst in, racing to their aid with shaking determination, and they immediately understood. They had to save the wolf cub and bring the dragon's fury under control. Theo realized Bigalef was too powerful to mess with, so he refused to risk hurting the baby. Suddenly the wolf cub snapped, leaped from the tree, and plunged straight down. In a blink, Theo bolted ahead, unleashed her magic and snatched the baby out of danger.